Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
ahead of this. You don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door. We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and no, there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we're leading to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of VCT Ascension Pacific for 2023. Yesterday we got off to the races with a huge day of VALORANT celebrating.
Orangutan themselves are pretty vocal too. I mean, you can hear them, that team cheer coming through. He hears the footsteps, he watches it, he finds him, run it back, dismissed, and Juicy still needs to dish out more pain. He goes in for the fourth, a little sliver, a little head, but Juicy executes him outright. It's 5-1 for Bleed. Z's now pushing in, pinching down onto Scary. Support comes in from the back though. Art as well as Secret. Defender spawn. He's gotten the third. Pushes through the sky smoke, but they play together. A quadra to start things off. The Hunter Fury comes out. So Spike Plant actually baited out, but now Juicy from behind peeks out again, but Darian is here. He's got the up burner. He ends it all. 13-6 Bleed off a bit of a save over RVK, the last one left. He got a couple from the previous map. Let's see if he can get even more. 2 for good. Are you serious? Oh, there you go. Inside the smoking thing, but no, right in front of him. They're cooking, and RVK. No! What? Not possible. And look at how he's creeping up for his look for the duel. But Juicy just sniped out in the air by Raw-Phil. Get another angle to attack. We can't just push it as all of us. And Crazy Guy pops off. 2K. You think I need somebody to hit the lurk angle? Here comes the trade. Oh my God, Raw-Phil though. This time leading the charge. Even a spam onto Crazy Guy. Quite difficult. Oh, Juicy. No way. Juicy just showing to us what you got the mobility. Stopper. He's got the whole enchilada. Oh. Tries to go for the turret instead, and then the swing out from Bleed. They close out this series 13-10, 2-1.
Up against Boom, and it's split for the first time here in VCT Ascension Pacific 2023.
Goes with the Cloudburst, and it's working here. But Xiaoyu not, and he's by his lonesome, and Xiaoyu picks up the finalizing kill with a 3K to finish.
Follow along with the Seeker. This guy could be concussed. He might die to something. Oh, with 10 HP, he will not survive.
It feels like one team are losing so many options. Xiaoyu's gonna have to try to do something because that spike is nowhere near being planted. And it's the blink of an eye, man. I just looked away for a second.
Hunter's
If
Fury
he can
now.
stop it.
We buy enough time?
Yes.
One more hit. Oh, that's game. Whoa. Always something that Boom hasn't quite expected. And here it comes. It strikes Blaze King. Play off of it, and that means controller's gone. Xiaoyu finds yet another.
To get dealt with, and there it is. Yep.
Got the trades going through with the Hunter's Fury and Yen.
No time, nah. GG's. That's gonna be game number 3, and out of nowhere, Rainy actually goes from the shadows just to catch him off. So winner has to hit the shot, or else it's gonna be curtains for his teammate. He's just able to capitalize so well into things. Third could have been the fourth, but oh, Severine, look right behind you, brother, because Berserk is about to go into a world of hurt. No, he dishes out the very early on. Berserk's so aware. Xiaoyu, no way. He's still able to clear out 2 players in the blink of an eye. No. This is falling so far bad for the rest, and any hopes, any chances of regulation has just been countered. Not by winner, not by Xiaoxi, but rather by Xiaoyu.
Either way, this is going to be a series, boys. This is going to be a map to remember. Fracture. Let's crack it down. Let's crack it up. Let's get into the 3rd series of the day.
Bit of an execute. Gonna spot out alert.
Great fault line.
There's damage. This is what I'm talking about. It's possible.
Making it work.
Wow!
That's a huge third here. Not much time. Nizzy trying to get out, but Rolex with 2. Is there enough to try and hold it? Yes, I can. I think he's done it. He absolutely has. A 3K. Very tight of a line. Fault line goes in.
There it is.
Going to be Jin. Very nicely done from the big man here. Fancy United.
He's at the right position. Oh, okay, it looked a little bit awkward with that.
Trying to fight the good fight here, Komodo. 15 seconds, there's not enough time. It's Ficio to get the damage done! And Ficio, he's able to absolutely. Nebula will make it a little bit tired and awkward here as Nizzy can open up with one. The resurrection will be popped, so Nizzy's got the pressure on him now. The dance around, the ring around the rosy of the Little sign there. Nizzy holding the line, playing with his food at this point in time. XC cannot do anything, and it will be Yes I Can getting the job done. And there we have it. It is Fancy United managing to walk away with a stellar victory here. 13-4 on Fracture.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of VCT Ascension Pacific 2023. Coming at you live yet again from Bangkok, Thailand. And boy, what a couple of days it's been so far. The first two have provided so much action. A couple of upsets yesterday as well. And that means we don't know where today is going to go. But I know it's going to be just as entertaining as the last two. I have two individuals who didn't sort their wardrobe out with me here. I'm Mac. That's Conky, that's Komodo, but they didn't give me the invitation to the shirt party.
Yeah, now we did a big shopping spree right before the event, obviously. You know, we had to get the Pacific sort of theme going, and we didn't really plan this. Apologies, so sorry.
I mean, what do you like? It's fine.
Was it that hard to
right.
go and find a different shirt?
I think we just were both like egoing each other on the back of it, so now we're here, right?
We're here.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to deal with this for... What, were you guys on the first two games?
Yeah, both.
Anyway,
welcome.
well, today's off to a great start. Can't wait to get into the action. You two, you're looking handsome, even though you do look the exact same. We've got big games coming up as well, and it's been a very interesting situation. But we got games. We got lots of games. Conk.
Yeah, absolutely. We have heaps of games coming out today. I think, look, D+ Kia obviously haven't played yet, so they've been the team that we've been really looking forward to as we sort of get into it. Bonkers, lots to prove. And then for the rest of the day, you know, as we were sort of discussing yesterday, I think the main thing was no one has looked like a hard favorite by any means across any of these series. And is D+ going to do the same thing, or are we just going to see another mishmash of anything can happen?
Yeah, and look, the groups are in an awkward way as well. We saw them at the end of yesterday. Group Alpha, we don't know how the hell this one's going to play out. You've got teams winning that we didn't think were going to be winning. You've got Xerxia getting upset yesterday. Upset. I don't know if it's an upset anymore. Fancy looking real damn good.
Hey, I got my prediction, so like, yeah, is it really an upset? I said it,
Listen, man, you know, me and Mac, we might be on the down low here, but we're trying our best.
Yeah,
okay?
we're doing pretty bad. And in terms of predictions, it's not going super hot, super well. But look, that just means predictions are going to get even more fun as we get into today, and you'll see exactly why. Maybe there's a couple of underdog picks going for me. Maybe I've given up on the predictions. Who knows? Who knows? But look, everyone that is, of course, online, they see the predictions and they hate it every time. No matter what, no one ever says, wow, thanks for predicting for this team. Thanks for predicting the favorite. Wow, thanks for predicting the underdog. I'm so happy. They only say, that guy predicted the one I don't want. Oh, that's being negative. Wow. So, look, I'm expecting a little bit more of that. And Quack to get roasted. He's been getting roasted more than anyone.
He has been. It's been crazy, hey. But look, I guess the thing is now, you know, after we have been slammed out from a couple of them, like I think everyone went for Boom yesterday and the large majority went for Xerxia. And after having them sort of both fall out of the fray, maybe we're eating our own words a little bit here.
And then even as well, you know, you're thinking about that first game of the day where one team got the W. One team got the W and we all got that prediction wrong. Mate, Bleed almost copped an L. Bleed were very close to copping an L there. So yeah, it just goes to show how crazy these groups are. We thought Bleed was going to be like the team to beat, and they almost got beaten on their first game.
Yeah, it makes me really wonder what just level of play we're going to be getting when we've got these teams that we're expecting to get some clean games getting a lot closer. Does that kind of bring the team we're expecting to be very far forward a little bit down, or are we just getting a better performance than teams we might have, you know, not written off early, but didn't maybe expect too much from?
And look, going into the next couple of games today, are Bleed playing today?
Nah, not today.
So they get today off.
Yeah,
so
big rest.
Oh, what do they have? So is there any team that has like the last 3 games on the last 3 days where they just have to go like run this gauntlet and try to make a comeback in the groups?
Isn't it D+?
D Plus have had 2 days off, so now they've got to run back to back to back, pretty sure.
Yeah.
For the rest of the
They
event.
still get 1 day off. I just don't know which day it is.
Okay.
So yeah,
They got Bonkers today, and then they got Orangutan, then they've got Bleed, then they've got Scars.
There you go.
So they got
Big
4
run.
days in a row.
Big run.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Thanks, Dion.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Look, I'm looking at the groups here. I think we're looking at the groups very shortly as well. So it'll be interesting to see how it all sort of plays out. But look, for the most part, yeah, you guys have tomorrow off, right?
Yeah,
So
tomorrow we got 2 days off.
We're in Bangkok.
Yeah.
You know, it's a city diverse in many things, including culture, including fun. And I feel like, Conky, you've been indulging in a lot of the fun side of things. So
I've got to.
What are you doing tomorrow? What's the plans?
We're going to go around. I think there's a few different temples that are all kind of near the river around the same spot. We've got the Lying Down Buddha, which is some like I think it's where there's like a school and they do a lot of the Thai massage teaching there as well. It's like right near the river. Can take a boat to. We've got the Emerald Temple as well, and then the flower garden or flower market or something like that. So I'm just going to get lost and be a tourist, and hopefully they can find me later on.
Yeah. What about you, Dion?
I'm following him.
Oh, so you just...
It's
I'm
take
along
my,
for the ride.
Take my son to holiday event. Yeah.
Are you going to wear the exact same thing as well? You know,
No.
make sure you
No, not this
I'm going to
time.
go get some
coordinate outfits while you're going around?
Nah,
get some
no.
new clothes.
Of course.
Yeah,
So
actually,
I can be
yeah,
different.
yeah, that's exactly right. We've got a few more plans for the outfits for the rest of the show.
Yeah, a few more plans indeed. But of course, look, we've got yesterday's highlights as well to have a quick look at. Let's relive those moments. Orangutan just looking real good. There was plenty going on in that game, and it was an affair, right? Like, when they won that second map, I was like, what the hell is going on here? Bleed looked a little bit slow, but the thing that I loved from Orangutan is they were the team that was taking risks. They won that series off the back they won that map off the back of taking crazy risks, you know, going for those force buys, big pistol plays, big thrifty rounds. Then we moved into that second game where Boom just came out of the gates so hard that they ran out of gas. They couldn't make it happen on Ascent or that third map as well, and one team showed us what they're made of with some insane individual performances. But that calling coming out of Jarway as well was just on another level.
Yeah, I think one of the things that, you know, might have been a plague for one team going over in towards Bind is that on their attacker's side, you know, you start to see them being very capable of just getting that plant down time and time again, but it's the retakes that Xerxia were just alerted on a little bit later in that series as well. Something just switched for them to be able to kind of close out the map, you know, 3 defuse rounds in a row towards the later stages. You got one back from one team when you think, all right, they got that one back. You know, Xerxia have found 12. Oh, let's try and push this into another game of overtime, but then it just doesn't happen. I definitely saw a world in which one team were going to be able to take that victory.
Wild times. I think the craziest sort of thing for me was just it was the big result from Fancy in the way of, despite Xerxia getting so many of the opening picks, so many of the opening frags, they still just couldn't convert the rounds. There was a few rounds on this map of Split where they literally got handed the first 2 opening picks and still couldn't close. So hoping that that doesn't plague Xerxia anymore, but Fancy have proven themselves to be a really exciting team, Mac.
Yeah, Fancy. I'm loving what we're seeing from them. You heard from them as well on that first day. Things didn't go right. You heard in that interview right at the end. If you did tune out, I'll just inform you guys. I think it was Nizzy. He came in and said, yeah, we didn't get any sleep, we didn't get any food, or like they just didn't have enough of those 2 things moving into that game. So they didn't feel great in their first series, but then yesterday's series, you saw exactly what they're capable of. And this is the groups we're talking about. Look at Group Alpha. It is almost all tied up. Boom, they play again today. There's a chance that they can almost make this one win each, 1 loss each. It's just absolutely insane how it's looking so far, how it's completely shaping up. Group Omega is where things are, have barely started. We've only had 2 of those games, but today I believe we hit 2 more. So it should be starting to catch up to the amount we've seen from Group Alpha. But yeah, Scars at the top, Bleed at the top there. And Scars won their series in a much more convincing fashion, which is why they're currently at the top of the group.
Yeah, absolutely. They came out swinging, I guess you could sort of say, because Bonkers, they opened up quite nicely with a 5-round sort of streak that they looked really good. They all looked really hyped, but then all of a sudden it was like Scars worked out every single strategy that they had, and there was nothing left at all in the tank. So Bind is a map that, you know, we usually see good things from Bonkers on, but yeah. Scars just clearly well and truly ahead of the curve. They were very confident. They were very happy to just keep on pushing, so that's why they end up where they today. And I think their match later against is going to be Orangutan, I believe, later on. That's going to be a crazy one. Yeah,
that's going to be a very interesting affair. Might see a couple of shifts up in that group stage, in that group in particular. And I'm looking at the first game now, that first game. Bonkers against D+ Kia. D+ Kia, we haven't seen them yet, but I've only heard good things, and I've only thought good things about them, right? They're coming out of Korea. They're coming out of where VCT Pacific League is held.
Yeah.
So they are the team with all of the best in our region, all of the best. And they get to scrim against them. They get to prac against them. They get to steal some strategies. They get to put it to the test against the best. And that is why they just, on paper, are the most dangerous team here.
Yeah, I think when it comes to D+ Kia as well, they don't want to be the shadow team. They come from a region that is very well versed and experienced, in South Korea. So coming to here, they've got a lot to prove to try and get up on that stage as well. And I mean, if we look at what they've been doing in their local region, in their splits as well, split 1, they got knocked down really early. They had to do a full lower bracket run, and they managed to do that successfully, almost untouchable in their split 2 as well. So there's a lot that we should be expecting from D+ Kia here today. They've had a rest, they've had time to watch the games and prepare really nicely.
Well, we need to talk about Bonkers too, so let's have a quick look at the lineup. You didn't get to see much of them the other day, and most Australians were probably asleep when they played.
Yes.
So here they are yet again, just to refresh your memory. What, Dragon, Loot, Minimize, and RDW. These 5 individuals got pretty unlucky the other day. We've been hearing some things from them saying, yes, look, they had to wait 5 hours for the game. They weren't allowed to prac in that lead up. They weren't able to feel fresh. So today is a completely different ball game. No 2 a.m. start. It's early in the day. I think they're going to be kicking things off here at 1 p.m. So yeah, they slept well. I was speaking with them. They're feeling really good about this series. They know that D+ Kia are a very, very heavy team that they need to take on. They need to take it as seriously as possible. Even just looking at the stage, right, you can just feel this sense of professionalism coming out of D+ Kia. Whereas Bonkers, look, they are just the Aussie yokels, the Bogans coming in, just trying to make this one work. And their prep down stage was whacking each other with those sticks that make the noise.
They left site. They left site a few hours ago, right? Smoko's done. They're back in action now. So a lot of pressure on their shoulders. But I think, the lack of time off means that hopefully those should be nice and fresh.
And of course, D+ Kia. You haven't seen them here, so I'll introduce them. It's Esperanza, Exi, Lakia, Alau, and Estrella, and these 5 individuals are looking to make their way. Look, see, so this team, right, they're already in Korea. So even if they make it to VCT Pacific, if they do take that slot in VCT Pacific from Ascension Pacific, then look, they're already situated in the right place. Right?
They'll feel comfortable at home, and that can always go a long way as well when you've got crowds backing you, and you can understand them. You can have those interactions outside of the game as well. Get that hype from the fan base. You look towards here at Bangkok, Thailand for a team like Xerxia, right? What does the crowd actually mean to them playing in front of your own countrymen? So it's going to be really big for D+ Kia if they can push themselves all the way to get to VCT Pacific.
Yeah. So, Kong, anything to say about D+ Kia other than you're excited to see Lakia play?
I was literally just about to say, big Lakia fan. Look, there's a lot of power that comes out of Korea, as we know. You know, you've got T1, you've got DRX. DRX has been an absolute powerhouse globally, and so much experience across a lot of those players as well. Lakia, exact same thing. And Estrella at the helm. You know, they are a fantastically well-rounded team, and they all seem to be relatively consistent across the board in their fragging as well. No one's usually sort of falling behind or anything like that. So I just think, as you sort of mentioned, right, you know, being situated in that region where you've got so many strong opponents around you, prac is good, fandom is massive. It's just the place to be.
And you know that they've just got that long haul of experience as well. They're just so crispy, so sharp, and so scary. Even just to look at on the stage. I
so
couldn't
professional.
even fathom playing against them, right?
They've got so much staff too. Like the amount of people that are with them, you know, making sure everything's in check. It's fantastic.
Well, when you have that as well, like not only do the players do the prep, but everyone else does the prep, hands it over, just allows them to just break this one down. So Bonkers, look, if you had to break Bonkers down, you know that they are a creative team. They can do some pretty interesting things, and they have been obviously working on a lot since they have had the boot camp here in Thailand. So I'm hoping that maybe there is a world where Bonkers can make this one happen today.
I'm gonna go and say it's gonna be a struggle because of their performance we saw against Scars, right? We have to draw comparisons against that for Bonkers. They had a phenomenal start in that 5-0, but the problem being is they got into a slump. They got nervous, and when you get nervous, players that we look towards to perform and bring up the stats, they fall into a pit, and it is really hard to get out. So for Bonkers today, if they find themselves themselves in a similar situation. They need to draw upon something. Either the coach needs to come in, Papa Smurf to try and get them out of that ruck, because if they can't, it's going to be hard. And when you look at the stats for RDW against Lakia here, you do kind of have to remember that these teams are in very different stages in their own country as well, right? The level of play generally in Oceania is a bit down, and we need to bring ourselves up. So for here, we're looking for Lakia on the Sova and the Fade to just come out a swinging.
So what you're saying is, even though Lakia looks like, in terms of the stats, they're not as good as RDW, just because the region's a little bit more stacked, it's probably going to be those, stats are going to be lying this time.
I would say that the stats are going to be skewed a little bit, yes.
Well, it's like OS Radiant versus Korean Radiant or something like that, differences just, yeah, it definitely does make it tougher. So I think they do line up quite well in RDW and Lakia, like the way they sort of play. RDW's got way more of a diverse, previous sort of role set that he's had. He has typically been the star as well once upon a time. So bonkers the way they're structured. Everyone's had big moments, I think, historically. So there is definitely a chance. They are a dark horse in this event and they can do well, but they've had tough opponents to get started.
And look, I'm not going to beat around the bush. Yes, it's going to be hard. Yes, it's going to be difficult, but that has not stopped me and Conky predicting for bonkers. We're the bias casters today. Dion's been doing too good, and I'm not going to fault him for going for D+ Kia, because I also agree. On paper, they're the favourites. They are the favourites. But as I mentioned earlier, I already ruined my prediction, so I'm just going with the underdogs, right?
Yeah, I think I can back this up as well. I look towards what the grand finals were in both respective regions, and just the level of play that actually came out from D+ Kia in that grand final was phenomenal. The first map they ended up losing in that grand final, but the next 3 that they played, it was something like 13-3, 13-6, and 13-4.
Yeah.
And that is really scary. You add what maps they actually were, no spoilers just yet, and I got to be scared for bonkers in terms of a map pool. I don't think that there's any comfortable map pool here that is going to be good for bonkers.
Of course, of course. Now, look, I believe it is time for us to welcome the players, to check on the maps, and to get on with day 3. So let's jump into it.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. Series number 1 is on the horizon, and I can't wait to jump on into the fun. it's bonkers. It's D plus Kia, and it is going to be chaotic. It could be a stomp. It certainly could be a stomp, but I just hope it's not. I really want to see what the Oceanic boys from Bonkers have for us. We know that they've been prepping for a while. We know that they have been having really good scrimbucks. But the issue is, scrimbucks aren't everything, deal.
No, not at all. And I think one of the biggest things is that nervousness factor. When I look at Bonkers and throughout all of our history, it kind of is one of those discussions to have on if we need a player to get excited when you're falling behind. Who is going to be the person to get them out of a sticky situation? And on the stage against Scars, no one could.
I think that for me as well, what I heard was that there was a lot of nerves because for some of the individuals on the team, it was their first time playing at a LAN, playing in front of a live crowd, not just in the comfortability of their home. There was some issues with people getting the right refresh rates on the screens because they're playing specific resolutions. And hopefully in the last 48 hours, they've managed to sort of figure that one out and should be playing their A game today. But it is time to find out exactly if it is going to happen or not. It's time to find out what the maps are going to be as well. It's time to kick off day 3.
The battle in Ascension, I think it's going to be really tough. It will be challenging, it won't be easy.
It's going to be very chaotic. I think this tournament will be very hard and a lot of pressure. Buat tim yang tanding di Ascension, we can't just play not to lose. We are here to make sure mistake won't happen again.
So I think friendship is something which makes Orangutan different from all other teams.
Just want to say, are you guys ready? Because we're coming.
As the home team, I want to show them that and we have lots of strategy and firepower to beat any team in the world.
Mình muốn thấy những điều bất ngờ ở giải đấu này, chẳng hạn như những ứng cử viên vô địch bị loại ngay vòng này. All the team here is a winner of their regions. I think this tournament will be very hard and a lot of pressure. We won't scare anyone. Bleed has no fear.
Do we play against the Ascension teams? Yeah, we need ready for it.
We feel like we didn't get the opportunities that we deserve, and we're going to prove why we deserve to be here.
저희는 칼에 갈아고 나온 게 아니라 뽕에 들고 왔기 때문에 都已经在这里了，我们不怕，来吧。
Karena kita itu boom, kita itu confidence, kita itu pengen mendominasi sini ini dan kita tuh pede banget kita bakal angkat piala ya. You better bring your A game because we're not gonna mess around.
with map draft for our first match of the day, DK taking on Bonk. DK, you have first pick as you are Team A. First ban.
Yep.
Ban split. Bonk, your ban.
We ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. And first pick, DK.
Fracture.
Fracture. And side select Bonk. Attack.
Yep.
Bonk, map select.
Bind.
Pick bind. Side select for bind, DK.
I'll take.
Attack.
Plus, I'll take.
And then going into next round of bans, Haven, Lotus, Pearl, DK, first ban.
Pearl.
Pearl ban. And final ban, Haven, Lotus.
Haven.
Ban Haven, play Lotus.
Yep.
Lotus final pick, DK side selection.
Ultimate.
Lotus.
Lotus. I'll take first.
Attack first. All right, gonna review really quickly. Split ban, Ascent ban, Fracture pick, attack, Bind pick, attack, Pearl ban, Haven ban, final map, Lotus, attack for DK. All right, best luck to both teams.
Thank you. Luck. Good luck. 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 Luck.
There you have it. Coaches out on stage, everyone ready to get into the first series of day 3 here. And look, I was downstage, I was having a chat with a couple of the Bonkers boys, and Papa Smurf said, don't worry, we've done our prep, we're super ready. Minimize walked over and said, what prep?
Very common Minimize opinion and state. But look, I was trawling Twitter a little bit, having a bit of a look at some of these predictions, and there's been an opinion of where we've seen a 13-8, 13-10 in favour of D+ Kia, sure, but there's some hope, there's some dreams that potentially Bonkers, as you hear them shouting, do have a chance in this, at least able to drive it forward to some level of degree. But I love the respect, the fist bumps on the way out as well. It's going to be an exciting game.
Yeah, going to be exciting indeed. And yeah, Fracture, look, we've seen it be relatively attacker-sided so far. Dion, were you surprised by the way the veto played out?
To a degree, yes. To a degree, no. I think in the more risky sense that Lotus is actually going to be that deciding match. I thought that there was definitely a world in which it was going to be played here. It had to be in that decider area because we knew that when D+ are coming into this one, their choice was either going to be split ban or fracture ban, and they've gone for the split early, whereas Bonkers, you know, their normal common ban being Pearl at the moment. They also came out, as I said in our last time we saw Bonkers, that they do like the idea of also taking out Ascent against a couple of teams here. So for D+ Kia, starting on Fracture is going to be well suited to them. Bind is going to be fun for Bonkers as well. We saw how great a start they had against Scars. Don't get in that ruck and then they'll be okay, I do believe. But if we do get to the decider in Lotus, I have a feeling, Mac, that it is going to be bloody scary.
Well, it is agent select time. Anything fresh, anything new? Looks like D+ Kia, they're going to be running with the fade this time. and the Neon. So not picking up a raise, not going to go for that combo, but look, allow on the Neon. It's not the first time we've seen it in history. And it's, oh, actually, that's going to be the first time I've seen a Neon so far here at Ascension Pacific.
Yeah, no, I was thinking exactly that, because the Neon obviously was one of those agents that kind of got floated a little bit prior to the Raze again, right? You know, especially when she became the new agent, the hot pick. It is a terrifying agent to play against, the only one of her kind in the game. So that's one concern of mine, actually, of Bonkers, is how quickly they're going to be able to react. You know, I'm sure Alau's going to be in their spawn immediately. So that's a very exciting thing to be seeing, but everything else, Mac, look, relatively generic, right? You know, no real surprises across the board, but yeah, all I can sort of hope, as Komodo mentioned, right, is that Bonkers get out of the gates early and they don't fall flat. They need that voice. They need someone to amp them up, and the fact is they've got all their staff here. They've got all their support here. They need to drive it forward, and now the fact that they haven't been sitting, waiting around, you know, for those several hours after doing the vetoes, they are going to be fresher today.
Well, I'm liking the fact that we've got Minimize back on that breach as well. I'm hoping we can see Lou play a better game. I hope we see Dragon play a bit of a better game. I was looking at the stats.
Did he get his res right this time?
Obviously, D plus Kia, they haven't had that chance to play it, so they're not on the stats page. But if you scroll right to the bottom of the page, all those 5 Bonkers members are there after that unfortunate start to their Ascension endeavors.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at this agent lineup, and it is a common pick for both of these sides, so there's some homework to be done from the Bonkers side, who I would class as underdogs going in towards this one as well. You know, we know that they've got their coaching staff here to assist with their preparations. We heard from yourself that they are ready. Minimize has done the work, done the effort for this veto to get in towards Fracture. So I'm looking at what, you know, potentially we're going to get nice and early on from the likes of D+, who have a very strong attack-sided pistol success rate. But then you look into that further, attack side for them for this map is looking to be the powerhouse area, but when they switch to defense, that's where things look a little bit sloppy for D+ Korea. So maybe that's going to be Bonkers' way in if they can get a better defensive side.
I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried. Last time, you know, we saw Bonkers play this was that game against Scars, and Scars just read them like a book. Of course, that was the second game of the series, or second map of the series, rather. So, and it was 13-6. And on the attack side for Bonkers, they only got 3 rounds. So hopefully things go better for them today. Hopefully things are going to be good for the Bonky boys, but let's see if the Koreans can pull this back for their first game. D+ Kia up against Bonkers. We're kicking things off up on Fracture. Boys, hype this one up for us.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We are here for day number 3, ready to open up, getting locked and loaded. D+ Kia will be their first map and series of the competition so far. They've had time to watch, they've had time to rest, and they've had time to enjoy Bangkok, Thailand as well. Bonkers, pressure on their shoulders, but as we know, they are a team that can do some big things, some close opportunities previously in historic times over here in Asia representing the region. However, again, D+ Kia, the pressure is going to be 9. Komodo, I am ready to get right into this.
Absolutely. Bonkers starting on the attackers side up through Arcade. They do actually only have Larkia on the other side of this, so they could technically get into this B site very, very quickly, get a plant down, and force a post, you know, super fast.
Yeah, look, they're doing their due diligence still, and it looks like Larkia is happy to just leave that one behind, send him back into the generators and waiting from spawn. So just a couple of warning shots for now, but at least Lou with that plan. Are they going to go quick here, Komodo? It looks like they are ready to boogie. They are ready to move on out. Okay, here we go. Allow at the helm, now trying to take point on this site. Estrella will drop one, trying to destroy the nanos, but they are continuing on. Larkia with another Esperanza in, and they are just dropping like flies here, Bonkers. Having to hold on. Lou and Minimize do get one apiece, but it is going to be D+. And we talk about teams, Komodo, that don't like to sit and wait for a retake. They catch them off guard and go fast.
I think one of the problems as well for Bonkers there is because D+ Kia got so quickly in when that plant happened, they didn't get situated to sit up in the tower, right? You have so many members of the Bonkers boys just trying to play in there. You can see an overextension from RDW as well because they've been smoked off. No vision on the spike and not planted to play from the tree stairs either means that you have to try and press the issue. So a very quick heads-up play from D+ Kia to get in before Bonkers could just get comfortable. And I have a feeling that that's what what we're going to see a lot. Just the space that Allow is going to be able to find for his team. If Estrella's going to be flashing him in, if Larky is going to be able to maximize the usage of the Season the Haunt, it's going to be very difficult for Bonkers to just get themselves in a comfortable scenario when that plant goes down. And in a round like this, Mitch, if the plant goes down, because this is only the classics going in.
Yeah, bit of a throwaway. It's got to get this one out the way nice and early, try to get some of this orb control. It looks like they absolutely already have, and it is going to be Lou trying to work towards that. A little bit of a tag up, but he does manage to secure both of them, so he's already got 5 bloody orb points heading towards that showstopper. But Lakia spots out Dragon, happy to fall away. They are moving into Dish here, and it looks like the read hasn't exactly been made correctly, because look at exactly where Allow is right now.
Well, it's only Lakia yet again at the site that Bonkers want to look to finish things up at. So whilst the information is here for Lakia, he can just frag.
Yeah, pretty much. Estrella has joined them quickly from the link, and Xy's there too. So very, very easy round here for D+ Kia, as you would expect in a round like this. So some more points, really. That's all Bonkers were kind of hoping for. They are allowed to achieve it. But Lou is 1 away from that showstopper. So they've done a really, really good job for the time being.
It's definitely going to be a ability that can find them a bonus round, because if you have an ultimate like that can pretty much 100% of the time, if you shoot it right, get you that kill, right? It's going to be able to be the start for Bonkers. You get it off most likely an orb here with this tree play, but I'm already seeing that Allow is going to be ready with Estrella. Fault line relay bolt that's going to be stunning up the Bonkers guys, and this is just quick aggression from D+ Kia. No nonsense Valorant, really.
Yeah, straight on in. What with the opener, Lou also another, so that is going to be the ultimate secured here. RDW,
that's quick.
Another fantastic shot as well. They are holding fast. A beautiful round to come through from Bonkers so far. Exactly what you were kind of hoping for, because D+ Komodo, they had a really solid bonus.
And now they know where Esperanza is, because the turret started shooting over a Dragon. Has to be in the vicinity, of course. That's how that ability works. So Bonkers, they don't want to just tempt fate, go for a battle against him. A plant over at the A site, you give it to whoever you want who's alive to get one more tick on their ultimate. And then you just try to find Esperanza. Don't lose any players, because you need these weapons in the next round as well, where we know D+ Kia are going to have their first buy.
Exactly right. You know, this is just a super important one for Bonkers to kind of establish some momentum, establish some mental fortitude, you know, knowing that they've had a really, really strong start here. 4 alive would be a massive mental boost, and, you know, then they've got to contest, obviously, from the full buy of D+ Kia. But for now, Esperanza, you know, he's pretty happy in this position just to clear on in, try and pick up something, and he does manage to drop RDW, so we won't count him out just yet. It's a great fault line, though, from Minimize, and Bonkers walk away with their first round.
Yeah, I want to see what sort of comparisons that we can draw between D+ Kia and Scars, actually, in this series as well, right? Because Bonkers has played both of the maps that we're going to be getting here against Scars, that's going to be homework and tendencies of their own that D+ Kia can sort of figure out as well, right? When we looked at someone like Cristal, who loves to play over at Dish, we're not going to be seeing that from Lakia a lot either. So it is a different style of play that D+ Kia do bring into a map like Fracture, as opposed to what Scars did. And I think for Bonkers as well, one of the best things for them right now is that they are on the board super early. Yeah, they didn't get the pistol the second round, but they got their first gun round, and they do have access again to Lou on this showstopper. But it is Lakia at the Dish. As I say, he's not going to be there. This time he actually is, and he's already forced away from a bit of utility.
He's had to pop the C's as well, so he's out of there immediately. Allow is in position, at least joining him, and they do have Estrella up very close. So this isn't going to be the easiest site take for Bonkers now. The Sky Smoke goes down, but Lou, he's straight on in. Does he spot out Allow? He does! Excellent start here, but Lakia still on the side. Lou is able to trade him out, but Xy is still there. Xy is still there. He's found 3. Looking for a 4th here is RDW.
He's got the ult.
Oh, man, he does indeed. The orbital strike is available there for Xy. Still 3 away of the Nightmare, so RDW, how does he approach this one? Has to slow it down, has to fake out the plant. They are going to now creep in towards the link. They're just going to hold hands here, Komodo. Play it nice and slow, RDW. If he gets onto the line here, he might be able to spot out one, but surely he's got to know the Haunt does go up. Is he going to be ready for the second?
Yeah, he's got it.
He absolutely will be. Xy, he went big with 3, but RDW clutches out the 1 versus 3, and that is a fantastic way to play it.
Throw it back to day number 1, talking about Bonkers. If there's anybody on this roster you want in a clutch scenario, it is going to be RDW. You look at this scenario where you've got frags coming through from D+ Kia, they're getting up close and personal before you can get the plant. They're feeling great on the aim, but RDW knows in a 1 versus 2 that he has time to rotate if he wants, and that's why D+ Kia settled down as well. They grouped up together, but they lose.
couple of Bonkers fans in the crowd. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
A few signs, a few clapsticks. You love to see it. But that's a huge round. The fact that they were just so confidently going in together, Komodo, that's the main thing. But this time, they are going to pop the Nightfall, and that actually got a little bit dicey there. Lou lucky to be alive, to be quite honest with you. Minimize now taking point at the top of the tower. Estrella not going to be creeping out just yet. He does get punished by Minimize, so this is going to be Bonkers potentially taking the lead here, Komodo. 5 alive. Massive for their economy as that spike gets down.
No matter what, Lakia will have access to the Nightfall in the next round, but it was a Lau on the flank that I was waiting for. 3 times he's essentially pushed in toward the spawns. Bonkers have to realize that that's going to be a possibility in the rounds after this one, but a 2 versus 4, this is still on.
Certainly is.
Last player standing.
Lakia quickly felled. Lau will be thrown off by the Prowler for just a second, but really, he's just looking for damage. He's just hoping for as much as he possibly can, and Lou, he'll make quick work of him as well. They did throw the C's out just for good measure, but RDW, he has had some serious impact now. Just very, very quickly, Komodo, want to touch back on the round prior to this. They went in so confidently. That was the thing that they lacked so much yesterday in both of those series, whether it be Bind, whether it be Fracture. They just didn't look like they had the juice. And this time, it's been poured for them nicely. Couple of glasses. But it is still early days. We know what a powerhouse D+ Kia is.
And in a round such as this as well, where you've got access to a couple of ultimates that can be round-defining ones as well, you know, you're taking away vision, you're taking away the shooting ability of Bonkers, and you're scattering them as well, right? It can be a definite factor. Esperanza's going to be one away from the lockdown as well. So a round such as this, if you're D+ Kia, where Fracture provides 4 ultimate orbs as well, you're wanting to maximize the ults, but Exi down means no smokes for a retake, so they have to use this rolling thunder to just stall Bonkers.
Yeah, absolutely. And the orbital strike's even going to come out as well.
That's from
just
what?
Trying to, you know, break some further space, because now Lakia being on this flank, the Seas does manage to catch him, and now the Prowler as well. This Aftershock's actually going to make it really awkward, but how does he do that? How does he walk away with another frag in that position? Back up against the wall, but Lakia looks into the fate of adversity right there, and he does manage to pull it away. But now look at this rotation coming through. We do have some spacing from Dragon, but is he going to be ready for Allow? Already out on the other side as Dragon does spot. Dragon does get the info. And there it is. Another big round coming out from Bonkers. The fact that they're hitting these trades, Komodo, is massive.
Dragon's not planting either, so he won't have a lockdown to try and 100% this round. If Esperanza gets a kill, he could use that to force a fight from Bonkers, make them uncomfortable on the protection of this spike. However, now they know where he is, and I think that's just going to be the deal sealed here.
Yeah, I can't believe that. He sees the alarm bot. He says, "No, I've had enough. I'm out of there." So they're giving the respect. I am so surprised right now. And as I said, I can't get too excited. It's still early days. We saw the opening streak from Bonkers on Bind. They managed to kind of toy with Scars' economy early on, but this time round, they lose the pistol, they lose the second, they do their due diligence, because in that opening round that they managed to secure, it was off the back of Lou's Showstopper, starting off nice and strong. So they seem to have come into this quite nicely with a plan of attack, and D+ are respecting them.
Yeah. That round goes upside down if Dragon only gets 1 or it gets 0. You know, a 2 versus 2 scenario definitely, or even a 2 versus 3 in favor of D+ Kia, definitely changes the way that round is going to be played on out. And the immediate aggression at the beginning of the arcade as well. Imagine if Lakia doesn't get 2 kills there, right? It might be a little bit easier for Bonkers to win the round, but the fact that Lakia is just still getting in towards your face, trying to take you and catch you off guard, and Bonkers are still just answering and winning the aim duels, that means that they are, as you say, just ready for these fights, electrified in the server at the moment. And I was, you know, kind of expecting a pause to come through from D+ Kia at this current point in time, and I'm glad to see it. You don't want to let a team like Bonkers, who thrive on energy, get that energy early and keep it. You have to try and bring them down a size.
It's the time to do it. Can't let this one start to kind of roll out of control. Because I wonder, you know, it is an interesting thing that we're seeing at this point in time. D+ Kia do look a little bit in shock, I guess. Like, it is still, again, very early days. They've got plenty more time to work with. It is an interesting one from time to time, this map of Fracture, you know, whether or not it sort of favors the defense or the offense. But I think, yeah, D+ maybe started to come into this thinking it would be a little bit easier than it is so far. But at the exact same merit, even for me personally, Bonkers are looking so much better than they were on that opening day.
And I mean, you know that Coach Perry's going to have a lot to talk about to them in a timeout early on. One of those things where all D plus Kia, I feel like need to get happening. There's a couple of kills, a couple of tandem plays. You get a round or two where you make it look very convincing against the Bonkers squad, and it might be the way to get back in towards it. So definitely that discussion to have had here. Has been a little bit, though, since we have seen Fracture played for the side of D plus Kia, of course, coming into this event with one of the earlier finals at the start of the month as well. It's essentially nearly been a month since they've had an official.
Well, they banned it out in the grand final, pretty sure.
Yeah.
You know, they weren't confident playing it against SGT. So I think that's a very, very big statement to be found here, that they've gone into it with a confident pick.
Yeah. Yeah, that grand final certainly was a fun slaughter, I guess is the way that I will say, against
they got
SLT.
One map. They got one map, okay?
Essentially 3-0 if you alienate that first map, but anywho. Back into the thick of things, folks. D plus Kia after the talk with a buy here. A couple of ults already in play and a bit of pressure on the rope. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is what we call the no-no rope in the middle of a round.
Yeah, that's it. He got a little bit concerned. I wonder if he accidentally pressed it on mistake there. He looked like he was...
He got pressured, he got concussed.
Yeah, well, that's it. He was worried about the Prowler coming in as well. RDW will be able to destroy that one for the time being. They're already out in towards the sands with the relay bolt. Will keep them at bay.
Yeah, that's all of the abilities of Allow actually gone and a Nightfall invested.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight into it. And look at this position from Estrella as well. He's ready for RDW as soon as this one does fade away. But looks like RDW is in the exact same merit. I think Allow is watching that line, so RD needs to be very, very careful about how he peeks that one. Only a couple of seconds left on that Sky Smoke, but he hasn't spotted it. So they are going to spot back in towards Link. I think maybe they think there's a potential chance of a rotation out here. Lakia, though, moving on in. There's 1 and 2 from RDW. Can he spot Allow, though? No. Information gathered. RDW gets 3, but in this pressure position, he still needs to find 2 more, and now as Allow, top of the site, very, very low in HP. RDW, if he grabs this, if he goes up the rope, he might be able to get out, because look at this rotation coming through. Allow trying to play the off angle.
20 seconds.
Exactly. Time is not in the play for RDW. He just has to check the right line. He just has to find this control of the site. If he gets moving and if he clears this one, it might be a bad one, but in the end, Allow, his patience will be a virtue, and a 3K for the Neon on site. Bonkers. They tried, but it just wasn't enough in that Sands position.
Yeah, Allow just locking down the fort on the side as well. Just very happy to dance around, make the site work for him in those positions as well. His teammates playing over at the spawn area. They do overlook RDW, where miraculously manages to find Exy despite the low HP at the end. But unfortunately for Bonkers there, just all the other teammates died. RDW, it's a very difficult situation with time being an issue there too. But no, credit to D plus Kia just hitting their shots where they need to, and they get that round.
Starts off super awkward, you know, Dragon dying on the rope to start really must just thrown him into a bit of a disarray.
For sure. Does have access to the lockdown here, but you always have to remember that the orbital strike from Exy is going to keep that in check as well. You almost need to be getting an opening frag, remove the smokes, remove that important ultimate, because unless you use it as bait, that's not going to happen. It's quick in from Lou here, however, though, and he finds Esperanza.
That's beautiful. He's only 1 away now from the showstopper as well, so he's in a really great position. Well, no! I was going to say, Exy, I thought he was dead for rights, but he's managed to find 2 here. Minimize can afford the trade here. So what do the ultimates look like? Dragon does have that. Will pop the lockdown. Now the pressure's on. I think that was actually a teammate relay bolt as well, making it awkward. Allow has to get moving here with the overdrive, but it's going to be RDW to get 2. Now Estrella, 1 versus 2 situation. Dragon does make it awkward. No detainees off the back of that, but it is going to be Dragon. Beautiful utility usage from Bonkers. Again, this is that confidence that you need from them. You're a minor region, you know how good you are locally, but if you don't go hard, you don't go balls to the wall, it's just not going to work out, and it does again for Bonkers.
And the tendencies showing once more for D plus Kia that they're trying to disrespect Bonkers in the time. They're playing in a lockdown, wanting to go and destroy it. Don't let Bonkers get comfortable when they have that plant. You can see that the overdrive is popped for Allow as well, but they're just forgetting that the tree stairs are open. You have to be careful of where RDW is playing as well, because the crossfire at that later stage of that plant scenario, or rather the early stage when it goes down at that point, is just already enough time for Bonkers to actually set up. Good shots again, hit by RDW and Co. Dragon to get the finisher. and it's flowing. They're hyped, they're fist bumping, they're yelling, the crowd's helping them, supporting them. It's just a good atmosphere that is helping Bonkers, and of course, they already had a series to weather out the stage. D plus Kia haven't had that just yet, so they're still in a little bit of an adjustment phase.
Yeah. And it is funny, right? Because, you know, you never want to be in a position where you can actually sort of really throw it out and be like, ugh, you know, these delays, that was the reason we lost. Because everyone was a part of it, right? You know, Scars experienced the exact same thing. And, you know, they were pretty confident. And they were pretty happy to, you know, close out very, very strong. So with the way the Bonkers have recovered and have been able to kind of iron out whatever kinks they might have, they are looking great, but again, I cannot give this any merit until it gets closer and closer towards the end of the first map because, as we said, D plus Kia, incredible region, incredibly strong roster. You know, you're never going to count them out at all.
Yeah, and a round such as this as well with a hero rifle already removed off the board from a quick peek over at the tree. You do lose Minimize, but it is an eco, and if you can figure that out, it's going to be well placed for Bonkers to try and get 6 on the attack.
Yeah, that's a massive Prowler there, able to clear out the close corner. Lou has actually popped the showstopper, which is a pretty bold play. Yeah, exactly. They've got that info. Dragon on the flank here could be a massive position. Throws out the showstopper. Not going to get anything off the back of it, but if he can't quite find Estrella here, surely they've hurt him. Absolutely, yeah. Lou going to be dropped, but they do get a couple more. Orbital strike used, so...
Actually, that's not bad from Bonkers. Yes, they used the showstopper from Lou, but they've baited out that orbital strike, and really only for Exy because the lockdown from Dragon was used, right? So it kind of opens up the lockdown to be used for damage, for map pressure.
Now they've got the Nightfall and the orbital strike on the Bonker side as well, so yeah, it's a pretty decent trade.
And I think one of the biggest things here is that's 6 rounds. That's all Bonkers have gotten so far. And there's rounds to play. There's spare rounds already here. So they could only go up from here. But for D plus Kia, Mitch, that's on the back of a timeout previously, that it's still not really working for them at the moment. They come in with the buy with all the light shields. They have access to this lockdown. But again, we're kind of flipping the scenario now where Watt actually has his orbital strike to keep that in check.
Yeah, for sure. Lots of pressure on their shoulders, as we mentioned.
Playing again with more players over at the A side for D plus Kia. Early pressure allows not going to be completely just getting in that high gear and going up through the holes in towards their spawn. The turret from Dragon is actually going to keep a little bit of an eye on that. So if Bonkers do want to transition over to this B side, they're going to have to first spot out where Exy is, playing that spot line towards Arcade. But then more importantly for Esperanza, he's got that lockdown as well, remember? So that can just be a deterrent.
Inside main. There's going to be a little bit of a battle here in just a second. RDW Alau's going to be able to get the trade. Fast lane used, and he's going to get out of there with the high gear as well. So Dragon creeps back in. They should get some information shortly. Alau, he's going to be in a horrible position. Look at this. The utility is absolutely everywhere. Locking him in, locking him down, but it's not going to matter when you've got a monster like Exy to deny any sort of ability move. Now into the heaven. Esperanza is going to be watching. Dragon does get the info, but Esperanza finds the frag, and the amount of utility they tried to use to count out Alau. He just hop, skips, and jumps into the corner.
It's a lot better from D plus Kia as well. The fact that he wins that duel, gets the trade in the holes too, means that he can still, you know, frolic around the site. You see that the well, the orbital strike is used, but before that, it was actually the fault line to try and keep you on the side. The only way you're getting out of a situation like that is if you are a Neon or something like a Jet with a Tailwind already activated to dash out, right? Just a quick snap from him as well. Relay bolt into main to make sure that no one of Bonkers is actually already pushed up. So quick and reactive to try and just get out of a sticky situation like that, and then your teammates can come in for the fight in knowing that Bonkers are flooding out of Dish. It just chops them up nicely.
I wonder if there was maybe a level of hesitation there because they didn't quite get out of position as you would have thought, you know, up near Rope, out near Link. They were able to get out nice and quickly here, D plus Kia, and Bonkers, you know, they were making their way up so quickly, but Dragon lagging behind just a little bit, didn't quite get to catch out Alau as he crossed back to sort of the stairs, right? But they try to throw everything in.
Yeah,
Can't think too much
paint shells
into it.
didn't reach far enough, so there was a bit of a safe corner.
But he did well. As you mentioned, if it was any other agent, he wouldn't have been able to get out of that at all.
It's got to be one of those rounds as well where D plus Kia, they get the round. kind of convincingly as well when you think about the positions that they're able to get those frags from. 3 players surviving is the pass mark when you go in with the lighter shield as well. But more importantly, I think for right now, you've flustered Bonkers a little bit to use a timeout. And yes, we've got 2 more rounds to go here, but that importance of making them use a timeout to settle things down too can actually help to try and tie things up here.
Yeah. 2 more rounds left in the half, Komodo. Plenty of time to have a bit of a resurgence from D+ Kia.
Lockdown now can be used for Esperanza, either to stall Bonkers from getting in anywhere. But this is fast. Actually, this is huge.
Very, very quick. The fault line, it does go through, and now Estrella's going to be actually popping that Rolling Thunder as well. It is very, very rough, but the utility, it's there. However, Allow can get into position on this flank. Now RDW has to try and start a step. He does punish another, though. In this 1 versus 3, it's certainly winnable, but as the C's comes out, as this utility goes out, he's already dropped 1 in this process, and all they need to do is just peek together.
Yeah. It's 1 versus 2, and he's already won one of these, remember? He's gotten the clutch. He will have access to that Haunt in 20, and he does have the ultimate, but do you justify using it in a round like this? If he can get the plant and force out Esperanza's lockdown, maybe it's in an open area, that would kind of be a way, but the fact that D+ Kia at the moment are playing split, you're probably expecting them to wait and see where RDW is coming from. I'm just not convinced if they're going to play together or if they want to play, you know, individually, thinking that they are just that much better than RDW.
I don't know what he's going to try pull here. He has managed to get a little bit of luck in the timing as to where they're going, because I feel like D+ Kia, they were saying they're thinking, okay, we can play this split, we can play the 1v1s, but
if he sees the turret and it's down, he'll know they're not here.
Yeah, he should have that info immediately. Yeah, he spotted it. There you go, straight away. So now he's going to be able to get that plant nice and open, has the Haunt, has the Seas, has the Nightfall.
Where does
How
he play?
quickly does he use the because they've got to rotate so far. 15 seconds is already going to be burnt.
He just saw that popped up as well, so he has an idea. If he waits a couple seconds for the spawn, he should know that they're coming from defender spawn at the moment, and that nano swarm at the tree stairs was just popped. So RDW, you got a Haunt, a Seize, and a Nightfall. Now that lockdown is out, it's actually going to force him to be stuck in this corner. He's safe, but if they clear this one, they'll get him.
They have so far to go, though. You know, 5 seconds left. They've got to get moving on towards this site now, and there is no utility to kind of block them off, so they might be able to look to get at the half. He is going to be able to get onto that line. Does he peek the first? Yes, he does. There's the Haunt. It's available. Nightfall now can be sent out. It's winnable. It's doable. And RDW continues to be a monster. 4-time champion.
Last round.
And he's done it in the clutch again against one of the fierce foes in APAC.
A bronze medal from the last one for the 1 versus 2. You get it again and you're elevated to a silver. We're waiting for him to go for gold. At 7, it's the half at least secured for Bonkers. And for D+ Kia, flustered a little bit on the tail end of that round as well. A 1 versus 2 where he has been spotted out. And you can just tell in that last little one-on-one that because the spike is half-ticked, you're not expecting RDW to peak. Pros don't fake, as they say, but with a Nightfall in, he's backed himself, he's won the round, and we're quick into another yet again. Esperanza for the opener, and he still wants to go.
That's going to get 2 of them as well. That makes it really, really awkward. They've invested so much here. Komodo, RDW picking up Exi as well. This is just an absolute quick change of pace. The alarm bot's going to go in for sure, but Lakia and Allow are heading in from the flank position here. Spike is going to go down.
Yeah, and he can't get the Nightfall because if he wanted that orb, it would have revealed his position. He has to go for a kill.
Not enough time to pull that one away with the Spike going down anyway, but there's Lakia to be able to find it. Does get the Nightfall off the back of that. Now the fast lane pop, the relay bolt sent in. They get some info as well. Now they know exactly where what is, but that relay bolt isn't going to go far enough. They do try to spot. They do try to hold this further info. They had such a fantastic start here, Bonkers, but it looks like it might not be working out for them. Monster response from D+ Kia. Animals breaking out of the cage as they bring it to a 5-7 half. This game is electric.
And that Nightfall as well, only revealing what meant that they knew he had to be in a close corner. You have that relay bolt still available as allowed, and it's just pop both of them on a swing. That is the worst bit of utility that Bonkers could have received from D+ Kia in a scenario like that, which makes things very exciting for D+ Kia here. An 8-4 half looks a little bit more worrisome than a 7-5, but I will remind you from what I said earlier on at the beginning of this, the attacker's side is more suited to D+ Kia. Now they go on to that. A pistol and a secondary round means we will be tied up going into a bonus. So that's the kind of avenue that we are looking at for D+ Kia at the moment.
All we can really do, take a breather at this point in time.
You could also see at the back of that round, Papa Smurf fist to the desk.
Yeah,
He was a little
yeah,
bit agitated, thought that they were going to be able to get that round.
As
and,
you would be.
and you would think that as well. In the scenario where they overwhelm Dish, they get through the holes too, they get the plant where they want, and they have a player advantage. A 3 versus 2 when the spike goes down. That's D plus Kia showing quickly their resilience to get back into a situation.
4v2, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure, because they managed to get those 2 opening picks. We did see Lou go down straight away, but the Rolling Thunder from Minimize used immediately. So the fact that they were able to respond so nicely was incredible. But then, again, they just didn't quite set themselves up in A main for the effective trade. That's why we were able to see Allow and Lakia respond so nicely, come in from the flank through drop. No one there as well. You know, no one left that side. They all did funnel into A main.
And the difference, if what, he still had the incendiary. That can buy 8 seconds if he was safe to be able to shoot that. But he I guess not knowing the timing on when D plus Kia were going to arrive to the site, get stuck in the corner, gets altered, doesn't know if they're actually getting close to him. You could see that they went for the jump spot as well, and that's why what swung,
As he jumped, missed the timing.
Yeah.
It's a roughie, but you can still put that position down. That's one thing that D plus and a lot of these other teams here are good at, is effective trading, and Bonkers can let themselves down.
I'm going to be interested to see Allow on this attacker's side. Neon can suggest really fast plays. He was getting quick into their spawn, remember, on flanking maneuvers previously, but for right now, it's just a little bit of a how do you do, isn't it? Testing the waters, seeing what's out there. Bonkers have 3 players ready to react on the back of a turret at the holes, but it's going to be D plus Kia looking to get excited to the B side of things. Watt playing a little bit deeper, Lou playing in the canteen.
They're completely off the site. Not really looking to fight it early, are they? They've got the A-main responses.
Yeah, the smoke got dropped at B as well, so that's just going to keep a little bit of pressure there, a little bit of nuance as well. You don't know who's on the back of that.
It's going to be a big fight.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Pace it up. They're so ready. The turret will get spotted just off the second of it. They are going to swap some weaponry, so
Allow's going in quick.
They want Allow with the frenzy. Okay, here's the test. Bonkers. Are you going to be ready for it? There's 3 members to defend against 5, and as soon as that information comes out, Dragon does get spotted immediately, and Exy, another response as well. RDW does get 1, and he goes for the right click, but it's not enough. Has done some damage. Allow and Exy are very low, but it's just not going to matter when you're that bloody good. Huge plays from D plus Kia, even with the utility thrown down by Bonkers. They were just ready for it.
Yeah, the thing is as well, when Bonkers get the idea that D plus Kia are there from the utility dropping and they rip their own pieces of util, you could already see that Estrella was ready with the fault line of his own to just go on in, and it caught them, right? Dragon and Minimize taken out, then RDW does what he tries to do, but at the end of the day, because you're stunned up, you don't have that, access to be able to hit the shots rapidly for a multi-frag. Pistol collected from D plus Kia, and that's what I said, right? We would probably see a tied game if that pistol goes their way. They pick it up. It's going to be the classic round from Bonkers. Although Watt does get a Sheriff into the mix. We'll see what he might be able to find with that one. It does mean that this series is going to get mighty close on Fracture.
Yeah. That is absolutely for sure. I do remind you, though, Komodo, that D plus Kia picked up the pistol and the second round on the previous half.
Yep.
Bonkers didn't need any of it. One thing that, again, the locale of Oceania, not exactly the best at winning those pistols, especially when overseas.
This time as well, that smoke has been dropped early from Bonkers.
They're ready to burst through here.
It's risky.
Are they just going to wait? I think they are. They're not going to walk through at all. They're just going to wait for the smoke to pop, and there's only... Oh, never mind. There's 4 members here. Okay. That's going to be a roughie.
Yep.
The second we had the other members rock up, it was like, yeah, okay, this could have worked maybe against a 4v2, but Allow really starting to throw some frags together now. Dragon is going to wrap his way across the rope to see if he can do anything towards the tree, but I think Allow's already ready for it, so this is going to be a nice, handsome little 4K. And that's a massive ego booster for Allow, as now the scoreline is tied up for the very first time.
I think at the start of the series as well, Allow hadn't seen an opponent for the first 3 rounds. He was sitting on all donuts, so he's into it early on,
15
getting
kills.
closer to the overdrive, and also, marking himself with 15 kills is just going to be big for him. The confidence levels, hitting your shots, he's starting to get warm into this too, but now we're tied up. 7 apiece. This is the time that we'll get the guns from Bonkers, and we'll get a bit of an idea on how they try to attack differently on this defensive side, right? Yeah. Will they look aggressive? Will they look a little bit more passive and measured? They are leaving Dragon to his own devices over at A and playing a 4-player stack over at B, where D plus Kia have been going towards in the start already in these 2 rounds, getting the smoke baited out from Watt. You know, the difference where you've got 1 used early and have 2 to use instead of 3 for a retake, it can be quite a large thing.
Minimize is ready for this peak, but I don't know if they want to take it. Such a bold decision to try and fight early.
Yeah, and as I said, Watt only has 2 Sky Smokes at the moment, so if you're trying to stall out D plus Kia, you won't have any for a possible retake.
But no eyes at the moment available. They're just waiting patiently. Still having a bit of a spot towards Arcade. D plus have definitely got their eyes on the B site prize, but it's very a slow approach.
Yeah, we're going to be expecting the Haunt to go in from Larky up, maybe a Seize as well if you can get that over towards Dice and try to just isolate a few angles, but at the moment, it's just looking like a contact play. Esperanza, he's going to be seen, he's going to force Lou into the site where D plus Kia are already starting to get in.
Yeah, here it is, very, very fast here. The utility should be there for them to do it well, and they will indeed. It is going to be 2 for Minimize and 1 for Lou, RDW to wrap things up as well.
They knew
now
he was here.
all onto Esperanza, and they heard the little clip of the chain onto the rope. Unfortunately, no belay up will be there available. Minimize is going to drop him off the top of the holds. And now Bonkers, you know, they allowed D plus Kia to get the tied scoreline back up, but they have denied it immediately.
Yep.
They were successful winning the last half's bonus, against the last half bonus round, but then they were able to convert as well the first gun round of the half too. So are they going to be able to do this again? It's an important one to do.
The engines are on though for D plus Kia.
Yeah.
They've got 2 players, 1 away from ultimates. They've got 1 already, you know, that will be really big, I do feel, in that night. Rolling Thunder from Estrella. If Allows able to get that overdrive, it could be a rare Rapid in. But speaking about Rapid, Bonkers are already through the tree. This is space. This is letting Dragon know as well that he actually has to be a little bit more prepared because D plus Kia aren't at the tree where they've been going a couple of these previous rounds. Where do you think they are actually coming from? Is it going to be Dish? Is it going to be Arcade where Esperanza's been lurking about later on? Or are they just going to be completely gaining silence into the holes? Right now, they're all crossing that no-no rope.
Yeah, they've got to be careful here if Esperanza is absolutely ready, but they will get taken by RDW now. Maybe not too much over-aggression. Yeah, exactly right. They're happy to start this rotation now, and it's an appropriate one because Lakia waiting at the top of drop. The turret is there. We'll gather some info. Dragon's got all of his utility, but it is, at least for the fall-off, it may actually be worth Komodo them letting him in.
Will Estrella get the orb, though, to get the Rolling Thunder? He will. Use it to the site. That'll ping out Dragon. Bonkers need to go for a fight here.
There it is. They've used it. Again, let him in. Let him run on in, right? Lou, he's got the utility. He's going to be able to hold it for a long enough time. Dragon does get 1 as well, but Estrella and Allow, they are trading it out nicely. Now into the 1-on-2.
He'll get the orbital on this plant, but can he use it? Can he justify using it? Split angles from Bonkers.
Exactly. They're coming in from 2 different directions. He might have to pay the postman, but it's not going to matter at all because RDW will swing out at the appropriate time, and he will close another round for Bonkers. 9. Already going leaps and bounds over what I think anyone would have been predicting here in this opening map. It's the map selection, of course, of D plus Kia and Bonkers. Again, you know, they are, no matter what anyone wants to say, they might have fans, but they're going to be the underdog every single damn day.
Yep, definitely agree with that one. I mean, signs of life for D plus Kia in that round as well, right? Yeah, they lose the opening frag to where Esperanza goes down, but then when that drop and dish push comes on through, the Rolling Thunder tags it up, they get a kill. It's just kind of in that chaos where Bonkers a little bit more protected on the site, the nature of having that applicable on the defensive side too. So very well placed out for Bonkers to get the round. Yeah, well and sure, but for D plus Kia, now they've got Exy with that orbital. Allow's going to be ripping the overdrive here, you would expect if they get any ideas, but hang on a second. Lou is already using a showstopper, but it's Esperanza getting some diff onto Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a little bit of an awkward one here. You know, Bonkers are throwing a lot of the eggs into the basket of some of these rounds where the lesser equipment comes out for D plus Kia.
Oh, RDW.
That's going to be rough.
Yeah.
Straight into the claws of Estrella again, who is absolutely popping off in this map, the in-game leader.
And that probably changes as well, the thought process of Allow with the overdrive. You'd use that for some entry level, but if you've got a 5 versus 3, you don't necessarily need to be using that. You've got still a couple of players with lesser weapons, but remember, you've gotten kills in the A holes. You can grab that gun after plant.
Now with no Dragon alive, all the utilities gone, Estrella does actually manage to spot out another. So this is really a round that's been tossed into the proverbial trash can for Bonkers. Watt does manage to at least respond with 1. If he had a second there could have been a potential world, but now it's all left on to Lou. Doesn't have the showstopper available. Obviously used it a little bit earlier, but they line up. Hang on, just a second, Komodo. Exactly right. The spike is planted. Now he'll send that door open. He has to reload. He has to move on in. Lakia is playing a disgusting off angle here. Has the paint shells available. Will be able to look for the clear, but no. There was no way that ever Lou should have been winning that round, and Lakia keeps his composure. The off angle was perfect to punish that position, but man, Lou made it exciting.
Yeah, and if Lou was to take the time to try and check every single angle to figure out where Lakia was, there would have been no time to go for the defuse. So he kind of had to just go in a little bit quick. Paint shells were used on the site to clear one possible position, the Roomba, the Boombot as well. So it's just trying to follow in your own individual protocols when you've got that raised kit. But yeah, well steadfast for Lakia. Bit of an off angle to get that round, and now into the new one as well. It is going to be quick once again from Lou. He tried it earlier, it didn't succeed. This time finds the opener, maybe a second. No.
I was going to say, he had some confidence off the back of that, but look at the damage he's actually been able to secure. Esperanza, Lakia, taken very low. Minimize has to get away, but what is going to destroy Allow? That's a very pesky member here. He was full HP Komodo on the way in.
Esperanza and Lakia are both quite low here.
Absolutely, and look, Watt's only one away from that orbital strike as well. Minimize the exact same thing with the Rolling Thunder. Now Dragon might actually be able to get the catch onto Exy here. What a one-tap, and another! Dragon breathing fire down the backs here as Lakia. He clutched out the 1v1 previously, but now he's got a 1v4 ahead of him. He moves towards the generators, but he's going to need a lot more than power here. Do they get the spot? Yes, they do. And what with the judge, jury, and executioner as bonkers, they get double digits.
Yeah, they weather around that definitely could have tied things up for D plus Kia and put the ball in their half of the court, right? 4 alive for Bonkers as well on the back of Lou, yet again getting aggression over to Arcade. Nicely done.
For ultimates, 3 of them available. And obviously that previous round where we did get it secured by D plus Kia, their economy may not be the greatest. I'll have to have another look at it in just a second, but are they going to be dropping down to not much? Yeah, it ain't great, Komodo. Like, they're even confused about what potential decision-making they need to look for here.
The thing in a situation like this as well, you could have that molly lineup from Exy to land over at B Tower and try to go in with something like a Nightfall and an Orbital Strike combo. He's actually setting up the molly that I was suggesting too, but the problem for Bonkers is they haven't really shown a tendency to play in the tower at the moment on that defensive side, right? It's only been that pistol round that they were kind of hell-bent in playing in that position. So a little bit different for the early stages here. We'll see if D plus Kia actually want to try and drop in any of these ultimates, but this is going to be one of the rounds for Bonkers to get 11 on the board, and then they've still got economy to try and get 12. If one goes the other way, they've got that padding. So the entry into this site right now for D plus Kia, if they get that plant and there's no kills, this is going to just be a massive scrimmage.
Free entry in the club. It's not a common sort of thing that you see these days, but apparently they're going to allow it. But the bodyguards of Bonkers are going to be moving in. They did catch Exy there, so they are going to move through the sky smoke, but are they going to be ready for the clear here? Yes, the answer is good, but it is Esperanza to get a response. Now what? Popping the orbital strike, but it does make it a little awkward. Finds Esperanza in the process. He was being a pesky little bugger in that corner, but now a couple of members in towards Arcade. There is the flank though from Estrella. They don't know where he is. They didn't get that information, and now look where Allow is inside the smoke. He will clear. Had no idea. My God! D plus Kia, that is an incredible run, playing Marco Polo or something. Nobody knew where they were. Bonkers completely blind, and D plus Kia again secure a round they had no business winning.
Now you want to know why they didn't know? They didn't have audio. Nightfall rips, caught the players. They didn't exactly know what was happening. And you can just see as well for Estrella, a contingency in play. If he felt the pressure, the Rolling Thunder was to go in, and it did as well. Really nicely done from D plus Kia, just straight in towards the B site, setting up for that post plant, not allowing Bonkers a way back in. And now of which, with the credit mark for them, they have to be a little bit respectful. Go onto a bit of a half buy, see what this hero gun of Lou can do, because he's going to be one away from the showstopper as well, which these taps do get him.
Massive. I love that, the fact that he fell away just there. He saw a couple more heads, but he didn't want to tap them at all.
Oh, and the pressure as well. Because they've smoked that off and they went for the frag, D plus Kia for the next couple of seconds just have to be careful and expect a bit of more tree pressure, but they don't know what's on the back of that sky smoke. This is just wasted time that is going to help Bonkers figure out how they're going to continue to win this advantage round.
Parking's expensive too, so they don't want to be sitting there for too long. Reconvened around the tree, but for the time being, they will be patient. Another sky smoke dropped, of course, by Watt. We'll give them some extra spacing, but again, you know, Lou is the only one with a set of weaponry here, so 50 seconds left. They do set their eyes towards A.
No, they didn't throw the gun out of the map. That could be interesting if we do get a later flank from a Bonkers member. They can go and grab that, but at the moment, you're only seeing RDW at the A site. A couple of pings on the map as well, but it almost just has to be shifted into a retake from Bonkers here. They have to give the site. Exi will have that orbital. Will Lou use the showstopper? Will Dragon use the lockdown? Oh, this next couple of seconds is going to be big.
Destroyed the nano. I was going to say that was going to be one of the most important bits there, but unfortunately it won't quite work out. So this orbital strike, it is up and available for Exi. Dragon has the lockdown and Lou has the showstopper. So it's a round that's winnable. It's a round that's doable, but...
Clear the sands, nice.
Okay. Lockdown, it has been utilized. They want to get wriggling, they want to get moving, and they will start to do it, but Lakia is in position. The Haunt does go a little bit too far, and he will be able to stop one and a second, but Dragon gets the trade. Lou another, and now they're both so far away. They have the Molotov lineup. Dragon's going to be able to get it. He absolutely can. If he holds on, if he keeps doing it. My man has balls of steel here as Dragon gets the job done. I love to see that. They were just early enough, and that's the thing. Some of these post-plant meta are incredible, right? But
one of the tidbits that I see there is Esperanza threw both of the nano swarms on the same spot on the spike. So all it took was one bullet to destroy them, and when you get that spike half defused, the incendiary cannot tackle you down. You will get that defused, so that is huge. From the beginning frag of Lou, catching them off guard, and then with the lesser weaponry, with hardly anything, that was chef's kiss.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes they say let them cook, and this is exactly what Bonkers are doing right now. Now RDW holding that line, Fade Operator. It's not exactly common, but it's bloody beautiful when he throws it out. Allows also punished as well, Bonkers. They're only one round away from putting this to 12 now, Komodo, and the money is going to be still decent, I guess, for D plus Kia, so it's going to be a duke out regardless.
Yeah, remember as well, Dragon with that lockdown, it wasn't destroyed by Exi's orbital, but this is going to be a way back in for D plus Kia. You take out Dragon, it goes from that 3 versus 5, which is really scary, to now one more kill in this round to try and just equalize things before a plant.
It's another thing again where Dragon's gone down and all of his utility becomes null and void. They can't leave him alone without him having here.
Flash in, see how Bonkers get this retake on.
Absolutely, they are going to move in very, very quickly off the back of it. A couple inside main here, just leaving Lakia, who again has had so much impact. They know where the turret is, but what? He's slowly starting to creep in. If he just gathers some info, at least tries to throw them off guard. There it is, it's going to be one and a second. What? He's had a massive round here, so it's all on the Lakia, but never count this man out, Komodo. He looks for another, but it is going to be Lou, who has been backing himself left, right, and center. Bonkers. It's map point on Fracture.
And they've just equalized the amount of rounds they have in this tournament so far as well.
They
From
did.
the 13-6, 13-6 to now finding map point first. Not even in an overtime state, I mind you. They have got 3 rounds of cushioning right now to try and close out Fracture and show Pacific who they are, what this means to them.
A silly little team with silly little jerseys is Bonkers, and all of a sudden they decide to rock up to Thailand, get the Bonk logo embroidered. No org, nothing necessary.
One thing I will say, though, for D plus Kia is they have a lot of pieces to this puzzle at the moment to try and start to get back into this, to tie it up, to go to overtime.
Interesting statistic, I think, on the table right now is the fact that no matter the scoreline, D plus Kia, everyone's fragging.
Yeah.
On the other side, we did see have a little bit of a resurgence from what we've seen a lot of utility being used correctly, but it's been RDW and Lou who have been the powerhouses, which I guess excites me, but at the same time, it does give me some fear because Dragon has been pretty quiet. So that's a good thing, I suppose. You know, he's still kind of someone that can be there and can show up when necessary, but hasn't needed to yet. But that's what I mean about D plus Kia. When everyone is operating correctly, it puts the pressure on so much harder to a team that might have someone going absolutely nuts, not quite living up to the fray. It's a perfect example of John Olsen in full sense against Xerxia in that grand final.
Yeah, but for right now, of course, D plus Kia haven't been in a situation like this in quite a little bit, right? That grand final when they lost that first map, the next 3 would just, it didn't even know, you wouldn't know that they were playing another team. That's how good it was, right? So they have all of their experience to rely upon right now to get back into this one. Fracture, their map pick, remember.
Something fast. That's what D plus Kia want to do. That's how they want to try and close this here, and it is going to be minimized. Missing the opening shot, so that allows his teammate to go down. Watt does manage to destroy one with the orbital strike, but Dragon gets one as well. Back to this 3 versus 3. The utility has been felled one more time, but at least they're going to be able to take point into the site nice and early, but they peek out. Minimize. How's he got away with that? Allow. He catches up from his missed shots here as now that spike does get planted.
Remember, operator though for RDW, he can watch one line, but that might just be it.
Exactly right. It's always tough and challenging on that retake, but Estrella sitting from that position that Lakia, he sat in previously. But this time, it's not going to matter because, ladies and gentlemen, Bonkers have done the unbelievable. They have walked away with map number 1 here on Fracture. And now, whilst I'm excited, I'm sure everyone watching along who's a Bonkers fan will be as well. It ain't done. It ain't over. Bind is around the corner, and they still need to make that happen. Lotus available as well if necessary. But that is such a statement to be coming out from Bonkers. You mentioned it, Komodo. 5 and 6 rounds. Bugger all to be working with in those opening 2 maps of the first series against Scars. But now they've taken down D plus Kia.
Hey, Mitch, how many pistols did Bonkers get?
0.
0.
0
4
pistols.
rounds for D plus
We
Kia
don't need them.
on the back of pistols and the secondary. The no bonus for them was the start that Bonkers needed as well to get started back into the series. But looking on the brighter side of things for D plus Kia, right? The first map done and dusted. Any nerves that they potentially had should be sated now. It should be gone. They should be prepared, ready to go over towards Bind, because that for them is probably a map that they would have been expecting to go in here. Removing Pearl, you know, removing what Bonkers might like to play. I was kind of, you know, dwelling upon this just before the series as well. If we were looking to get to a Lotus, it had to be with Bonkers getting a map. We've already got that now. So for Bonkers, this is for them looking pretty prominent for Bind.
The most important map of the series to be winning here on Fracture, and they have done exactly that. So without further ado, we're going to give you guys a little bit of a rest before we bring back Mac and warm up for Bind. Don't go anywhere.
How good? For me, for Oceania, for the predictions, for Conky. How you feeling over there, Dion, huh?
I'm going to spin this and say, if Bonkers win, it's a 2-0. Great for Oceania. If they don't, we get Lotus. So I'm okay.
True. We haven't seen any Lotus yet. I would be very interested if we did go all the way. But look, Bind, of course, is going to be Bonky Boy's map pick. D+, Kia, going to be starting on the attack there, but let's not talk about that. Let's just still bask in the glory of what was such a great game of Valorant. You guys said it as well. Look, managed to pick up those pistols, get just a couple of rounds off the back of it, but overall, Bonkers especially in that first half just looked immaculate. RDW, so many 1vx attempts, and then also, when everyone else was alive, just managing to lock down those rounds. Him and Lou really becoming the dream team for Bonkers today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like the one thing that I was, and I'm always regularly critical about it in just regards to Oceanic teams in general, we lack confidence overseas quite regularly, right? And that was something that we witnessed in that opening series against Scars. But this one, not at all. RDW was looking hot. Lou was looking really hot as well. And I don't think it was a bad-looking D+ Kia as opposed to a really, really good-looking Bonkers.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest factors as well that actually hindered D+ Kia was that Allow wasn't getting entry frags. He wasn't getting opening kills. We only see really 2 from him. And you can see it on this graphic as well. It's not enough in my mind when you've got Lou coming out with 5, when you've got RDW coming out with 4. You also add those clutches that RDW got. You know, a 1 versus 3 and a 1 versus 2, and then just all the multi-frags that the rest of the team was getting. The only player in this series that didn't get a multi-frag was Minimize on the 2K. He did better with the 3K for sure, but just the reactive quickness from Bonkers to just get multi-frags and try and seal the deal on a lot of them was insane.
Maybe D+ Kia are just a little bit too sharp, right? I'm looking at some of the stats, and almost all of them, they all have above 25% headshot percentage. Some are almost hitting 40, and that's crazy, right? That's crazy accurate.
Yeah.
But in terms of the kills, they just didn't get where they needed to be. So, look, overall, as a unit, it looks like Lou was really prepared backstage. You know, he was the one that was actually chilling out. Everyone else was being a little bit crazy earlier on. But yeah, 4 rounds the difference in the end. And you're looking at the post plants, D+ Kia just couldn't hold Bonkers on those retakes. And that is where the game was won. That is where the game was sold. And look, Fracture, it was a fun damn time, but let's start to shift this conversation back towards Bind. And Bonkers, we know they love a little bit of Bind. We know that they have an interesting composition. This is where we have been seeing Dragon pick up the Gecko, which, you know, internationally hasn't been seen a huge amount. So, you know, they're trying to stay creative. But do you think they're going to go back to something a bit more tried and true, or do you think they're going to lock in the same comp?
So I actually think that they're going to have to just go with the comp that they're comfortable on. And the reason that I say that is because Bind is not played from D+ Kia. So that's going to be a bit of a secret. They've played it like once this year, and they lost 4-13 with a pretty standard conventional comp. You know, they had Breach, Brimstone, Jet, Raze, and Sky. So running in with a double duelist on D+ Kia's side. And we know how unconventional Bonkers lineup is going to be, but I still just think, you know, they still had a good start on that defensive side in their opening series, right? The first map with the nerves, those nerves are bloody well gone. So if they're going in with a comfortable composition, knowing that they can, you know, back themselves, I think that's the important thing that they need to do here, they can get this map.
You think you're talking about nerves, right? This, of course, is D+ Kia's first game up on the stage. First time we've seen them, so maybe they're the ones getting through a couple of these nerves. Maybe they're the ones that are
we can just
shaking
never
in
even
their
consider
boots.
it, right? Like they're just such a good team and they're so professional. Like you see them walking around, everything's legit. They're all in order. They all have matching shoes, even, which is just like Sigma grind set business.
Yeah, they do.
Every single pair of shoes is the same.
Yeah.
Crazy.
We should match shoes. You're matching shirts now. We'll get matching shoes tomorrow.
We'll go shopping. It's fine.
Well, you need to buy. I'm busy. Of course, you need to shop for me.
Yeah. We've
I'm
got some exciting
size
plans.
9 US.
Okay, perfect.
Just remember that.
Small feet.
Small.
Hey, don't expose me on broadcast, all right? Strong feet.
Strong
all right?
feet.
Fast feet.
Okay.
They are small feet. That's all right. Don't expose me like this. All right, let's keep the conversation on Valorant. All right. So, are we going to see that Gecko? Are we going to see maybe a bit of Chamber coming in? We've seen some teams really enjoying the Chamber. It's had mixed results, but yesterday when Winner picked it up, it looked really damn good.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not expecting it from Bonkers. If it's going to come out, it would be on the side of D+ Kia. And the only reason that I say that is because it's not a map they've been playing recently.
Yeah.
You look at map pools, right? You're always going to have like a kind of ban map that you want to get rid of. You maybe have 2 instead of an instant ban. When you're not playing a map and it comes into a series and you're allowing it, it's generally because, number one, you've been prepping it behind behind the scenes and you're comfortable to play it if it pops up. But number two as well, did they do research on Bonkers? Coming to an event like this, you're watching their previous series, you're looking and saying, hey, yeah, they were okay on Bind in the very beginning. If we can get a good start, we can probably close that out as well, regardless if we've been playing it. Because you know coming into this, Bonkers being the underdogs, D plus Kia are just going to have the extra excitement and elevation, thinking they are so much better than Bonkers. But hey, what just happened then? Bonkers got the map, so I think they have to kind of bring them down to size, and you know, they're not mortal. Well, they are mortal.
They are mortal.
They are immortal, not immortal. Yeah.
I'm just having a quick look. I wanted to see what Lakia played. Looks like he played the Sky last time they went in on Bind. So keen to see what he does on that. I love when, you know, Skies can really get going. Obviously, Guiding Light's very useful reconnaissance tool. You know, you can say a similar thing when he was playing the Fade. Then you get some good haunts out. That can obviously give some false info. People see it coming. You can hide around the corners. Guiding Light, I feel like it's a bit more snappy. Yeah,
and you know what I find funny as well? In the head-to-head, Sova, most common agent that we hear of Lakia, but in this pool of maps, it's not in. He doesn't play Sova in any of these three maps. I wonder, is that a nerf? He doesn't play Sova. Is that what
the analysis behind the scenes at Bonkers noticed? They say,
maybe.
Well, we just don't want to play as Sova, right?
No Sova.
Let's just move away from any single map where he's allowed to play Sova, and all of a sudden, Lakia just not allowed to play his game. And here it is. So we are going to be getting that Gecko on Dragon.
New comp from D plus Kia. Which is kind of what I was expecting, right? Because that kind of draws upon the whole, we haven't played it in ages, we're keeping ourselves silent, we lost last time, it could be a little bit of a false story, but when you're losing months and months to go on this map, you know, you just don't play it, you've got all of that time to prepare and come out with something fresh.
Yeah, so no Brimmy, we're going to be changing that up for the Viper instead. And double controller instead of the double duelist that they last played. So, are we liking this one? Lakia, he's gone back to the Fade, so he's going to be playing something he feels like he enjoys. And wait, it's double initiator, double controller, no Senti, single duelist. All right, sorry. I was going through it one at a time, and my brain's caught up now. We're good.
It's an interesting one, hey, but I think it's quite strong. Like, I like this one way more than the previous one Komodo was mentioning in that series a long, long time ago. But Bonkers, it's like, it's been inconsistent with their results with this composition, right? You know, they got slapped by Nerd Punt, then they did the slapping of Nerd Punt later on.
The thing I remember, when Scars beat Bonkers on this the other day, every time Dragon was trying to get the wingman to plant, we were talking about it. There was just so much util to deny those plants. So we'll see what D plus Kia have been cooking up in the kitchen, because look, Esperanza obviously has those snake bites, which can certainly deny it. Xe, no util. Like, yeah, you can use a lot of that in the post plant, but it's not damaging, right? The grab wells just to deny the
Raze has those paint shells and the satchels as well that you'll be able to get them off it. So there is going to be that essence of plant denial. But I'm wondering, is that even going to be the form for D plus Kia here? Because you remember in the previous map of Fracture, Spike Plant goes down really quickly from Bonkers, and D plus just wanted to get straight into it. So it wasn't necessarily them preparing enough time to go for denying of the spike. It was more so getting quick for a retake.
And I just want to see, you know, more from Bonkers. They're looking like a fresh team, a fresh unit today. RDW, he's smiling, he's feeling it. Of course, we knew from behind the scenes, you know, he's got a couple of health issues every now and then, and they were certainly rearing their sore
flaring up really bad on the Monday evening. I had to bring him some painkillers because, the poor bugger, I think he's kind of quit on and off as a result of it as well. So
long term.
The fact that he's still playing and you know, is now in his 4th international event is such a big result. Also, he's got hair this event, so maybe that's the buff.
True. He actually does, yeah.
Yeah, head certainly helps. It is pretty cold in here. You know, we are in Bangkok, Thailand, but the aircon in the building is freezing sometimes.
Oh, man. That's the thing. It feels worse. It's like 36 degrees outside, but then they're just pumping it in here as well.
Well, let's pump it on into the second map of the series. Let's jump into Bind, huh? Let's see if Bonkers can 2-0 up against the Koreans. I'd love to see it. My predictions would love it.
My predictions might not like that one, Mac. Yeah, thanks very much. But hey, at the end of the day, if Oceania get a win, Mitch, I'm not going to complain about my predictions there.
No, not at all. And I think I love what Mac loves as well. It's been great being alongside him. And how good of a bloody host is he being as well, this man. But anyway, it's another series. It's another map. It is going to be Bind, and that's what we hear again. Bonkers, loud and proud, but D plus Kia, they've got something to prove, Komodo. Roll me in.
I'm very excited to see what D plus Kia look like on this map as well, right? It's bright for them. It's new for them in terms of composition in a map they don't generally play recently this year. Of course, you got to remember that it was added back in, so they used to just ban out Icebox and kind of have the other maps that were there. But for right now, the pistol round is underway, and Minimize has brought a shorty to that part. party.
How's he done that? Jesus, what a start already, but they are moving in quickly. The distance isn't going to work out for Dragon just yet, so he has to fall away for now. It is a bit of an awkward one here now for Bonkers with the 4v3 going the way of D plus Kia.
See what they can do to get back into this one, though. Play disadvantage for the Bonkers members, remember.
Going to meet them inside the elbow. Apparently that's the place to do it. The light's on, but Esperanza, big 3 kills from him. Beautiful stuff. Now it's all on to Paul Lu and Komodo. I think this one might be a bit more than he can chew. He's got to fight against 2 members at close quarters. Esperanza has been fragging up a storm, and I think he's happy to just clip the side. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
Lucky up, closing it out strong. D plus Kia on top immediately.
Frenzies can always just be such a bad pistol to go up against as well. You know, when you think the shorty can get something done for minimize, but then you can run and gun with the frenzy, you can get all those trades. That toxic screen that can just cut and you can be silent before you just explode in towards the site or into U-Haul as well. Yeah, that's definitely the way that D plus Kia want to start. Another pistol round secured.
Another one. Bonkers didn't need it, apparently, but it certainly makes it harder on yourself, right? You can't be relying on having so many of these big rounds without that.
And remember, it was the defensive side that got them started against Scars in the 5-0, so you're a little bit drawn on the back foot. You're going to be taking a bit of an eco here as well. He does like getting out this Sheriff, doesn't he? Did it on the Brimstone in the previous map, but I think for D plus Kia, the confidence, right? The bonus round is going to be a really big test for them. Estrella, however, here, playing a little bit more passive as well, just running in with the Ghost, so we'll see what his utility is going to be able to at least find over towards B long at the moment, where Bonkers loved the aggression last time here against Scars. They're going to get humbled a bit, though, here.
Yeah. They've already started to show that there's a level of awareness for this long push so far too, so they're not going to get it done. They're not going to find that info just yet, so they fall away for now and relax.
And that's what they got to do, right? Relax, chill a little bit. You don't want to just overexert yourselves nice and early in round number 1, now round number 2. 30 seconds, though, essentially, before D plus Kia start to scale up through short. What stopping utility do Bonkers have around the site? Dragon has the Dizzy, and that's really all because Minimize has nothing.
Yeah. Just waiting inside the lamps. Going to start to send that utility up now already. Allows going to get straight in towards the site. So there is these cheeky members inside the showers. They're certainly ready for the footsteps. Are they going to be able to get the trade, though? No. Does his best Nin and Peak impression, apparently. As Minimize does get another, but X is going to be able to take him down. It's all left on to Watt in the 1v4.
Yeah, the only way that Watt would be able to deny this one if he was playing back on the Astra, remember, that he does like to bring on out. You grab well, deny the spike, you play with time, but Allow gets a 4K at the end there, Conk, and that is the first 2 rounds gathered yet again for D plus Kia. 3 successful times across all the pistols and the secondary ones. However, the important one that everyone's going to rally behind for Bonkers right now is that they have their gun round, their first gun round. And I'm not seeing a scary bonus either to actually come through from what's going to be on the other side, right? Because you got Bulldogs, you got Vandals. That is going to be fun and interesting to see if it is actually going to be really powerful for D plus Kia. They're going to win this one real cleanly because they're liking to play slow at the moment. And that's where Bonkers did shine on Fracture.
Utility going in. Just the usual due diligence here, trying to clear out Hookah, and that Boombot might actually not go to the right direction. So Allow's going to fall away for now.
The judge again for Watt. See what he can do in Hookah, as you mentioned. Didn't get cleared out by it, but you've almost got that idea. But by the spray from Allow, they know that there can be someone on the left side. And now, with the time that's gone, it's just dirty positioning yet again. So you have to go and re-clear it, where someone like Lakia can use a seize in that corner. You can then use some satchels or some other utility to try and just overwhelm him and get an opening kill in this bonus.
So much respect being given. Hey, you know, D plus Kia aren't throwing everything at this. They're just going to be patient, wait for Bonkers to make a mistake.
And Bonkers only have 2 players at this B side at the moment, and they don't really have too much damage except for what on those snake bites. The Guiding Light out from RDW, that's info.
Absolutely. Gathers it immediately. Watt's still waiting ever so patiently, but it is going to be out from Garden, out from Long, and RDW already spotted. Great utility usage to catch him off guard now as Watt has to try his best to get out. And I think they're just going to rotate away
Lakia.
and try and take all this additional control. But you're exactly right, Komodo.
Yeah.
Lakia is waiting in the wings.
He haunted on toward the side, so they have no idea he's going to be on for the flank. At least Mini got Estrella. There's Lakia now.
Further damage, and also now the information being given. Lou has to get moving from this position as Dragon does get another Komodo inside the tunnel, though, however, will be Esperanza. He can wait patiently. They're so split up, though, here. These members of D+ Kia. The Seize is going to come out, but Lou gets the catch, and another. Lou's looking really good here, but I think the paint shells went a little too far. But it's not going to matter when Dragon set up there for the trade, and that round did not feel possible from Bonkers, but they get it done anyway.
They get it done. 2 alive. Lakia, maybe if he gets another frag before being taken down, you know, it could have been a way to get back into it. But the fact that Lou actually gets 2 kills when that Seize latches onto him outside of Hookah too, that is just kind of pivotal for them to get the round on the board. So the gun round, you know, it's the first showing here essentially for the side of Bonkers. And in getting that one now, we're going to be on a good playing field where both sides are going to have the bye. And remember, it was a ghost that Estrella went in with earlier on. So coming into that, losing that round, it's all going to be the light shields around 4D+ Kia here. They're getting all the utility that they do want as well. But it's more so of a 50-50 coming into this gun round.
So just clearing out showers as per usual, regular amounts of due diligence, but it seems like Bonkers are happy to sort of reaggress off the back of this.
And there's that toxic screen yet again from D+ Kia. If they can keep getting this one out to use as a condition, Bonkers just have to keep themselves ready for this wall pop.
Yeah, Dragon's got to be ready as well. It's going to be the Reckoning coming out too, so they will gather some information nice and early, and Dragon still yet to peek. Minimize does get caught off guard, however. Allow another great frag, and now Lakia still trying to catch that position, trying to make it awkward, but RDW and Dragon get a couple of frags. Esperanza, a classic in this economy? Are you joking? Gets the response, and now it's back into this 3-on-3, but they still have more to clear, and they're going through spawn.
Who's the defenders in this one? 50 seconds to go, and they're going through defender spawn over towards B. But remember, what is still lurking at the B side? I'm seeing a problem though. He's got a judge. And if he's playing in the hookah, that's not the position that you're going to be comfortable in taking battles here.
He's got to know.
Yeah, they flashed over from spawn, so now they should know. Shots out.
Yeah, he's got to move to site. Exactly as I was sort of thinking here. This is a massive position now, Komodo. If he gets into this lock, but look at how patient they're waiting. They're waiting for the flank. They're waiting for this to come around, and what? Just has to try and get this opening charge. Oh no, he's been spotted, but he gets the damage anyway. What? How does he get 2 there? What is going on? He's dropped the spike. Now it's all onto Estrella. Has it in hand. Spike can get planted, but they're rotating up CT quickly here, Komodo. Now, do they peek out?
They've got a flash and a satchel.
Will they use them? It's just got to be all about hitting the shots. Estrella, he's going to be able to do it well, but now it's on to Lou. He hops, skips, and he jumps out, and he gets it. The 1v1 clutch for Lou, it's enough, and he will make it work. What a round!
I can't remember the last time I've actually seen an attacker-sided team get in towards the A site on a wall pop, be met with pressure from showers, albeit a reckoning thrown in from Minimize as well, but then in the 3 versus 3 decide, hey, we can't go to the site anymore. We're too far. Instead of TPing, let's just waltz through their spawn. The problem, though, that I see is they had to wait a little bit too long at the side link itself. Because they couldn't just overwhelm themselves into the site, they didn't know if the Bonkers members were still there. Because typically, remember, it's been RDW and Watt over at the B site. So when you see those numbers and when you come out with that experience and the calculations that they could both still be there, it's risky to go straight away into the site. But Watt with the judge gets it done, and we're tied up to a piece. We've got Gunza here. RDW has an operator at the correct site where D+ Kia are currently awaiting.
They've made 2 rounds look tough, but they've won them anyway, Bonkers. It's only the pistol in that second round that D+ Kia have secured, but it looks like they are going to go for this execute here. RDW has to get the flash out. Allows going to punish Watt immediately. Now Minimize spotted out as well. Has to get aggressive, and the shots just don't connect. So RDW has been forced away, and they have to rely on this rotation.
Yeah, Lakia with the haunts have been sensational to just clear backside on this B location. Plant down.
He's an incredible player. The amount of impact that this man has had alone as Allow does get a 3rd as well. Had a interesting one in that previous map, you know, not quite doing everything he wanted to on the Neon, but now it's just going to be RDW falling out of there to save the operator.
Yeah. Again, I mentioned it there for a reason, right? If you've got D plus Kia looking to quickly overwhelm you on the B site and you're not there to support your team already with Guiding Lights or a Trailblazer if you didn't use it earlier on, an Operator is not really going to provide you the way back into a round like this. So you're going to just cut your losses as bonkers. You got your first gun round on the board. You showed D plus Kia you mean business in the second one, but now you'll take a little bit of a knee. And for D plus Kia, that's where the confidence has to start to build for them. Quick in, shots coming. Rely on Lakia with the Haunt to secure information for yourselves as well. And I will say, Lakia has been a bit of a bee in a bonnet of bonkers, right? Because he's been switching between helping the teams get into these sites and playing on the lurk. It doesn't give Bonkers a good idea actually on where they should be positioning themselves before they see D plus Kia.
His position giving so many advantages over to D plus Kia. Allow also fragging very heavily as well. So looks like we've taken a pause. Good time for a chat. And I still love seeing Papa Smurf kind of get his dad mode on.
Yeah.
Take control of the boys a little bit.
Rocking up to work. Bring your son to work day.
Well, 5 apprentices.
Yeah. Well,
basically it, right?
Yeah. Bit to talk about for them early on as well, meaning a lot more pressure here against D plus Kia than they did against Scars on the defensive side. And you come into this next round as well with taking that Operator over, right? So you definitely want to either position RDW on a line to get an opening kill, or you want to give it over to Lou potentially, get himself up on something like Truck, or go for a B long push that we know that Bonkers love to play. Guiding Light down, 2 players to swing, but we can already see that D plus Kia have been aware of this. They've been playing a little bit down, sacrificing a Guiding Light early on for themselves to see if there's anyone in Garden. So you can already see that the research has theoretically been done by D plus Kia, that level of respect to make sure they're getting all the information that they can before coming into a series like this. The only kind of difference in a round, though, for Bonkers right now, Mitch, is it's a scattered buy, yeah. Lou has a Showstopper, and Dragon has a Thrash. If they can maximize those 2 abilities, that's going to probably be Bonkers' way into this round. But you flip it over, Esperanza with a Pit, and Exy with a Cosmic Divide. That spells a little bit of post-plant to me.
Lucky only 1 away as well from the Nightfall, so crazy things can happen from here. Just going to slow down that pace once more. Again, D plus Kia looking to give heaps of respect over to Bonkers.
And you can see the Bonkers are going for that 2-player switch over at the TP as well. Lou on the tight corner, Dragon ready with his ultimate out, I do believe. So if they get any info that D plus Kia are awaiting around the corner, they will be able to see that. If not, he might use that ult to just go and clear a little bit deeper. Now, I mentioned that the Guiding Light from Estrella generally goes over towards B Garden. This time it's going to be maybe that Trailblazer to get any ideas. There is a star there, so they're going for a bit of a play for info here, D plus Kia.
Yeah, okay, so they're going to send it straight in immediately. The Thrash does get sent out, and the Thrash will continue actually as well. So he's going to call it, bring it back, and now the action starts to commence towards the A site. Utility will be sent down. RDW is looking to try fight the fight, but the Prowler will send him packing as well. And look at how aggressive they're looking to get now. The Seas actually does manage to catch Lou, but he can get 2! 3! Oh my word, what a shot from Lou, the Seas. They thought it might have caught him for long enough, but it just absolutely did not. But now Estrella, he's on the flank here again. Allow is going to be able to bring it back. Komodo now Wingman getting that spike planted, but are they ready for Estrella? They are, but it's not quick enough. And now the Guiding Light, the 1v3, he can potentially do it. Watt's only got a Marshall. There is weapons down. There is time to work with, but now he just picks up the gun and he's taken down. How do you lose a round where Lou gets 3 with the Showstopper and then Estrella just steps up and says, not today?
It's just different positioning from the other D plus members. Honestly, they are just away from the action, dodging it out, hitting the shots in the carnage as well. The Wingman denied from the paint shells. It doesn't matter at that point in time either that the Trailblazer actually manages to bite Allow. The fact that the movement just completely catches them off guard. Estrella, you're going from the showers to get some shots over at that Wingman as well. Then you get that kill, maximizing his flashes there. Those Guiding Lights, those 2 that he's popped at the end, netted him both of those kills.
So again, it's that mid presence.
No ultimates used as well from D plus Kia for that round.
Creeping on in through short though, Komodo. Look at that from Lou. What an opening shot. Esperanza goes down immediately.
Yeah. Player advantage for Bonkers on a lesser weaponry buy. Remember, they actually won a round like this over on Fracture. Albeit they did have Lou with that Vandal, getting the first opening pick from some satchel jump, so a little bit of trickery in there. But you've taken down Esperanza. That means that wall to cut the ace site, to try and sneak in towards U-Hole, null, voided.
So just being patient once more. Dragon helping Luke, baiting across on the other side of the shower. Gets the shot. Great job from Lakia again. Does send out the Dizzy as well to try to get the catch, but the rest of the team's already making their way up A short.
And that's the problem here, isn't it? Because Bonkers still have 3 members over at the B site, and Dragon is feeling an element of pressure over in the showers. He might get rinsed here.
Still in a position to do something. Does get the spot, does get the info, but he pulls out the mosh pit. Now the satchel also to assist and support. RDW is in position, just TP through, but is it going to be enough? No. Watt also taken down in the process. Info gathered by Minimize, but those shots at a distance are quite challenging, and this one is not working out for Bonkers at all. All left on a Minimize in the 1 versus 4, and Allow will pick himself up the bag again. 3 big kills from this Raze, and he has been absolutely performing Komodo on this map.
And this is going to be a super scary round to come through from D+Kia, I presume, because they've got access to 4 ultimates. They can actually go for a set ultimate play in towards one of these sites as well. You know, they haven't really gone for a massive explosion over at B in quite a little bit. They've been using this wall here and there a little bit. I probably would have expected them to play with the toxic screen in a round like that, but the fact that Esperanza was taken off the board really early changed what they had to do. Good recovery from D+Kia. But I want to see something from Bonkers here, right? Because it feels like they're getting into a little bit of the ruckus that they were feeling against Scars when they were losing a little bit of the momentums. It didn't go their way, but now it has to.
Straight into the pit. That's crazy, and that's going to be the showstopper punished immediately. They try to fish out old mate Watt, but they just can't quite do it, Komodo. So now it's a chaos inside the pit. Look at this guy go! Watt does manage to get 2, but they're traded off quickly. Estrella gets 2 of his own. And now they can slow the pace a little bit because it's still this 2 versus 3.
Seekers from RDW would reveal both players' positions, and he has just dropped them from the side spawn.
TP, Dragon, he's ready. Not too far away from Hookah, but he knows the information now as he does waltz away. Can he find the timing?
Oh, he's seen him.
He's seen the booty. Might be worthwhile. Oh, Jesus, okay.
He's got to chase it, but he has to be careful that he's not too narrow focused because Exy is so far away. They are split, and Dragon, he has found the right location, the right timing, and the spike. All on to Exy, and he's unknown.
Should be ready for this one as well. Made a bit of a move, but not quite. Okay, so Exy does actually manage to get that one. Still a 2v1, winnable.
Yeah, they're split though. Look at this. It almost shifts for RDW and Minimize to have 2 1 versus 1s, and I think that's going to be more favorable for Exy. The problem is he has to get the spike down. We'll leave enough time to fake it. He spotted Mini.
Yep, there's the info immediately now that we can see RDW pick up the pace to try and join the fray. Minimize just needs to buy as much time as possible. Exy getting up close and personal. Great job. Really, really nice there from Minimize. He was patient. Didn't overextend. It's a curse that we see locally, Komodo, but they're keeping their cool. Another round for Bonkers on 3.
How did Watt still stay alive in his pit where 2 players have run at him? A Haunt reveals him as well. Very, very crazy, but that last kill actually evaded him, even though it was full decay on the eventual player that ended up killing him. But I have to say, this round actually just has so much timing associated to it as well. A 3 versus 2 scenario for Bonkers, where for Dragon, the fact that he hears the TP and is in the right position at Hookah just to spot out the information. If he didn't get that, and that was non-cleared, that's where things probably become a little bit more difficult for Bonkers, even with that player advantage. But for now, so around the Hookah, where Watt is going to have to try and just hold down the fort.
Again, it's that slow approach. This time, I like it. 3 on A, just having a little bit of a look-see. But D+, again, have made that way just outside Hookah again, really quick.
Yep. Trailblazer through the TP. Didn't actually spot out Estrella, so he's going to start to make his way up to clear showers, but it's still Hookah, Mitch.
Yeah, I don't know if he was actually going to be ready to hit that shot here. Now he's been taken low. Okay, well done. Lakia making it work, and unfortunately RDW can't quite support, but they go through the TP. Esperanza does manage to drop Minimize as well. So again, it's this advantage going the way of D+Kia as they start to walk in. They're in a position to deny. Oh my god, this could be massive. This could be very big, but Dragon, if he continues to bait for this, if he continues to fight for this, he might get a little bit stuck out, but there's Lou. 1, 2, will it be a 3rd? It will! Big Lou getting it done on this Raze, and now Estrella has to pop up, has to get moving, but they hear the footsteps, and Lou goes for the showstopper, and it will get it done with the 4K. One-man army pro in the form of Lou.
Welcome to the Lou Show. A couple of big plays from him, albeit not around previously. This time he has gotten it. 3K spray down, and he was silent. in that little bit there as well. Because Dragon was taking all of the idea, the fact that Lou gets that first one onto Allow sets him up to be able to get the next two. And then the showstopper for good measure, ending it with a little bit of pizzazz. Bonkers back into it, chasing the 5 that D plus Kia currently do have. And now we're seeing that Estrella has to go down to a Stinger. There's a Spectre in there as well for Exy. And I want to say, they've been holding these ults for quite a while. There's an opener though. Minimize is down.
Straight into elbow. Already having a look for it. Lou, oh no! He's been so sharp with all of this. There's a utility going around crazy, but now Dragon's a little bit hesitant as well. They tried to destroy the Dizzy, but that is perfection from D plus Kia.
Yeah.
Denying immediately.
And there's no way that Wacken RDW should be able to reclaim this round. They're coming at it from 2 different angles.
Pops on in now. Watt has to try and get this pick onto Allow. If he can't find it, it might be round done. And there it is. RDW getting felled by Lakia. So really, a bit of an almost impossible task here for Paul Watt as the Prowler does catch. And all I can say is, Komodo, this battle between Allow and Lou is getting me a little hot under the collar. I'm loving this.
Yeah, it's nice. And for Bonkers as well, right? They are trying to still mix it up on this defensive side between going passive and waiting for D plus Kia to overextend, and then going very, very fast as well to try and take the battle to them. But for this time right now, it's quickness in from D plus Kia, and it just overwhelms the forces of Bonkers at A, where they can't figure out how to get into a comfy position, how to get back more frags. So, you know, it's all well and good to say that Bonkers keep changing it up, but so do D plus Kia.
One frag for Ardi. Stark contrast between that previous map, Komodo, as we know it, and they're getting aggressive. They're using a lot of utility here to try and find the fight inside mid and main. But nothing's really going to be spotted just yet. Watt does actually manage to catch Allow, but there's a lot of chaos. It's kind of really hard to work on who's actually taking the advantage here. Somehow, Minimize and Lewis still alive inside this position. Now they actually managed to get a fall away.
And that's it, isn't it? The fact that no one on Bonkers actually died with all that utility being peppered at them means that they can still cook a little bit later for this round. All of them, in fact. Although Dragon used the Thrash and he isn't able to pick it up, I don't believe, to go back into it. It does mean that, you know, for the time being at least, Bonkers with this player advantage should set them up. Because it was Allow that has lost his life, there's no quote-unquote entry ability for D plus Kia to get into a site.
Lucky at burning that Nightfall as well. So just sitting back, patient, Bonkers waiting for the Fury.
Yep, 40 seconds. No Trailblazer either, but a couple of guiding lights placed nicely. Might be able to get them in, but still feels like D plus Kia are setting up for a late A play and then an even later TP from Estrella.
30 seconds.
And High Tide's going to make it tough as well. Estrella does want to move towards that, but look at Watt's angle. Star will be thrown down, so there is a chance of that gravity well there. He really wants to try and fight this, but look at where the rest of D plus Kia are, Komodo. It's just this one person, just this one cheeky Estrella, but he's taken down. Now it's going to be on to Lou. He is in a horrible position, but maybe it might work. He's on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. Does he get in?
This
is
could
he
be
okay?
Nuts. Yeah, he's fine.
He is fine. He can just wait for this. Look at this. Is he going to strike? Is he going to go for it? He is. Yes. Oh my God, Lou. A diamond in the rough. Apparently he's dropped the spike and he's dropped the hopes and dreams of D plus Kia in that round as Bonkers get fifth.
And who other than Lou yet again? You know, the situation there to see, okay, Cosmic Divide actually finally comes out from Exy. I've been waiting for that for so long. He has a sliver
Was there just
of
the
a
tiniest
position.
gap?
Yeah, we don't even know if any of the body, if
That's
the
what I'm
model is
saying.
actually peeking out, but he tucks into the wall, into a pit as well. It blurs all of his visions. He doesn't know what's going on, but a pop out, a 2-kill, and a round defaulted by time. We move into the last one of this half. Are we going to be tied up? Or
I don't know.
Either way, D plus Kia, you know, 6 rounds on the tap, maybe 7. Still not bad.
Attack side might be hard for Bonkers, though. That's the only thing. You know, we really need to see RDW get activated.
Yeah, Lakia clears the showers, though, with the Prowler. So for the time being, nobody's there. And nobody for D plus has managed to sneak in through the toxic screen either. So Bonkers have a bit of time to just sit around, wait what they want to be able to do. For the B side of things as well for Bonkers, it's a double play in towards elbow. It's not something that we have seen from them. RDW, you know, you mentioned it a little bit earlier, right? Not really having the frag and prowess in this current position on bind.
Just a stark contrast from Fracture, isn't it?
Yeah. Clearing of the site, followed up by a bit of an entry if they want to. No, both Prowlers actually used from Lakia. Does have the Haunt. Remember, that found information hugely earlier on, but now it'll find nothing.
Don't even know if there's going to be a contest here, Komodo. They might just get into the site for free. They're still waiting in elbow.
Yeah. Plant down, 5v5. Not a lot of utility, actually, for Bonkers to... well, no, actually, they got a lot of it. Let's see.
Will it work out, though?
That's the thing.
Allow is on an island here. Really awkward position, but those paint shells might be able to buy some additional time. That snakebite has gone down now, but they do have to hold charge as that utility comes out. Another blast back as well, but they move on in. Great work from RDW, but Estrella, Esperanza, Lakia all ready to lock down and deny, but Lou is here to do his best work. But now he's all on his lonesome, 1 versus 3, and they are just absolutely everywhere here. Inside Hookah, the Haunt to get the info, and now all they need to do is just fight this fight on the wait for it. Lou does manage to get another. The paint shells might be able to do something, but there's no time. And that is that 7-5 half that you mentioned from D plus Kia.
Yeah.
They continue to hold the control of this map.
Yeah, and that was one of the problems going into this round as well for Bonkers. As soon as it looks like it's going to shift onto a 5 versus 5 there, yeah, they got a lot of that utility that we see, but D plus Kia were afforded time to set up for the post plant, right? You can't be giving them the space for that. We know that they're a team who does like to get in your face quickly when you get the plant down, and the fact that that doesn't get returned to them as well makes things a little bit difficult for Bonkers to get into it. Yeah, they had the protocols. You know, we could see the mosh was thrown in. We have got a guiding light pop flash to get into the site, but still a little bit too late for there. So 7-5, we do switch on up. I'm excited to see what this pistol is going to be, providing to us. Is it actually going to be all 4 pistols here from D plus Kia? I think that's one of the things that would be a problem for Bonkers.
Wouldn't surprise me. The only thing I really wanted to touch upon, Komodo, was just how even the frags are again from D plus Kia. It is a little bit more stretched out than it was on Fracture, but you can't just be relying on the Lou show for Bonkers, right? You know, he has been getting the entries. That's his job as the duelist, right? But from an overarching position, if the whole team's operating, it's going to be much better than just relying on one top fragger to get the job done. And RDW, it's not his fault by any means, but when you compare the previous map of Fracture, it was Lou, it was RDW. They were leading the charge, and now that's just not happening. Exactly.
Yeah, and we want to see that discussed from them in this scenario as well. You know, getting a couple of seconds, you know, just to actually have a conversation when you've gone through 12 rounds, when you've gotten some tendencies of your opponents, and to prep a pistol round that has just been evading you time and time again. For the Bonkers guys, that's exactly as you mentioned it though, the Lou show, 17 kills, the best in the server at the moment, really leading the way, but he needs to be there with his team. They need to be trying to assist the situation. D plus Kia, though, the defensive side right now. Let's see if Allow is going to actually also continue what he was able to do on attack to pave the way, or if it's going to be someone different for the defensive side.
It's going to be quick.
To the fountain. And the Haunt again.
Exactly. The information that's just getting gathered. This Lakia guy is an animal, Komodo. At least a response from Lou, but that's going to be all she wrote for now as they settle back into this 3-on-2. I mean, it's still winnable.
Yeah.
Look at the damage onto Exy.
Exactly right. 22 HP. The pistols will be able to end him, and there currently is nobody at this A side for the D plus Kia guys. I'm wondering where Esperanza has thrown that toxic, the poison cloud, because if he can go and pick that up, that would have been pretty good for him to be able to use a little bit later. Plant is in, an open default. Where do Bonkers want to play this post from?
Okay, all right, tucking in. It's not a bad position for these two members of Bonkers.
Yeah, and there's no TP coming through as well, so time, you're counting that if you are Lou. You're then going to have to go back to the site itself and maybe go for a little bit of a cheeky crossfire, spot some information where D plus Kia are coming from at this side spawn.
Can't make any mistakes, though, here. Have to be absolutely perfect. And with that Nebula going down, is it going to be the Snakebite as well? Yeah, it is. Lou might have to get fighting, but no. Distance goes a little bit further, but they have to be ready to get out. That paint shell is actually really, really good. It will manage to stop on that defuse. Gets one and another. Watt's been able to do it, but inside the toxic screen, the poison cloud.
They got one.
They did it. A pistol on an international event. We've done it.
Yeah, they both won up with the spike though, so I'm gonna throw some shade at them. How dare they win the pistol round but not have anybody survive? Nah, look, well placed for them in a 2 versus 3, mind you. You could see, you know, with that poison cloud that I made mention for to be picked up as well. You kind of want that in the scenario to isolate an angle. You're always going to understand why it's placed on the spike to try and go and get that defuse. But yeah, paint shells from Lou, the shots out from Watt. Timing, again, another round of timing being an issue for a retake. As Bonkers get that round, it's going to be the classic pistols for D plus Kia. But one thing I just still want to highlight again, Lakia has been sensational with the Haunt reveals, and it's netted so many kills for D plus Kia. Not that time though.
Lakia, my goat. No cap. I swear, he's such a good player. But it's a fast garden play, and apparently everyone's missed the fertilizer here as
flashed.
Dragon gets the job done. Only a cheeky pistol, so I'm not going to get too excited about it, but you know, when everything starts to occur in that one position, that's a very clean 5 alive round.
Yeah.
Look, not only is it the pistol, 5 alive on the second round.
Yeah, it's going to make the
What
bonus
is this?
a little bit interesting, isn't it, for Bonkers? All the Bulldogs are here and the Spectre. Are we just going to get some immediate aggression for them? Or do they want to simmer down a little bit because they're getting a bit closer to the ultimate points? D plus Kia, though, this is where I want to start to kind of look towards them, their gun round. What is it going to provide us on the defensive side? What setups are we actually going to get from Esperanza? Is it more towards the B side, you know, trying to cut the Toxic Strain through the teleporter? It does look like that with a couple of stars down. Are they going for a ATP crunch? We know that for Bonkers, they love to just try to condition you with the cascade over towards B long. That's happening here again. But apart from that, bit of rotations now from D plus Kia away from the A site, moving Allow over to where the audibility is coming out from Bonkers around the fountain, making a bit of a splash as they start to scale up.
This round would mean everything for them. And as Esperanza to get the first strike, great guiding light as well to give some extra space. The regrowth is there too. Paint shells make it a little bit awkward, but he will get out relatively unscathed. So that's a good trade-off there for D plus Kia.
RDW is down, so no Trailblazer, no flashes available to get info to clear corners. You still technically have a flash for Dragon in the form of the Dizzy. One away from the Thrash. You could technically grab an orb, use that as a pseudo Trailblazer to clear info. Could be quite unique here.
Info gathered. So just patience for the time being. Still waiting, still got their eyes away from that B side as they rotate back around towards A.
Yeah, and you got to remember Larky is going to be here with a Seize and a Haunt available. If he wants to let you in, he will because there's no time. Or he can try and stall you with that Seize. You also then are going to have Exy here with a Star available to pop down.
Wingman going in.
Got to protect him.
Exactly. That was the punishment that we did see yesterday, as we mentioned. It gets
denied.
taken down. Yeah, 15 seconds. They've got to get it.
Oh, there. Got both of them.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Those are such interesting rounds, are they? Dragon has to step up and he gets 3! But it just wasn't enough. You can't even hype up those moments there because when the fundamentals aren't there, even with Dragon finding 3 in a hero position, they still ran out of time, even if you got 4.
Yeah, exactly. Still out of time. The Wingman, not protected in the Cove, of course, destroyed immediately. You can always throw utility to try and deny that. But one thing I will say, it is still a bonus round at the end of the day. Getting 3 kills makes it a little bit more awkward for D plus Kia in the next round, right? They get a couple of ulti points for their deaths, but it means that they had to fully get deep into their pockets to get all of their abilities out. Some players down onto the light shields, and I guess at this point in time it doesn't really matter too much because Bonkers are all going to be on light shields for themselves. Early stages of the fresh round. Again, this toxic screen is going to be pivoted over towards the kind of entry front of the A site. I'm going to have the Poison Cloud there as well as you look to scale up.
They want to go quick. They're going to go straight in. Thrash already coming out. Komodo as Lou does try to take point nice and early. The Gravwell will be bypassed. Seize is fantastic as well. Does manage to catch them, but what? He's got the flank. He's got the shower position, and so does RDW. But look how quickly they're moving, Komodo. Spike's still yet to be planted, so they want to try and fight this good fight right now.
Minimize is going to be away from the battle because he's looking for the flank on Estrella.
Absolutely. Still that Dizzy down as well onto the other side of the site, so they're just going to be patient here as they wait for the retake to approach.
Oh, and Estrella has a Trailblazer and flashes. Imagine if his teammates had them together.
So many chances. Dragon, though, will he peek? Will he push forward? They're just waiting ever so patiently, and I don't know if they're actually overly keen to kind of go for this. They do start to get a bit of a wriggle on, but that's going to be Dragon taking down Allow. He didn't even know. Estrella had no understanding of where these members were, and that is another excellent play.
Flawless.
Bonkers. What a huge round. Such a stark difference between the previous.
And as I said, Minimize as well, just making sure that he's watching if there's any possible flank. His teammates to just be full focused on the side itself. I'm looking at RDW dancing around triple, not seeing opponents, gets the last kill, get him excited, get him and Mini back in the game. It's good to see that they're actually getting some kills and not just being on this assistive support variety. A good look for Bonkers in that round. Flawless in nature for D plus Kia. It's time to have a discussion. You've got an eco. You can use the live rounds to have a chat, or you can go in with a little bit of a pause if you want before your next round, because on the back of this round for D plus Kia, they're going to have quite the many ultimates to work with.
They're still so I feel like in control, though, D plus Kia. You know, they've obviously gone down in these 3 of the 4 rounds, but they still have the defensive side to work with. As there we go. A couple of open up frags again, but with that spike getting planted, it's still a minor disadvantage for D plus Kia.
Look what damage they can get, though. Double flank, double play.
Dragon.
And what?
Couple of nice frags. Okay. All left onto Esperanza, and this one's closed out.
They've navigated this anti-eco quite well. I think that's the narrative that we can spell upon, except the Dragon just to and fro on the shot to the gun. But nevertheless, Bonkers will take the lead here on Bind. Crowd's getting excited. Absolutely love it. As I may mention to you before, though, D plus Kia, a couple of ultimates to come through in this round. Again, that's going to even extend where Allow is going to be one away from the showstopper. And I want to kind of see something different from them on the attacker's side, right? Things are working for them over at B early on. When you look towards B long, when you look towards D plus Kia, getting a little bit of this scaling utility out there to get a kill against the Bonkers guys, when you're pushing forward in front to the fountain like that pistol round.
I love how many Bonkers fans there are in the house. Obviously got the D plus Kia at the helm, but taking that lead back is a massive, massive thing for them.
And this is exactly what I just said as well, right, Conky? They're pushing through Fountain all the way. They're doing what I suggested to do just then. Of course, they can't hear me, but Larky is going to start off onto RDW. Minis down. Oh, this is a problem.
Yeah, Exy also finding Minimize, and now they've got to be careful because Allow is in such a fantastic position. Blue does get the trade. They will get the spike, but look at how close up Estrella is. How's Watt dodged that? Pretty incredible run to get there. At least if they force him off, it might still be a winnable prospect as they do get the snake bite down. Paint shell's in, and that's done. Okay,
yep.
Nicely done. And really solid round from D+.
And that's one of the things that I said for them to do as well, because it was very successful in the pistol round, and because Bonkers was so lent over towards A at the very beginning, that was going to be the flaw in that design, right? For D plus Kia, getting Allow really quickly into the fountain, seeing that nobody's home, you can then put your other 2 members through the TP, and it just so happens that when it is of the Sky variety as well, right? Trailblazer or Guiding Light, with then Larkia pushing on through, it's just a good design of a round to come through from D plus Kia. And as we do get tied up yet again, there is enough money in the coffer for Bonkers. They'll even have more for the next couple of rounds too. But this is certainly a tight map at the moment. Bit of a stalemate yet again early on. That toxic screen over at A has to be cleared on out, and D plus Kia, they want aggression. They want to go quick. They are feeling more comfortable going fast with Allow on this showstopper. Now, oh, that's a kill.
Goodbye, Watt.
Yep.
Really well done again. They just walk dry down short, Komodo. No punishment at all.
Minimize. You don't want to overextend if you are D plus Kia here, though, because you've got those 2 flanking players and you still do have Estrella over at A tower. These 2 players are quite vulnerable on the B site, though. Exy overlooked.
Don't know if he saw him.
Oh.
Not at all. Oh! Okay, all right, but Dizzy does manage to catch, so at least it's back into this 3-on-2 where there is a prospect. The Seekers might make it a little bit tough for Dragon. He's actually been caught, but Minimize gets the timing.
Reckoning.
Still able to do it. Exactly right. Reckoning has been popped. That's going to give the information, but Larkia goes up and over the top, and now they know exactly where Minimize is. The captain, the in-game leader of this roster. Is he going to be able to do it? He's got the info. Does get spotted out by the Haunt Komodo, but it's okay for now because he can reposition. He's going up and over! Allow isn't going to let him live up to his namesake here. That's D plus Kia taking back the lead here on Bind. It's a chaotic round. Exy's positioning overlooked was almost just enough to close it.
Yeah. Such a problem, though, in that later stage as well, right? Where Minimize gets this flank and gets bit by the Seekers. I think both of them on Bonkers actually did, but when Mini gets that kill, you know, you don't know where your opponent's actually coming from. Do you want to try and play for the kill or play for the time? Tuck into the tube might have been better for Minimize there, but you're just so hot under the pressure in a situation like that, that for D plus Kia, a bit of a sigh of relief for them to get double digits first here. Another gun round, a Viper's Pit for Esperanza can be utilized, Cosmic Divide for Exy as well. And a new wall deployment from D plus Kia over at the A site. It's just a little bit more passive nature with that exploration, getting in front of the cascade, seeing nobody quick from Bonkers. The Thrash is in, though, to this A side. It is weaker in terms of numbers for D plus Kia, so these rotations need to come now.
They failed here a couple of times, though, Komodo. They need to get this spike planted.
There's the pit. Straight on out. It's going to make things a little bit more difficult. I think the Trailblazer did manage to spot him, and they have denied the wingman from planting.
Yep, again. Not quite able to happen. This time they're up though, fighting close and personal. Exy, is Lou going to be able to get this timing if he finds his way through? Maybe there's a world where he does try to clear, but Exy is going to be able to deny again. Massive, massive plays here. They've got every single angle on lock right now, D plus Kia. And unfortunately for Bonkers, they just haven't even been able to get into the side at all.
I'm a little bit surprised that in counting the utility that's gone on out that they haven't actually TP'd.
Yeah, but even so, you know, still having that member of Estrella over towards the B site.
2 versus 5, 40 seconds. That pit's never going down.
Right there. Like a stalemate.
Yep. Nothing to clear it out either because the wingman time has expired now. They're going to TP 30 seconds. They can get chased. You don't have to commit to a fight if you're Estrella because you're by yourself. One guarding light. You'll get another in 10 seconds. Try to deny.
Plant might not be horrible if they at least get that. It might give themselves some level of reward, but it looks like Estrella just a bit too deep there on the plant. Now he can reposition.
Yeah, he's got the info. The Dragon hasn't crossed back as well, that he might go aggressive because it's a 2 versus 5.
Absolutely. If he's ready for it, he might be able to line up 2 and a third. No way!
Hold up.
Hang on a second, Komodo. Exactly. Hold up. It might be winnable here in this position.
The plant, though, look where it is. He doesn't have full visibility of it. There's the first.
Guiding light's available. He should be able to at least gather some info. He absolutely will. Now he spots it. Now he jumps out. He tries to find the fight.
What is that?
2 versus 5, Komodo. What an incredible way to bring this one back. Dragon crossing along the site, spotting in towards defender side and spawn. How does he get away with that?
You know, that's one of the funny things where it's like you line up and you know the player at the back is going to say, I had the line, why'd you walk in front of me? But that is absolutely impeccable from Dragon. 3 kills there. And then RDW, who has been so silent, getting a huge clutch there too.
3 clutches in this series so far from RDW.
And Lou, remember as well, all those frags, the showstoppers early on, the 3s, the 4s. This is Bonkers fighting, that is for sure, and a timeout from Bonkers. You know why? I think it's for them to settle down their excitement from a round like that.
Big individual performances is always a factor that needs to be taken in because Dragon yesterday, well, to be real with you, he was quiet, right? You know, he's someone who we were having our eyes on, you know, you and me casting that grand final back home in Oceania. He popped off, and it was on the Gecko, it was on the Killjoy. You know, he did big things going, but he hasn't had his time to shine just yet. Still kind of getting a bit of a groove. Only young, first time internationally. There's only, to give you guys an all understanding at home, RDW's played 4 of these big events, Minimize only 2. But they're not experienced heads. No. They haven't come from a previous FPS title years and years and years ago.
I might add, at home, like a lot of teams here in this tournament that have LAN environment finals, we do not.
Yeah.
We had online separated, people playing at home comfortably in their own setups.
Exactly.
Such a different environment, and that's why we kind of do mention a little bit the stage pressure performance as well, because it is something brand new for Bonkers. But what's not brand new is this buy. Full across the board, the guns are here, the full light shields with D plus Kia, an operator for Allow, but a showstopper for Lou that can open up things. What with the Viper's Pit for a post-plant as well. These are the bits and pieces that you want to try and gain success on your map point, or on your map rather, to not see a third in Lotus.
Seems likely still, unless Bonkers close this out now, but look how close and personal they are. The Judge is the perfect weapon to do it. Look at Esperanza, does actually manage to catch Lou. The Goomba does get taken down though. The Dizzy makes it a little bit awkward because it's a team damage Dizzy, but
yeah, they know where Luckier is as well. He has to get out of dodge in this one. A fake plant as well, and a
Great
push.
flash.
They're adapting, Conky.
Allow though did manage to get the response, but here's RDW, gets the 3, and he also pops the Seekers.
Yeah, the flank, that's going to be revealed for Dragon. He has to wait, he's going for it early. What a shot, what a snap.
They know the flank, yeah, exactly. The Seekers have gone out. That's the information gathered already. They still need to get this spike though, and they've gone over towards the defensive side.
RDW has an operator. Is he already on the tight line?
Must be, absolutely. Looking forward. He's straight onto that one. He's found 3, and the Thrash is being sent as well. This is being played to absolute perfection. It doesn't quite get it, but it's info, right? They're buying additional time, Komodo, and I don't think Estrella wants any of it.
A Trailblazer for himself. 15 seconds for a guiding light, which you cannot wait for. It's a nice reposition. They're not looking for him here.
Yeah, they haven't changed up their vision at all. This has actually been a really, really big play so far from Estrella.
Dragon still has Mosh.
Nah, done.
Done.
No time.
That's it.
The second he walked away, that was just running out completely. But how have they done that again, Bonkers, to get punished immediately inside the smoke by Esperanza, and then they take it back?
The difference from Bonkers is they're not relying on the wingman to get the plant in this round. They know it's been destroyed time and time again. So they're realizing, hey, let's just pop through the smoke because we haven't done that just yet. We know where Lakia is playing in the showers. We've seen the Prowler. Let's push them. And it works a treat.
It's just crazy to me. This is such an uncommon thing to be witnessing, right? And maybe it's just the pride of Oceania. You look at D plus Kia, every single member fragging. They're doing all their part.
It's RDW. He has been the difference maker in these past couple of rounds. He has been so suppressed in the play at the moment, but he's finally being allowed to shine. He's at double digits. Minimize is still coming up as well.
I think he was like 1 and 7.
Something like that. Conky. There's not too much credits here for D plus Kia. The pause now for them is most likely a discussion of do we full force to stop them from getting 12 or do we take the L here and fight for overtime?
I'm torn. I want Lotus.
But
a bonkers 2-0 would be kind of hot, right?
A bonkers 2-0, how many people would have said that written down on a forum on the Bird? You know,
bonkers, lol, noob team, Oceania on bottom or something like that. But, I mean, look, maybe, you know, the fact is that it's quite a common thing. We talk about this when you come in as one of the hard favorites. Bleed, they got really surprised yesterday morning, right? That was a crazy opening series. And now this is, you know, shaping up to be, you know, next to that first opening Bleed game.
I will add, so far this whole year, D plus Kia, less than 50% total across all of their maps on the defensive side. It's their attack that they have nearly 64% win rate on. So they are technically on their worst side.
And look
that's going to pay dividends for Bonkers.
Look at the buy.
Yeah, as I said, it's either the force in or it's going to be a really weak half buy. But they've gone kind of in the middle ground of that as well, right? The Stinger and an Ares for Lakia. It's actually not positioned in a big wallbangable spot either. That's kind of interesting, kind of new, something different.
Let's just see if the pause will reap any rewards here for D plus Kia.
Yep.
They are starting to try and clear out a little bit more of long.
Nobody wants to be the first one to die in a situation like this, of course. Bit of a bait setup for D plus Kia at the front entry of A. You've seen a judge here a little bit for Esperanza. This time not going to be affording himself that. There are 3 players for D plus Kia around A. Starting to rotate a fourth, and there's a flank. Actually, hang on a second. RDW is going to catch this one. They can start to get into B.
All that info gathered off the one frag there. They know that B should be free for the taking, but they slow it down.
Lakia's there with the Ares with a Haunt and a Seize. Haunt actually thrown into Hookah, not spotting anything. Full focus on A.
They have to overwhelm Allow here, and they will at least gather a little bit of information. They put the freeze time on it again because Exy has managed to pick up another, but that Dizzy will at least slow him down for a little bit. But you can still see Lakia. He's sure that they might be heading back towards B, but it's going to be minimized, opening up. Exactly right. Timing is going to be everything here. Dragon looks to get that spike planted, but it's in his hand as what finds Esperanza. It's slowly starting to spiral out of control here, but look at Lakia. He's going to put on the Jordans.
What protected the spike from being planted as well? Dragon didn't use the wingman. He has that as a stun later if he wants.
It's literally been the key to the puzzle, hasn't it, Komodo? Every single time they get this done, but now it's minimized on that line. He has some information. He drops Lakia. This is going to be map point here and series point here for Bonkers. It is something that I was never expecting to be saying on land in Bangkok, Thailand. International event, 10 of APAC's finest, fighting for the top, fighting for a spot at VCT Pacific. And we are seeing unreal scenes on our screens right now.
This has been the event so far. If it continues this way for Bonkers, of new horizons, of upsets, of new beginnings. Teams expected to get victories, not. Teams expecting to do not too much. Well, delivering. 12-10, 2 rounds of padding, but a bye for DK. They do have what they want to try and get into overtime. A double push from the B Sands, however, is something a little bit fresh because it's an earlier timing in not going through B long. This is a path that Bonkers are not expecting and what has been caught out.
Big play there from Allow, trying to take that additional control. Dragon did get a little bit of an extra spot, but he's fallen away for now. They set their sights back on A.
There is a reckoning here for Minimize. He can use it when they do try to get in towards the side on the back of maybe some satchels from Lou. Lakia repositioning though. Oh, the boombot, that's going to go past him, isn't it?
It absolutely is. He peeks in though. Okay, Lakia managing to make it work. RDW gets a response here, but with that reckoning going off, it's going to make it a little bit awkward for Esperanza. Falling away, but they freeze, they pause. Bonkers now back into this 2-on-4, and it's a toughie.
Absolutely. There was a 2 versus 5, remember earlier, but Larky are already on a flank. They have no audio, no sounds, and they go through the TP in a 1 versus 4, Mitch, but there's just nothing you can do about that.
Is it happening?
Well, you know what this means. It's either 13-11 or overtime.
Don't say it. Oh, man. As I said, I'm torn. This series, I feel like it so deserves 3 maps. But do Bonkers have the stamina to do it if they get there? D plus Kia, you know, they're a team that's equipped. They're regularly, you know, playing those LAN finals, playing those best of 5s. They know how to do it.
Yeah, I'll remind you as well, if we do get to Lotus, 13-3 in that grand final is what D plus Kia found in a victory scoreline. That doesn't bode well for Bonkers, honestly.
No.
So we'll see what this round can provide us for the Bonk squad.
So they're going to try gather some info here.
Oh, Dragon, the
Dragon.
timing, but what's down yet again? First Larkia got Dragon. Oh, I'm sniffing overtime.
Oh, it sounds like it. That is a massive play. To have the confidence to go in for this so late in the game, Komodo, is bold from D plus Kia.
You need some heroics from Bonkers here. Lou still has the paint shells and a guiding light for RDW, of course. Minimize. You've got access to at least a wall to try and, you know, divide the site, gain some entry.
Patience. Esperanza does get caught out a little bit here. They are going to start to send some utility out, Komodo, but they're not yet set on this attack yet. But now, did they catch Estrella? Yeah, they got some info.
Lou has to be the one here. He has to get something up from short because Estrella is in a position that he should be able to get 1 kill at least.
They're rotating in so quickly, and Minimize is going to get caught by that Seas as he does try to hop away, but they haven't looked for Estrella again. No information gathered. Estrella's found a second, and this, unless RDW pulls out something that is more than impossible, it is going to go to overtime. They line up, but they're just spraying and praying, and Allow will cement it. Overtime is here on Bind.
50-50 chance for both of these guys. Who is better in each of the attack and deciding rounds? What strategy do you want to deploy going into this as well? Because we've seen aggression, we've seen passiveness, we've seen potency, we've seen individuals performing, and the players that were a little bit silent and lackluster earlier on, Mitch, have stepped up as well.
Definitely.
Is Allow going to go for an operator? I was kind of waiting because we've seen ops from both sides. It'd be so risky on an agent that's not Jet or Chamber. So everyone's getting the rifles, everyone's getting this utility. Bonkers are going to be on the defense to start off with in this overtime. And for D plus Kia over on attack, of course. Early util out through B long. Guiding light revealing that there is at least a player towards the gardens. And we know from our bird's eye view that there's also going to be an Esperanza in Hugar, but dropping on down as Bonkers are progressing up through B long. Some stars down. If they can bait them out, might make an explosion a little bit easier where XE doesn't have access to it.
They're waiting though. Esperanza so ready for this mid-aggression.
Yeah, but look at what he has been, you know, taken out first in the past couple of rounds. He's at least spotted some aggression.
There's the info, so they can fall off the back of that.
Yeah, the problem being, though, is Larkia put a Prowler in through showers and it's spotted nothing.
Will they clear him? They've done it so many times before. This Boombot will at least make it awkward.
Going on up. Is Larkia going to be good for a kill here or not? They're going to line up. No, Lou gets him.
Yeah, massive play. Now they can pick up the pace off the back of this as well. Looks like the TP will come through, but look at where that spike's going. It's rotating back away. They still haven't made a decision yet, Komodo.
This is a wacky one. They're going to try and get some info into the site and then use a little bit of a later TP when they try to draw players on over. Allow finds Dragon, and the rotations are fully committed from Bonkers.
They are everywhere. Watt manages to find the right amount of timing, but Esperanza gets a response. This map, this round has just been absolute chaos, not knowing what's going to be happening, but they have found the site here. 15 seconds. Does RDW want to push, or does he want to wait for the team?
Lou, that toxic screen was still up over at the A site, and Lou just didn't get the eyes on Esperanza. So 3-on-3, RDW has to win this duel.
He absolutely does. Oh no! Not a time to be losing that one at all. RDW clearly feeling the pressure. Great shot from Esperanza, but still, again, the distance is there. Watt has spotted out Exy, but he's so low. He can get baited. Lou needs to be the one to take it, but he's gone. He's done. Esperanza, he has found it, and the TP away. There's just nothing Watt can do. This is another round going the way of D plus Kia in overtime.
And you've got to suck on the spike as well to bring him on out. There's no way Watt is getting this one done. D plus Kia, such a cool strategy over to the A side as well, drawing all those rotations from the Bonkers members, just getting a couple of kills. Esperanza rearing his head through the toasty screen as well, completely catching them off guard as they do finally try to transition back over towards B, but it's just not to be for Bonkers unless they can get this new round on their attackers' side.
Take a breathe. It's the most appropriate time to do it for all of us, for everyone watching along at home. D plus Kia. It's like a fire's been set underneath them, Komodo.
Yeah. You got to be reeling if you are Bonkers, though, as well. You had a couple of rounds of padding in regulation. You had the chances to try and close it out, of course, but that's where D plus Kia figured out what they needed to do to try and get us into that third and final decider of Lotus. No timeouts now remaining for side of Bonkers. This has to be one of the biggest speeches from Papa Smurf to get it into another realm of OT, to get it into a victory state, to get it 2-0 against D plus Kia. Their first showing on the stage.
Definitely. First big chance to take down a Titan in D plus Kia. But you can just see the facial expressions from side to side. A little bit more serious for Bonkers. A little less excitement. D plus Kia, the complete opposite. They've gone, geez, we took a little while to wriggle on, didn't we? But now here they are.
Playing on hard mode, a map down into overtime. Oh boy, what are we going to get on this round for the Bonkers side of things, though? You know, again, a lot of strategies from both of these teams explored throughout this map just by given how many rounds we have already played. The fact that we are in overtime, we saw a new strategy there from D plus Kia, right? Do Bonkers have something like that? Do they have something new and fresh? Or do they just play a little bit of a structured default and then be on the back of an opening kill?
Uh-oh. Bit of a blunder there, but...
Cleared hookah really early.
Yeah, straight in. Getting all that control. Looks like they want to go for something a little bit faster here, Komodo.
Oh, and it's going to be risky, though, isn't it? Because they don't have full vision into the site. They have to get some clearing. They've already used the Trailblazer. The Wingman's down too. That can be picked back up. You wait 10 seconds, rip it again.
The rotation's already here as well. They've come over so quickly, but it looks like Larky has called for the freeze, and now they start to make their way in slowly. That's going to be the paint shells, and Lou already taking control of side. Another one. He's been a little bit quiet these last few rounds, but he does manage to get at least two, but Larkia will be the punishment. Now that spike gets planted.
Yeah, but can they protect it? That's going to be one of the problems at the moment. Two guiding lights, a Wingman for Dragon. You can clear an angle. You can get a stun on out from that.
Much better positions, though, from these teams as the retake still commences. A little bit hesitant, but now they're out. Larkia looking to try and get into position. It's a great use of the high tide here for minimizing spots. The gun barrel, and there is going to be another. Larkia also punished. Now Exy has to get close and personal, and it's the captain of Minimize. A 3K to lock into position here from the big man. And guess what, Komodo? We go again!
We go again. How many times are we going to be saying that in this overtime? Because this map is exciting. It's electric. The crowd is amazing. And this just keeps on giving. 13 all. Both teams on the attackers' side so far getting the rounds to go again. And that discussion from Papa Smurf, right? That has been warranted. That has been answered from Bonkers. That has been needed to not see Lotus. And as D plus Kia go back to the side that they got a little bit of a leg up in this one. Dragon's already here. They're already through the wall. What is happening? This is quick.
And Al just went completely solo.
Yeah.
All on his lonesome. No teammate, no support.
And a guiding light over at the other side of the map as well, sent in from Estrella, so they know that somebody is still lurking around the fountain, that you can't get a full rotation over towards that A site to back up your boys. We do see Minimize get his feet over towards B, so there are 3 players here. The Haunt
doesn't get anything.
No, that is the Prowler.
Maybe a false sense of security here. The C's is not actually good enough either, but there's a trade position here, RDW.
The
what
defense,
a play.
they got the defense rounds.
They did it, and how well they were able to settle away and avoid all that utility, Komodo.
And Allow being taken out over at the A site first is a problematic factor there, isn't it? Because he can't pave the way into the B site. He cannot find a place for DK to get on in. They jump on out. That rotation from Minimize already on over, right? There's 3 sets of crossfires that Bonkers have to play with on the site. There's a Lou shot him through the wall with no vision, man. That's what we're dealing with right now.
Oh, man. What a clean round and such a needed one, right? To be able to get that too. It's breaking match point, you know? And that's going to be another pause this time, surely, from D plus Kia.
Yeah.
No more timeouts remaining.
Can Perry rally them up like Papa Smurf did? Because remember, technically, Papa Smurf also gets to talk here.
He does.
So he can have another discussion on how to get this round that they got last time, because it was, you know, the defensive side that did elude Bonkers and D plus Kia for the first bit of this OT.
Okay. Again, such an important time for a conversation. Just using it to simmer down.
For sure. For sure. Are we just going to get a slow round? Because it has been a couple of fast ones. Will it be any different? Standard again across the utility and across the weaponry. Everybody in with the full rifles. Nobody trying to change it up with an operator. Hellbid an Odin.
None of that.
Nah.
Need to see the goodness.
And what are we going to get early from Bonkers? Where's that wall? It's cutting across the BTP
They're
for
quick.
D plus Kia. Out to the TP of Showers and Bonkers. I mean, they love going like this up through B-Long. They love the scaling. They love keeping D plus Kia entertained. A Vandal, you can trace those bullets. And that's what's happened.
Punished for the spray. It's always a dangerous game.
Yep. And remember as well, Watt has placed his toxic screen on that standard position yet again to have a divide between where that TP and U-Haul is over to the side itself, and that's why Alakia is just going for these jump spots.
Prowler in.
And it is the last Prowler as well. That sees, that can catch a lot.
It might not have got heaps, though. They've actually managed to get their way into lamps pretty decently here, Komodo. And now Alakia can just play the off-angle Watt. Slowly creeping in, but it looks like they're ready for it.
What's going to be the linchpin here if he can manage to get a kill, but now his position has been known. It's full focus on the site.
Absolutely. It's going to be so hard to try and find the spike plant here as Allow does get one, but Watt will at least be able to respond. RDW does pick up another, but Dragon has to be the big man here as Watt gets another. Estrella's position is not known at this point in time. This time the wingman will find the plant. Yes! He did manage to find it. Just the little guy getting the job done for a second, but Komodo, simmer, time. Watt has to clear. He's trying to get aggressive here.
It's all brain games. It's all in the mind for Estrella. He's wrapping all the way around. Remember, Conky, Estrella has to go for a defuse here. He just got the guiding light. He can't get the Seekers.
This is incredible from Watt.
Watt has mollies.
The position, the patience. He's burnt so much time here, allowing Estrella to get into the site. The spike is planted there for him. Will the timing fare him? He's got the info. He's got it. He's jumping onto it now. Will it be Pros Don't Fake or will it be Bonkers? It absolutely will be. Watt with the 1 versus 2 clutch. The Viper will be the snake throwing out the bite to close out Bonkers in a massive international win, an upset of the ages, taking down Giants in D plus Kia. No one in this building would have ever believed that that was going to be occurring today, but we have seen it in our eyes. And Bonkers, they've got to be happy with that.
Absolutely, and it was a battle to behold across these 2 maps here. 2 maps that we've already seen from Bonkers against Scars. 2 maps that they put up 6 rounds apiece on, and they have delivered a much better performance here on this one. 13-9 and an OT win. By my eyes, I am impressed.
It's just a group stage game. Right, but how much this would mean to a team like Bonkers, to a minor region of Oceania. This has got to hurt for D plus Kia, right? Coming in as one of the strong favorites into a game like this. It must be a surreal feeling, but Larky is still smiling. What a gem, what a champ. And it's not done. There is still so much more gameplay to have. I have to remind you all that it's going to keep on coming, but Komodo, all I can say is everyone watching, are you not bloody entertained?
You better well be, as they all line up on the stage with a victory behind them.
Almost
it's
ready
bonkers.
for tears.
It's bonkers, baby!
That's insane. Incredible. Look at how happy they are. Cheeky little bow. Smiles on dials. But yeah, that is a huge result. I cannot believe, you know, how close it got in that first one, right? You know, Fracture, it was still a strong victory, 13-8, but then the second we started to see them come back and bring it to that overtime, I thought it was potentially done. We were talking about how Lotus was just likely going to fall into the hands of D+ Kia.
Is the difference the fact that the pistol was actually gathered from Bonkers here? They finally got one, right? We saw RDW so silent in the beginning of this game, but he actually started to step up when they needed him the most. And the repetition as well, you know, one thing D+ Kia were doing was denying plants time and time again from Bonkers, and the turning when they finally went through the smoke instead with that pop flash for RDW, getting the round, changing it up, adapting on the fly. Bonkers, today they have proved that they have what it takes.
They belong here. It's not just a cheeky invite, a bonus, a consolation prize. They have earned their spot here, and they've still got much more to prove. But we continue this position. I bring in the perfect person to talk about it. It's Geordie McAleer, and mate, look, biased Australian casters, right? How important is a win like that to Bonkers?
Give us this moment because, you know, we don't know how many more of those we're actually going to be getting here at VCT Ascension. But, oh my lord, what a game coming out of the boys there. Statement win on map number 1. Statement win on map number 2 as well. D+ Kia, a valiant attempt to bring that game back all the way to OT, all the way to second OT as well. But there was just so many great rounds towards the end of that one. I'm looking at that 3K feed from Dragon with the clutch from RDW. That was in round 20 as well. And that's the Dragon that we know from home, right?
2 versus 5.
That was 2 versus 5. He runs in, CT spawn, gets 3 kills like it's absolutely nothing. D+ Kia were just not ready for that kind of aggression. And look, you're looking at Allow. You have to feel bad for him. He was farming. He was absolutely farming this game for D+ Kia. But you're looking on the other side, Lou doing almost as good, doing just enough, and having the rest of the team around him just really picking up and putting down exactly what we expected. You're looking at Dragon. This is his best performance yet in Ascension Pacific, and we need more of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Both Razors on top here. A lot of first bloods for both of them as well, which means that they're getting into the action early. They're getting electric. They're having it happen. And you can just see here as well, the clutches are going to be there. Estrella got a 1 versus 3. That was very exciting too, able to isolate those 1v1s time and time again. But the fact that there was a 2 versus 5 in the mix, I think that clicked something in Bonkers. But more so, I think, importantly, over on the other side of D+ Kia, that round hurts.
The 1 versus 2 as well from what to close it, you know? So those 1 clutch on each side, so important in the run of the show.
Yeah, big clutches coming through. Lou, a huge performance, and that's exactly why he's going to be coming through as the MVP. He did pretty well the other day, even in that loss, you know, still tried to do his hardest. But here again, he's just done such a spectacular job. He looked really relaxed before the game, and I was thinking, you know what, maybe he's going to have a good one. And he certainly did. The other one I want to quickly touch on too is the intuitive movement from RDW in that second last round of OT, round 27. That Haunt came out on site. It fully cleared cutout on B. As soon as that's done, before they came through, War was still up, or Smoke was still up over towards Hookah, and then he was able to reposition into cutout. They were thinking it was clear, you know, D+ Kia thought it was clear, ran out, didn't look at it, and there was a crossfire fully established. It was just great gameplay, great VALORANT.
Yeah, and Mini coming over as well, right? That situation, it's like you're trying to draw full rotations away to the other side, and D+ Kia, they did a great job of that throughout the course of this map. The rotation playing that they were doing to bait Bonkers to just move away from a position and just, you know, make things more favorable for them. They were doing that extremely well, but when it came to the overtime mattered the most, the one time they're not able to just bait rotations, it doesn't work for them.
That's it. Well, we do have the brains and part of the brawn of Bonkers up on the stage to have a chat to. It's minimized for the interview.
Alright สวัสดีครับทุกท่านนะครับผม and everybody from home. So today of course you're back with me again and we are with Minimize today from Bonkers. ก็มาอยู่กับ Minimize นะครับจากทีม Bonkers นะครับผมซึ่งบอกเลยว่าเกมเมื่อกี้นี้โอ้ดูไปก็ลุ้นไปนะโดยเฉพาะไปโอเวอร์ไทม์ขนาดนั้นนะครับผมอย่างไรก็ตามผมเชื่อว่าหลายๆคนน่าจะมีคำถามที่ก็น่าจะอยากรู้ลึกพอสมควรเหมือนกันนะครับ So first questions first I wanted to ask you given that your team is super flexible everybody could pretty much play all the agents I wanted to know how this flexibility had an effect or had an impact on your drafts for the agents and also for the maps
สวัสดีครับ
Hey!
I think in the current meta, you really need to have diverse agent pool, and I think having so many flexible players like Dragon, RDW, it just allows us to play what we feel like is the best comp, and I feel like it's really important right now with all the new updates. You never know what's really going to be the current meta, so really good to have all that flexibility allows us to play what we want.
Right, great answer, man. สำหรับนะครับคำถามก่อนเลยนะเมื่อกี้ก็อาจจะมีตกหล่นไปบ้างนะครับก็อยากถามว่าโอ้โหเป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างที่จะยืดหยุ่นพอสมควรนะครับทุกท่านเนี่ยสามารถที่จะเล่นเอเจนต์ได้หลายๆตัวจริงๆนะครับในทีมนี้ก็ถามไปว่าเฮ้ยแล้วการที่มีความหลากหลายตรงนี้เนี่ยมันส่งผลให้กับการดราฟทั้งตัวเอเจนต์เองแล้วก็แมปหรือเปล่านะครับผมซึ่งทางคุณ Minimize เนี่ยก็บอกไว้ว่าก็ดีนะที่ RDW เนี่ยก็สามารถที่จะเล่นได้หลายตัวรวมถึงผู้เล่นอื่นๆในทีมด้วยนะครับที่ทำให้เราสามารถวางแผนได้หลายรูปแบบนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยรูปเกมเนี่ยก็จะออกมาได้ค่อนข้างที่จะหลากหลายแล้วก็นั่นก็น่าจะเป็นจุดแข็งของเขาเหมือนกันนะครับผม Alright it was amazing right that game super intense แต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับผมอยากรู้เหมือนกันครับว่าคุณ Minimize เนี่ยเขาพร้อมหรือเปล่าเพราะเมื่อวานเราเห็นอุรังอุตังเล่นแล้วนะครับซึ่งจะเป็นคู่ต่อสู้คนต่อไปของเขานะครับเขาพร้อมขนาดไหนสำหรับการเจอทีมอุรังอุตังครับ So the next question is pretty much yesterday we watched Orangutan play their matches and they were performing quite well as well. I wanted to know from your thoughts since they're gonna be your next opponent what are your thoughts on the upcoming matches and how's your confidence level at this point?
Well, I think every team that we face is going to be very hard. You've obviously seen Orangutan just dominate the Indian scene, and they look very strong. They have a lot of firepower, a lot of aggression, but we're just going to go in there, do us, watch their VOD, see how they play, and we'll just keep it clean.
นะครับก็ต้องดูกันต่อไปนะครับผมสำหรับคำตอบนะครับก็เขาเป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งมากนะครับโอ้โหเป็นทีมที่เล่น aggressive มากบุกหนักนะครับมี fire power ที่สูงมากนะแต่อย่างไรก็ตามต้องดูไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ต้องปรับตามสถานการณ์ไปครับสำหรับตรงนี้นะฮะ and of course the final question you have so many fans I mean you're starting to have so many fans here as well right and of course back at home what would you like to say for your fans both over here in Ascensions and back at home watching
obviously without an org it's really hard to get anything done but so grateful for the people that actually donated to us and allowed us to boot camp and come to Thailand early. As you can see, it paid off. We just got a crowd-funded W. And finally for the Aussies, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi!
โอ้ยนะครับก็สำหรับคำถามสุดท้ายนะครับอยากถามความรู้สึกแล้วก็อยากจะขอบคุณแฟนๆทางบ้านว่าอะไรบ้างนะครับผมก็อยากจะขอบคุณสปอนเซอร์ทุกคนนะที่ช่วยสนับสนุนเขาให้ได้มาบูตแคมป์ที่ประเทศไทยนะครับผมทั้งนั้นที่ก็จะเป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างใหม่เนาะแต่ว่าขอบคุณแฟนๆทั้งหน้าเก่าและหน้าใหม่ที่คอยเชียร์กันแล้วก็โอ้ยนะครับผมสำหรับแฟนๆจากออสเตรเลียนั่นเองนะครับผมแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับเกมแรกเท่านั้นครับก็สนุกขนาดนี้แล้วและวันนี้เรายังเหลืออีก2เกมครับท่านผู้ชมครับAnd of course, it's great to have you here, man. Hopefully, we'll get to see each other in the future again. And good luck. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับเดี๋ยวเราไปพักกันสักครู่หนึ่งครับ And I will pass it back to the hosts. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
Well, on to another high note of VCT Ascension Pacific. We're all happy here on the desk. It was some lovely words coming out of Minimize. Needs to be said before we start shifting the discussion towards that second series. But look, Orangutan going to be going up against Scars, the team that demolished Bonkers on that first day here at Ascension Pacific. I don't know which way this one's going to go. I feel like, you know, it's been a true test. Orangutan, no one gave them any props leading into this game against Bleed, but they managed to take a map off of Bleed. And people are saying Bleed are the favorites in the whole damn tournament, favorites to make their way to VCT Pacific. It's just chaos. Like, this might be a chance for one of these teams to be the first team with 2 wins in that Omega group, and it could be Scars of all teams.
Yeah, geez. And I think the thing is as well, like that game yesterday, you know, it was only because Juicy popped the hell off, where Orangutan might have actually had a chance to do that. And then exact same thing, you know, Scars, maybe they had a weaker looking Bonkers. So it's just the thing of, again, who the hell is winning this thing, Mac?
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't ask me.
I will say, I think a weaker looking Bonkers might be an understatement, because for what they just came out with there and the shenanigans that were afoot in the first time they played against Scars, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, who knows what's going to happen indeed. Well, I think our predictions are going to be split down the middle. You know, I feel like Scars just looked so clean the other day that it's so hard to go against them. But then Orangutan, look, taking that map off of Bleed when, I don't know if Bleed were looking bad, I don't know if Bleed were looking good, but Bleed got the win in the end. And look, we're talking about Group Alpha looking like it's just going to be this pool of a lack of knowledge, a lack of understanding as to which 3 teams are actually going to make it into playoffs. But now Group Omega's going in that same direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're looking at predictions, we're looking at matches, and I don't actually think we can convincingly say right now, because of what we've just witnessed, that if you're going for Scars, how convincing are they actually going to look? You know, everyone's got to be well rested, prepared, time to counter-strat, time to actually look at the individual performances here at the event, because in the first day, you don't have that to look at previously, what they're actually looking like on this stage. So I think for Orangutan and for Scars, now that they have that, I think it's going to be more exciting just due to that.
Well, speaking of exciting, Orangutan couldn't get more exciting, so let's have a quick look at their lineup. It should be the same as what we saw yesterday. Tesseract, Raw Fuel, Antidote, Aziz, and RVK. These 5 individuals went up against all the expectations, at least in terms of what we had for our predictions. Everyone went for Bleed yesterday, but Orangutan certainly won my heart over. I need to say that one.
Yeah, absolutely. A combination of Indonesian and Philippine firepower. Very strong team. And an interesting one, I guess not dissimilar to Fancy, where map dependent is where they choose their roles in which way they kind of do. A couple of role swaps as well, depending on map to map. But yeah, very exciting team. And I think it just needs to be harped upon about how crazy that game was against Bleed yesterday.
And this kind of goes more into the normalcy where you have teams that will usually have like a Jet mainstay, right? You're always going to have that one person on Jet, and that's mainly Raw Fuel, unlike where we saw for Fancy Physio only on the Viper, right? So this is a more common dynamic when it comes to Valorant.
Yeah, for sure. And look, I feel like Antidote called an immaculate game yesterday, keeping it as close as possible and keeping all the Bleed fans on their toes. But of course, we have to talk about these individuals. You got to remember, Scars, they have Gem Keen, and he is at the top of the stats individually after polishing Bonkers the other day. So all eyes on him, all eyes on a couple of the other individuals. Alan as well, a name that springs to mind. Crystal, the IGL, calling up a storm for one game, but can he do it again?
And that's going to be one of the biggest things, isn't it? Because Crystal and Jemkin really lead this team. A lot of their wins are contributed when those two are the big performers. Again, you add the IGL on towards Crystal, more pressure. But one of the things that we're noticing as well is there's a little bit of a slip from them in a couple of rounds that Bonkers were able to get, right? Alan not into the party. When he gets into the mix as well, I mean, do you even need Toroneko and Yoshi at that point? It's just super scary.
Yeah, look, I already shouted out Gem Keen for being that top of the stats, but you're looking down in 4th place. Alan's there, Crystal's in 5th place. So far, 3 of the top 5 performers of Ascension Pacific are in this squad. So we might see those stats definitely shift out a little bit, you know, get a bit of an aggregate.
I would say it's a little bit skewed because of how convincing they were against Bonkers as well, right?
Yes,
All of the other games, when they're getting close, 3 mappers near your overtimes, you have more rounds of play to keep that consistency. So I think that's where you look at, you know, on a graph, that might be the outlier.
That's it, right? Look, 38 rounds played. Yeah. As opposed, this is what I was saying the other day, Xiaoyu, for one team, of course, 111 rounds played at the moment.
God.
You know, there's a specific difference in the amount of Valorant some of these teams have played so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's exciting, right? Because you get to play against all the other teams in your group, there's the chance to play a lot, but there's also going to be that chance to be very dominating. And currently, Scars is in that latter topic, right? Because they've got a dominating game, we haven't seen really another team who has been that convincing yet.
Yeah, and look, Scars map pool, I feel like we got surprised by it, right? When they played up against Bonkers, they had a whole bunch of strats that we just didn't expect to come out.
Yeah.
Bonkers, you know, they had that 5-0 start, and then after we found out, you know, during that interview, Scars decided, you know, hey, what are we doing? Let's just play our game. As soon as they played their game, they just, you know, shook off the nerves. They played the best game of Valorant we've seen so far here in Ascension Pacific. And look, head-to-head, Gem Keen up against Raw Fuel. Why have we picked these ones today?
The dualisty boys, the ones that are going to get all of the frags. That's, I think, the main reason why these guys are to be highlighted here as well. Great stats, great impact, a lot of rounds played for Raw Fuel as well to keep that consistency ongoing. So I think it's going to be a really big test, because one of the things, again, that kind of surprised a lot of people, right, was the fact that Orangutan got so close in their previous series. A map of overtime, the win coming through from that. The opposite on the spectrum is that for Scars, they had it very cleanly. So sometimes it does make sense when you win a game because of your duelist just absolutely hitting every single one of their shots. You know, I guess you disregard the first 5 rounds that Bonkers got on bind for the very big opening. But apart from that, I mean, Gem Keen was just an unstoppable force.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I'm looking at Crystal, I'm looking at Alan, I'm looking at them to try to really pull this one together. Gem Keen, you've already spoken about. I think it's so easy to speak about him because he is, you know, the top performer here. And all eyes, every single one of our eyes are going to be on him as an individual to see if he can back it up against this South Asian talent that is Orangutan. And look, it's time for us to put our money where our mouths are. Conk and I got our predictions correct for the first game of the day, but we are split again. And I'm going with South Asia. I'm going with the Filipino-Indian mix. I just loved the synergy that this team has. You know, every time I've seen them walking around backstage, they're just having a great time.
Can I justify why I went like D+ though in a fun way?
Yeah.
Like earlier.
Yeah, because when I pick Bonkers at home and they lose. So I picked them the other day and they lost. I don't pick them here and they win.
And everyone at home is thanking you greatly.
Yeah, correct.
Right now. But look, so you picked Scars. Does that mean I'm going to get mine right?
I don't know on that one. Look, and I think it's because I just like the way Scars play a little bit more than Orangutan. I was more impressed by their cleanliness in the way they approach their rounds as well. And just the ability to quickly understand, like so quick on what they need to be doing if they are in a disadvantageous position.
Yeah, I just love the fact that Orangutan, they're not scared to make those individual plays that might have cost them the series the other day in certain aspects. But when they want to and when they're feeling it and when they're happy and they're looking happy up there again, they're looking like they're having a great time up on the stage, that is when they perform. So I'm hoping that they can take it to, you know, the Japanese team of Scars.
The thing about the orangutan roster, they mentioned in the interview at the very start of the game, they were saying that the friendship is the reason why they do so well. So you could be spot on.
I could be spot on. And it is time to have a quick look at what maps we're going to be playing for the second series of the day. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. Sorry about that one. We're going to discuss maps. We're not going to figure them out just yet. So, Dion, you have the source, you have the extraction.
Yeah,
you
I
are
think
the
I do.
extractor.
I think I do,
Yep.
but it's a fun one because both teams have the general same Instaban, Lotus. Both of them not wanting to play it since it's really come out. So that kind of puts a little bit more importance on who gets Team A in this veto, who gets to do the ban, because do they choose to make sure Lotus isn't played and not kind of float the idea of a new Lotus from their opponents, or do they ban it and then leave a potential strong map of theirs to be banned?
I don't know which way this one's going. I feel like this might finally be that first series where we get a little bit of Haven in there too.
I think possibly because both teams have it as one of their stronger maps. It's more on the side of strength for Scars, but it's one of the better ones on Orangutan across the field as well, where for Scars, they have more maps that they're actually stronger on in the win state. So I think if it's going to be picked, either of them can pick it. It's better for Scars, though, if they don't, because they have more maps that they can pick from.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the amount of reps we're seeing from Scars. Like Haven, I'm loving when they do bring that breach in. You know, they when I watched them in the VOD from the grand final before we got here, they didn't look like that aggressive of a team. But what we got the other day was just them with no holds barred, just feeling themselves extremely confident and just going for those early aggressive defensive plays, and Bonkers were not ready for it at all.
No, I think like just the fact that Bind was strong for both of these teams, you know, there's always the potential of that. That was the map that Orangutan won in overtime, right? So removing Pearl, getting through this, you know, there's obviously, again, mentioned the Haven that can potentially be there, the Lotus that can be taken out. So yeah, it is really one where you mentioned fun because God knows what's going to come through.
I wouldn't be surprised if our picks were a Haven and Ascent here. I think if you don't have to ban Lotus, if Scars get to ban first and they ban Lotus, I think it's a no-brainer on what you're banning against them if you are Orangutan. It's probably Fracture.
Okay, so you think we're going to go to the trifecta, you know, go back to some of those maps that were in the pool initially, the old split leftover maybe?
I would like a Haven, a Ascent, and then as the decider, I would like a Bind. I don't think that it's going to be in... I'd prefer Split in this series. I think it would be funner. It makes more sense to be Bind.
We do like fun. We do like fun.
It makes more sense to be Bind, though. Are we sensical today?
Yeah, I think so. Well, no, I think chaos comes out of both these regions, right?
Yeah.
You never really kind of know. Being a long-term Laz fan, so, you know, always got the eye on the Japanese scene, and the Indian scene has just so much... Everyone wants to fight the good fight, right? You know, everyone wants to get aggressive. Everyone wants to take those jewels, and, you know, you've got Rawfield at the helm of that. But obviously, you know, bringing in the two Russian imports into Scars has seemed to bring a level of control back in. But, you know, Jem Keen, the way he was playing Reina yesterday, or the day before, rather, I just got no idea.
Yeah, that was an insane performance. I don't want to think about it because I don't like the result personally. But it was great. You know, I'm sure everyone in Japan that was watching along were having a field day.
There were like 20K viewers at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning or something like that. The Japanese fans are built diff, got to admit.
They were just
on a
staying
weekday,
up late.
Yeah, on a weekday.
On a weekday.
School night.
What day of the week is it anymore?
I don't know.
I just know it's day 3 of Ascension Pacific.
Exactly, that's all that matters.
I'm not too worried about what actual day it is, because I'm not leaving the hotel. I'm just chilling. And look, it is time for us to have a quick look at what maps we are going to be playing.
We're here for match 2 map draft. We're going to go ahead and start things off. Orangutan, you are A side, so you have first ban.
Ban Lotus.
Ban Lotus. Scars, your ban.
Ban Haven.
Ban Haven. And then first pick Orangutan.
Pick Ascent.
Pick Ascent. Sides.
Start defense.
Start defense. Scars, your map pick.
You pick Fracture.
Yeah, you pick Fracture. And then side select for Orangutan.
Defense.
Defense. All right, we have 3 bands remaining. 3 maps remaining, 2 bands left. Bind, Pearl, Split. OG, your first ban.
Ban Bind.
Ban Bind. And final ban Scars, Pearl, Split. Ban Split, play Pearl.
Yep.
And then side select Orangutan.
Defense.
Defense. All right, quick review. Lotus ban, Haven ban. First pick is Ascent. Defense for Scars. Scars picks Fracture. Defense for Orangutan. Ban Bind, Split ban. Final map Pearl. Defense for Orangutan. All right, cool. Best of luck to both teams.
I am excited to see what the doctor has been prescribing for the rest of the team today, and we'll see how this whole series plays out. But look, we got those map picks coming through. We've got Ascent to kick things off, Fracture as the second in the series, and Pearl to round out this best of 3. I'm excited because Ascent is an interesting one for both of these teams. Orangutan, you know, they're pretty aggressive on it. We saw that the other day. And Scars as well. You know that things haven't been going well for them recently on Ascent.
The thing is, though, we had a feeling that Ascent was going to be in this, right? And then it was either a Haven or a Fracture ban to come through. They've actually decided to go with Haven and play Fracture. So that is allowing Scars to pick a map that they have already proved that they are good on here in this tournament, right? The win against Bonkers on that one was nuts. A very clean 13-6. And then for the final decider, Pearl is an interesting one. They don't want bind or split, and they're going into that. So I think in terms of history, you're probably looking towards a little bit more of a veto likeness for Scars, but I mean, when it does come to Pearl as well, Phoenix is to be floated as agent picks in that one. There's a couple of different agent lineups that Orangutan have comfortably played for a very long time as well. So they could be running in either the fake KO or the Phoenix Sky if we get there, and that's a big if, because right now we are starting a little bit earlier on Ascent, as you were saying, and what are we saying about this composition again? If you don't pick it, you're silly.
Yeah, we're saying if you don't pick it, you... Actually, I was just going to say if you do pick it, you're boring. But look, it's fine. It's fun. It's not all about being creative, you know, it's picking into the meta, and it's all about who's going to execute it better, right?
Yeah.
That's what we need to focus on here. You got Alan, of course, moving on to the KO, one of the top performers so far from Scars, as well as being that initiator. Look, he's got a bit of entering to do. Gem keen to see exactly how he plays the Jet. We've seen some very creative entry pathing from a few Jets so far, and we've got Ascent in a lot of these series.
Yeah, no, it's generic, I guess, but it's just because it's so important to make sure that does occur. It's just about, obviously, how well it's been used, how well the map control looks, Komodo, and overall, it's a crazy sort of thought in my mind about how far that this one can go, and like with Pearl being the decider, it is anything can occur from these two teams, and this was the one I was looking at even more so above Bonkers versus D+ Gear, because I thought that was going to be a whitewash.
Yeah, well, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Although, if you look at it the other way, a whitewash from Bonkers. Because they won 2-0.
It was still tight.
That's insane. But no, playing into the meta, not a bad idea, of course. Teams have tried to change their lineup on Ascent and just been taken down very convincingly. So it's going to be who is better on both sides here. And I'm looking over as well. Remember, we've got Crystal and Aziz, players right now that are not playing on the duelists, but are very capable of doing so. So will that actually change and maybe be better over on the side of Aziz, because KO pseudo entry instead of like a raise?
Yeah.
You could theorize something there.
100%. You know, we saw him try, play it the other day, and it looked pretty good. But you just got me saying Aziz, bruh. I just had to throw
I'm
that
gonna
one
get
in there.
stuck with it at some point. It's gonna break me.
And if you don't know, you don't know. That's okay. For the rest of Asia that doesn't know that reference, but
stay Myron for rest of Asia.
Stay Myron. But yes, moving into Ascent, it's going to be a fun affair. I can't wait to see who is better out of these two teams, because they both impressed us in different ways so far. I'd love to see Orangutan get a first win on the board and just make the group as interesting as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tiebreakers will be a factor.
Do you think the veto changes your prediction whatsoever?
Not really.
No? I don't think so either. I think that it's a pretty level playing field again, very slightly over to Scars in my opinion, but there's definitely power for Orangutan.
There's power indeed. And look, Crystal going to be leading the charge, standing 8'9" as he walks out onto the stage. Let's see if he's going to be able to call another stellar game for Scars and keep them as the first undefeated team in the tournament.
Well, Mac, we will find out very, very soon. Ascent, it has been an interesting one in this competition so far. Not a massive amount of reps in the tournament just yet, but it does show that there is some exciting things that can occur with it. So now is the time to shine for both of these teams. Who is going to show themselves? Do we have Scars going to a 2-0 lead, or do we have Orangutan forcing them to tie it up 1-1? Anything can happen in this group, as we know. Komodo, tell me all about it.
Tell you all about it. I'm just excited to get into another one where, you know, we don't actually have a bonkers, right? So we get to see something a little bit different yet again, which we're not really accustomed to. But this is looking a little bit very quick from Orangutan into B.
Yeah, they're straight in there. Rawfield will be punished though. Torrent Echo getting taken down very, very early on. Torrent Echo actually finding a second here. Alan also another as well, but Antidote, all right. Cheeky little response there. They do get the spot, though. Crystal falling back now. Are they going to be able to find him? It's still a tough line on the site, though, Komodo.
Yeah, turret's available for RVK, but they need to get the plant, don't they? Both relatively low. Wallbang to come on out. It's all on RVK.
It's paper thin, and I'm not talking the caster here, as RVK has to clutch out the 1v3 here. Yoshi looks to point out, but it's going to be him to take it. And that is Scars solidifying their opening round here on Ascent in quite a strong fashion.
Yeah, not gonna lie, a lot of kills, just making sure they're bunkering down over at that B side. A very rapid one from Orangutan, just want to get out of the gates. Guns are swinging and the shots were there. Don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, when it's a 3 versus 2, you need to try and get that plant and the shots just connect through the wall. Makes things a little bit more difficult. So the pistol gathered by Scars. They'll be able to get the guns out in the next, but with no plant, will we get a force up from Orangutan? Of course, playing on the side of caution, not going to be going for that. Some early information to the Alpha side, and an early one from Rawfield onto Gem King.
He's sharp. That's going to be the one that we have to keep our eye on the entirety of this map. Komodo Rawfield just can click heads.
Absolutely. Speaking of, Alan, headshot, Tesseract for a trade. Things are getting dangerous.
Scary is the word that I was about to throw out. Torrent Echo! Oh my god! Quick flick of the wrist, call him a trick shotter at this point. RVK, though, gets a response. How is this round back into a 2-on-2?
I don't know, but they can go over towards the B site where nobody currently is home. The alarm bot down mid is active, and the turret by position for Yoshi, I don't actually think it is available. That will be destroyed or pulled back. I'd actually love to see if it was pulled back from Yoshi, because into the B site, the plant can actually go down. Imagine if he pulled back the turret and it wasn't destroyed. He'll have that soon. For some info, they know that they're not mid-pizza yet. Remember, the alarm bot, it's been recalled too.
Few good markets in Bangkok. RVK looking to hunt out one of his own by taking that additional control. Now, rotation is going to start to come in. He's heard those footsteps of Torrent Echo. Great shot from RVK. Now it's all on Yoshi. Has to split the wickets here and try to get in towards position. It's a great peek from Aziz. But will he be saying brah, or will he be winning the round? He'll be taking that one, absolutely. Great result there from Orangutan, tying it up.
Pistols, remember, no force, no investment, a thrifty immediately. And a bit of a wake-up for Scars as well. You know, sharp shots coming through from Orangutan. You cannot say that these pistols are not going to be potent. A 2 versus 2 scenario as well, but with these guns picked up, Aziz able to get the closer at the end, and they are happy. Friendship, laughter, if you can keep that up, those spirits, that's definitely going to propel Orangutan to, you know, keep comfortable in this series. Now, of course, they have the guns from winning that thrifty round. Can't say the same for Scars. Everybody grouping up. An A main for the attackers. A standard drone in. Fragment. Not going to do too much to them. They can feel comfortable in waiting that out. But again, just look at the immediate rotations that Scars are coming over with. I'll be keen to see if they do that in the gun rounds, because in a pistol, you know, you want to try and get the stack. You want to try and maximize the lesser damage that those would generally put out.
Timing has heard the audio potentially as mid-top's been taken, but it's all going to be about Yoshi and the distance that he can make as Tesseract. He's ready. Very nicely done.
Bit of utility still, of course, Tesseract with the recon bolt. Use that a little bit later on. 50 seconds to go, though. The pathing over towards B is not going to be met with too much resistance unless we do see Yoshi peeking through the link.
Taking down Rawfield. That's an important member here already, as RVK and Antidote will at least get 1 and 2 back. So it's on to Gem King. What a shot. So what's that? That's a dink.
Yep.
Through the wall, but it's Aziz, who's okay for now.
Remember, Torrent Echo's here, full kit of utility as well.
It's going to be such a tough cross, Komodo. He misses the shot, but he does connect in the end. That's 3 for Gem King. He's on for the ace here, Komodo. Has to find it now, though. Aziz in position. Gem King, you are a monster already.
7 HP, Mitch.
Rising up. A gentle breeze will blow this man down, and is it going to be the crosshair? The timing, he's done it! Gem King! Rising above when he's got adversity in his face, and another one back-to-back round, a game of tug-of-war here, Komodo.
He's here. That's why we see them in the head-to-heads, isn't it? When you think the pistols of Orangutan can get the job done, anything you can do, I can do better. And I, as an individual, because Jem Keen has got that one over the line. And we're in a similar sort of state that, you know, we would kind of see in the beginning of a game. You get a pistol, you get the second round, then you go into your bonus. This is a little bit delayed, but my oh my, Jem Keen, you've done something special there. Now into the fourth. Couple of Vandals for Orangutan, Sheriffs for the rest of them. It's a full house. But are they going to get the river right?
Good response from Yoshi. Great start. It's about managing to string these 2 rounds together.
That's one of those rifles down, so Antidote had to pick that one up.
Made his way in here, Rawfield. Not a bad position, and Crystal does actually manage to slip below the door there, so it's broken it up. RVK will be able to get onto the site, but they're already moving in here quick. Tesseract finds another, but Yoshi does get a response, but that's RVK with that weapon that's been recovered here, Komodo.
Recon Bolt just gained for Crystal. He can send that in with a shock dart as well to look for a little bit of damage before this plant gets too far.
Tesseract's still so far away, though. He's got a lot more work to do, because if Jem Keen does manage to take it, he's just not going to be able to do this retake. Nah, it's done.
Does he have some sort of weird lineup that he can shoot from there? Average Jonas-esque? I don't know.
No.
Apparently not. Doesn't matter. Jem Keen and Crystal to survive and get the round.
The second they got that info, just straight on the defuse. Easy pickings.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, the plan actually gets done for Orangutan. In a normal round, if that was like a half buy and eco, it would look better for them come into the next round. But the problem is that they forced a little bit in that, right? So we're going to see players down onto the light shields, albeit they still have a big buy. They will have all of their weaponry. Maybe a little bit lighter in terms of some of the utilities, but you always got to remember that if you are, lacking some, make up for it somewhere else. So we'll see as it comes up. All of the utility is going to be there for Orangutan. So they've done the math right. My scary sort of thoughts right now, though, is that Jem Keen has an Operator and a Bladestorm. He's already been popping off. That ace, another pick in the last round, this just elevates his threat level.
Definitely.
Take flight.
Spotting for info. Early walk in towards B main, Komodo, and I think it might be a quick one here. Getting a little bit of utility out off the back of that lockdown.
Yep, and it can't be destroyed either. You have to respect it at this current point in time. RVK dropping that one, but are they going to be able to actually get into the site at the moment, establish a plant? We know Scars hate to play retake, remember?
Yeah. And they look like they may very well get a wriggle on here. They're already in the market. They're already in defender side spawn, so they are looking to get into it. Just how quickly Rawfield was able to get on towards the site, but here they go.
Yeah. Oh, Aziz, if he uses the null command, there's no abilities for Scars.
Absolutely. The tailwind has been popped as Crystal able to find it. That is going to be, as well, some further utility coming out to try and lock them in. Tesseract has to find the timing, has to get the back. There it is. 1, 2, 3. Tesseract! What a spray down as Rawfield also to close the round. That's Orangutan, and that is timing to a T.
Absolutely. The power that these ultimates do present in this game, remember, they cannot be underestimated. The difference there being, if Aziz doesn't pop the null command, you have to contend with possible dart from Crystal. You have to contend with anything informational that could be thrown your way at the site. And when you remove those abilities at that current point in time, better crosshair placement for Orangutan. A quick, good spray down too goes a long way. And with the economy not really built up too much for Scars, they're teetering on the edge of a swing round right now. If they drop this one, we are met with 3-3. They'll have to take a bit of an eco. And that's the chance for Orangutan to take the lead.
Patience is a virtue here.
Bladestorm from Jem Keen. He's been taken down to 32 HP, but he still hits the headshot.
These are just giving me flashbacks to the other night, of course. How well these blades have been utilized by some of these players across VCT Ascension Pacific.
With the lesser purchase as well, remember 4 ultimates available for Scars. A Judge lurking in the dark too for Torin Echo. Minute to go. A regroup from Orangutan over to A, and that's just the little soldier left to his own devices in RVK over at Cat.
Okay, he did manage to find the right timing there, Torin Echo, so he's going to sit inside it. There we go. 2 big kills with the Judge there, and that's the spike drop just on the other side of that dark cover.
Yeah, it's about to fade too, so He has to get out of there.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to stay around, right? A 5 versus 2, you never win a 2 versus 5. You lose the 5 versus 2. We've seen that today.
We have indeed. But just the fact is, a level of hesitancy from Orangutan here. 20 seconds and they don't even look like they want to try and take the site. They might save.
Yeah, I mean, you've got an operator. If you can take that into the next round, it can be, you know, nicely placed in the hands of Raw Fuel, or if Antidote just wants to hold on to it, because the money situation is built up for Orangutan enough that they can get a pretty decent buy come the next round, right? It was for Scars that the buy would have looked a little bit more awkward next. So you remove the blades from Jem Keen. He's going to have a gun in the next round. Is it going to be an operator, though? Because the hunt is on. RVK loses the Vandal, and okay. Antidote holds on to the op.
The paranoia was like a desperation play there to burn that, to just stay alive.
Yeah. But he does, and that's an important thing, right? Because it gives you a couple of bits and pieces to play with in the next round. That's how he got the kill. Nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Very nice.
Okay. Pretty back and forward in the very beginning of this one, but is that going to be the steadying of the ship for Scars or not? Because as I said, there is going to be enough money for Orangutan to be able to purchase into this round. Going for a bit of a link play, out clearing mid. You know that the alarm bot is going to be placed outside pizza. It's a very common thing that Yoshi does with his setup over towards B at the moment. Jem Keen is going to be there too. All Crystal's job to do at the moment is keep them entertained. As Scars isn't getting information anywhere around the map, other than here in mid, you have to be prepared for B.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worked out for them so far. Orangutan a few times here. Yoshi will be able to destroy that owl drone, but yeah, it's getting a little awkward here, Komodo. Jem Keen able to find another. Raw Fuel will be dropped, but they're already up super close here. Yoshi finding another. It's on the line. Jem Keen. Oh, he's just making it look too bloody easy at this point, isn't he? At 3K. And that is a pretty rough position to be found in if you're Orangutan.
Flawless.
Flawless.
Got to be careful. You can't let Scars get too ahead on the economy, in the confidence as well. You got to be dropping a pause. Actually, I see the timer has paused, so I think Orangutan are doing what I'm saying.
You've done this before.
Potentially.
You've been here a couple of times.
Maybe. Bladestorm is going to be available for Raw Fuel, though. In a round like this, if you're going in with a bit of a half buy as well, you're going to have that Bladestorm. You're going to have a Vandal to back it up if they want to keep that one in play. Lighter shields, bit of your utility. Might suggest you go in very quick, right? We've seen a couple of B pops from them already to get in rapidly with a lockdown, albeit a bit of a different change. So whether or not Orangutan want to try and do the same and play this conditioning form of Valorant to keep doing the same thing, or if they want to change it up, go for a little bit of a mid-explore first or just straight into A. The world's their oyster in this one, but you know they just still don't have the big weaponry, right?
So we think about how close Orangutan was to taking out Bleed.
Yes.
Scars destroyed Bonkers.
Yes.
Bonkers beat D+
Oh,
Kia.
don't go down this rabbit hole.
It's like a well, a gravity well, right? It's spinning around in a circle, but I don't know. It's still such early days, of course. You know, defender side of Ascent, a little bit tougher, and you know, many things can occur, but Orangutan need to get a wriggle on a little bit more because, again, what Scars did to Bonkers was they worked him out quickly, and they were able to continue the trend from there. So,
funnily enough, Scars actually have a less than 50% successful win rate on their defensive side this year so far for this map. So if they are able to get the next round, right, that is the 50%. That is the pass mark in statistics. We know on this map, though, right now, you're probably wanting to get a 7-5 half or an 8-4 if you possibly can. Jem Keen, operator, gets the first pick. If that was onto, you know, Raw Fuel and the blades were popped, that would have felt a little bit sour, but Aziz still has this Vandal, and now we're in A. As I said, quick.
Very quick. Torineko punished by old
blades,
mate
man, the
Aziz.
blades.
It's just too easy for him, isn't it? Already making it work, but how quickly are they going to try and peek out of this dark cover, Komodo? Okay, they slow down.
They have to. Utility to be used to clear all of the corners. When you've got rifles stolen and the blades still from Raw Fuel, it just becomes difficult, Mitch.
Maybe it's doable, though. Yoshi does manage to get a response here. Antidote's not exactly on the best line as well. Tesseract just a gentle breeze away from his demise, and he falls down exactly right. It is going to be Aziz, though. Up inside Heaven, he breaks through the glass. And a big 3K from the Chad KO, as there we have it. The pause for Orangutan, it works out, and they get a round back.
Distractions as well, playing on the site, right? Because he's running in the tree room. Footsteps not heard. Up towards the glass too. Just not available to quickly get that one. You saw that the operator had to be dropped to transition over to a rifle to try and just get something back in toward it. So a bit unfortunate. A nice little spray down from Aziz to keep things interesting. A Blade Storm and a Vandal is essentially what they went into that round with. So anything is workable. Now that op in the hands of Antidote. You're going to be suppressing one. That just so happens to be Antidote in this grouping of players outside the A main position. Drone's going to actually clear Wine, so a little bit deeper. They're paranoid that these positions from Scars can be very forward.
Well, Toroneko is really in that one-and-done position here as well. Looks like Antidote will look to jump across and clear out Wine.
Looks like a bit quicker again from Orangutan Mitch, straight into this site, but Alan takes that raw fuel. He has been the tip of the spear for these successful rounds.
Absolutely. So site will be secured. Spike will be planted. It's going to be an interesting one. 5 versus 4. Advantage going the way of Scars, but with that null command pop, they're actually not going to be able to get out quick enough here, Komodo.
Nah, you're going to have to respect this defensive lockdown at the moment unless you've got your lineups from afar. Hang on a second.
Where's he going? Is that 2, 3?
3? Did they miss comm
Hello?
for the destruction of it? I don't know. Defuse is already on though.
I can't cast this round. I
I'll
don't
try.
like it.
Antidote has an operator. Is he going to use it as a shotgun op? Nah, he's dead. Flawless.
That sucked.
There must have been some sort of miscommunication that the lockdown was
going
to be
right?
destroyed.
Yeah.
But maybe the null commands that Alan popped actually hit Tesseract and he didn't have his Hunter's Fury available.
That could be it. Yeah,
I saw he was
absolutely.
running. He was running all the way to the back of Gelato, right? So I probably think, and we didn't get to see that clearly. My theory is he's been, he's commed that he wants to Hunter's Fury and he will, but the null command's taken it out.
Because the null command was popped short, right? So that must have happened. Yeah, it must have. All right. Well, it didn't suck then. It was just very, very good from Alan. I like that. Respect.
Yeah. Opposite extreme.
Exactly.
You're not bad, they're just good.
I like that. That's a lot of this competition.
It can be, certainly. Alrighty, Orangutan. More guns onto this attacker's side. That's a flash that Raw doesn't feel comfortable in taking any shots on. Look at the focus, though, from Scars in mid. Jemkin, I see one tap, I see a dash. Oi, boy. He's continuing this rampage.
Rawfield wants to fire up, though. Has to try and get something back, pull this one into play as Tesseract does exactly that.
Yeah, now the drone's clearing out the tree room as well, so it is only Toroneko at the A site by his lones himself. Again, this full focus from Scars in through mid. Nobody on the B side itself, but you've got the safety and security of your turret still being available for first contact.
Rawfield's still here as well, not yet peaked. They're just being ever so patient here with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, Alarmbot, there's the info. Are we going to get any sneaky swing from Yoshi and Cristal? They don't necessarily need to. And look at the timing on that dark cover to B main as well. As soon as RVK wants to peek out from that, and at any point in time, the turret will spot him. Mollies will be popped. 30 seconds? You can't get through that utility with this time. And the spike in the hands of Tesseract has 5 HP outside of B. He's the furthest away.
I think they're saving. I
don't know what's
really
happening.
know what's happening at this point in time. The second there was a level of hesitation from Tesseract, you would have...
He has no time to get the spike to the site unless there was no resistance from Scars on B. This feels like we need a timeout from Orangutan, but they already called one. They don't have that to do.
They're not on the same page.
No.
They need to call that exactly. There has to be a level of conversation to work out what the hell is going on in Orangutan, because again, a team that looked so excellent against Bleed yesterday are looking a little rough and lost. Yeah, exactly. That's all it can do. That's all you can put it down to.
Yeah, because there was no extension, there was no peek out from RVK, he didn't know what sort of setup was actually looked at the B side. You've got common turret positions down through the sideboard, up on top of the walkout from Market. That's where that one was. So it's going to get a very early read on where you're coming from. And as I said, those 2 nano swarms as well, just such stalling power that Scars had available. Now we're going to see this pistol round come through from Orangutan. They have looked pretty decent with these pistols, I will admit.
Yeah.
But this is the time to not fall over and be flat, right? They've got to get some kills. Alan, he gets one and traded, so that's a gun retrievable at least. And now, Mitch, there's actually only Yoshi at this A side.
Yeah, no, this is a much better opportunity for Orangutan here. Still defending that weapon for now.
There's
Aziz
that paranoia, nice.
will get taken down. Great, yeah, still the paranoia off the back of that too. So that's 2 nice ones for Yoshi. And of course, Toroneko inside wine, having a sip as he can even look to teleport out as well. That from the shadows is used nicely.
And with the money cap as well, essentially for Scars on the back of this win round, they can sacrifice some bodies. It's not going to hurt in the grand scheme of things. It's more so for Antidote and for RVK. If you get 1 kill and die, then you have your ultimates.
Double shrouded step to get out of dodge here. Toroneko, yeah, RVK, great shot, but Toroneko's positioning, it's just too good.
Yep.
A little bit too easy there.
Yeah, so coming into this last round now, RVK gets that lockdown because he got the kill. They don't need to fish for an ultimate orb, right? They can use that available for another player. They've already got 2 ultimates readily available. That can give them a 3rd. Get that orb, go for a bit of an explosive play as well, force Scars into an uncomfortable spot. If you can remove maybe Gem Keen early on as well, you know, that's where you start to look to really solidify a 4th round, because if that doesn't happen, we're staring down the barrel of a 9-3.
I can't have this happen. Orangutan, you've got so much going for you. And look at this buy from Scars.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the money. It's the last round. Odin go brr.
Yeah.
Null command. All right, we're going in. RVK can pop the lockdown. Maybe he's going to choose to use it in a bit of a post-plant scenario, but already just the spam coming on out. Again, Orangutan love to be aggressive. The Odin's on the floor. But now, this is going to shift into a bit of a post-plant, and Rawfield, he might actually lose his life. 5 HP.
Yeah. Maybe hoping for 1. What a shot there, Rawfield. Now the lockdown pop Komodo.
That's no smokes as well, so with the attacker's lockdown going down, that's time to be bought. Gem Keen does find Roth. Will come with 10 shot to Yoshi. This is happening,
Antidote.
Mitch. It might be the 4th.
Antidote in position in spawn. Great TP out. Using the From the Shadows perfection, and a 3rd as well. Much better round from Orangutan. My God, why couldn't we had that one for 3 in a row?
It definitely feels like, though, the rounds that Orangutan have been getting hinge on so much success of ultimates, and you don't have them available every single time in a round, right? You need to be getting these clean rifle rounds, or these pistols need to be doing big damage to at least get you closer to getting the ults. So still in an 8-4, I'll say better than a 9-3, of course.
Yeah.
But there's still a bit of a way to go from Orangutan on now their own defensive side.
Gem Keen, 17-4. It's funny. Mac was talking about it. I don't want to keep harping on. I don't want to keep mentioning his name, but how can you not? Him being at the helm, him finding so much space has made it so challenging because, look, Rawfield has done some pretty decent things as well. But Gem King, that Sheriff Ace, just so many things have been riding on the back of this man.
Yeah. Something said the other day as well that this sense, you know, seemingly shifting into a bit more of an attacker-sided focus. For both of these teams, that is where they get majority of their rounds, but we have just seen such a statement on that defensive side to come through from Scars, right? So with this switch up, I don't really know if that still bodes too heavily strong for Orangutan who are going into this map, right? And Ascent, you got to stare down the barrel of Fracture coming a little bit as well, so a discussion to be had during this halftime. Gem Keen is just a nuisance, though. I will say, 17 kills. He's not like above and beyond, like 20-something, right? But you've still got that essence that he's leading the charge right now for the team. Majority of the rounds are opening picks from him.
Definitely so.
So what is this pistol round going to have in store for us? Bit of an onus on mid-control for Scars off the get-go. 0 Point going to be tagging out Yoshi in tiles. And a bit of a creep up as well. Immediate rotations from Tesseract actually in spawn. 3 players lent to the A side of things for Orangutan. So Tree is where the first battle is going to begin.
Aziz. Oh, jeez, what do you even do there?
Nothing.
Great side step from Crystal.
Still 3 players here, though, with that immediate rotation from Tesseract out of spawn. And that paranoia is actually going to force Gem Keen out. That's a big piece of utility to take away. The fact that there's now no flashes available for Orangutan.
And look how happy they are to just slow down the pace, you know, leaving that one member of RVK.
Yep. And he's got Nano in front, but no turret, no alarm bot. because there's a ghost. He's just actually picked up that turret for himself, so he can place that if he wants. But where do you do that at this current point in time?
Absolutely. RVK, there's just so much pressure on him here. At least there is a level of rotation coming through as now they try to destroy that recon bolt. But look at this. Stuck in the boat shed.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it's not allowed to set sail as Yoshi gets 2. Raw Fuel and Antidote.
Oh, look how far away Raw Fuel is, though, Mitch. He's coming in for a flank, and that turret will eventually spot him. If he deals with that, then there's an alarm bot. Make him a little bit vulnerable.
Just out of the turret distance, though, now. This is the thing that we've seen from Orangutan a few times, how they've just been so far away from this rotation.
Yeah. He can smoke that turret to get past, but it's the alarm bot that is going to pose a problem.
When do they peak? When do they go for this? Yoshi just spraying away. Okay.
Oh,
yeah, it's a little bit rough there, a bit bold. But how much time do they have to even get back in towards this? Raw Fuel's managed to pick up another, but they've left it so damn late. Antidote gets another, but now it's all on to Crystal and Alan. But no time. Round is done. And that's going to be a 9th for Scars.
Yeah, 10 HP. We'll see if he can maybe not lose his life. That's not going to happen. Crystal getting 3 kills in the round is going to get him better towards that Hunter's Fury. But maybe even before we get that, there's just going to be too many rounds that Scars are able to inch in forward for, because that is the pistol. You would expect them to turn that into 10 unless they do what happened earlier in and they lose the second round to the Classics.
Yeah.
That's always going to be a possibility. But again, just, yeah, a bit of disconnection from the Orangutan squad there. Getting into the site. Meeting utility. A big late flank from a player in Raw Fuel who you want leading the way into a site. You don't want him away from the team.
Oh, Jemkeen again.
Another opener, man. And
How
that's
many?
the smoke's gone.
Yeah. So many opening picks from this one man alone.
Yeah. No, it's certainly scary, and that's one of the things that just propels this roster on Scars, right? It's why Crystal has been picked up. It's why Jemkeen is on this squad. Just consistent performance after performance, whether it be with the rifles, with the pistols, when they're behind.
No matter what, he's got what it takes.
Mm-hmm.
Off the site, though, completely here, OG.
We'll see what the entry does actually look like for Scars if they lose any bodies on the way. They do know that Aziz is here. Again, you're expecting this to be kind of a bare bones round from Orangutan, but that's a bit cheeky.
Way.
That's fun.
I love that. Pop straight through the duck cover. Hello. But they will get the spike planted irrespective, so they didn't actually recover anything off the spoils of Raw Fuel.
Yeah, 3 players still here for Orangutan to see what damage can be done. You got the Sheriffs in play except for Tesseract, who does have some darts that he can throw out to provide some info for his team before they look for some damage. And again, another round though where Tesseract is actually going for a flank, so he can't really even use that util, Mitch.
Yeah, turret has a little spot but doesn't quite find Jemkeen. He's just playing around it at this point in time. Very, again, round where they're just trying to lock them in, strangle them down, try to get as many exits as possible, but it's all on the Tesseract. I mean, they are going to be running towards him, but with that classic, what can he really do?
He wants to peek, potentially, but you just have to...
Oh, they even find him.
The only way he gets a kill there is if they do overlook him, but
yeah.
you've got 3 players, you know you haven't seen him, you know you didn't see a dart. In that situation, you know, let's theorize that it's a full gun round and he's looking for a save in that location. You don't see a dart into the site at all on that retake, you know he's not there. You start shooting corners.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
But now, double digits achieved from Scars, 6 rounds the separator. We're into the bonus. We're into the probably best chance that they will have to come back into this game at Orangutan. It's a weaker buy for Scars.
And the crazy thing is, Fracture, map selection of Scars around the bend, Komodo, OGS need to get moving now, and that's another pause to come out.
I might actually add, Alan hasn't really been needed in this map yet either. 4 kills, couple of good flashes and 0 points. Isolating an angle with fragments actually going in as well, stalling them on the other side. But yeah, it really has just been Jemkeen hitting his shots early. No 5 rounds that, you know, Bonkers showed us for them to get started that he had to warm up. Out of the gates, he are running.
They still seem pretty chuffed, I think, Orangutan.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, you know, friendly.
Friends, that's it. Need to keep happy.
Yep.
That's what Scars certainly were. And again, such an interesting roster, you know, of Scars to be able to come into a region like Japan, where obviously, you know, English is spoken occasionally in the main towns and whatnot, but it's not the usual. And, you know, to have the additional players come in, all coming in English.
I think it's more important as well for them here because a lot of people didn't think it would have been Scars to be the Japanese represent. So they were thinking maybe Crazy Raccoon or a Jadeite or maybe even a Fennel,
Well,
right?
Crazy Raccoon, they've obviously, you know, repped at Masters before, right? You know, they've done some big things.
So Scars a lot to prove. So far, so good in their group.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're looking really strong. Like, this is going to be them potentially going 2-0.
Potentially the only team.
Yep.
But let's see what this bonus round for OGS does present to us. Raw Fuel onto Jemkeen. That's the player you need to remove.
That's it, exactly right. They punished him early, and it's Jet for Jet, which you got to be happy with. And now the flash out from Aziz. It's a great one. Traded out quickly, though, by Toroneko, and now Antidote. Does he find the line? Not quite. He's in a really awkward spot. He can't even find it as well. Toroneko getting it back. 3-on-3 now here, Komodo. They are looking to move very, very quickly, though. The door hasn't actually been destroyed, so now Raw Fuel tries to line him up, but Alan will be able to find a response very, very quickly on. And now this round, the pacing is set already, 2-on-2. And RVK, one over the top into this 1v2 situation. Alan, can you do it? It's a great flash. RVK doesn't look out. He missed that. Oh, no. A blunder from both sides, which gives the opportunity back. And another flash under the arm.
Wow.
And it's RVK. Here we go. OGS finally getting another round on the board.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Alan there as well because you see he gets off the spike plant to get that immediate trade for his teammate and Yoshi that gets taken down, throwing that no-no swarm through the door. And remember, they knew RVK was there. He was the one that got suppressed out by that 0.2. Oh, sorry, it was Raw Fuel. Getting in quick to it. So just at the end of that, can't capitalize on the flash. If he got that kill, of course, that's the bonus, and that might have even been the map. But regardless, that is the one bit of lifeline that OGS needed to try and get back into this round. They have to do it again, though. They have to still contend with a pretty good bite from Scars, who are starting off slow at top mid. Nobody going to be peeking through B main for OGS, so the turret for Yoshi is just going to stand and watch for a little bit. Nobody wants to be the first one to die. 0 Point not finding too much information. OGS can wait out the time on that dart, and they can actually push up through mid if they want to. Might catch a member of Scars off guard. That line, Raw Fuel. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I guess shouldn't have been peeking at the exact same merit, and they've exactly seen that. It's a good response from Tesseract, but there's Jemkeen. He gets Aziz back, and now it's only going to be left onto Antidote on this side. Do they peek out through the dark cover, though? Jemkeen, he's ready. Oh, no! Not like this. Antidote. Crystal also picking up RVK. Tesseract gets one, but then he's done.
Yeah, at that point in time from the first kill, the trades to try to come through not quick enough. Scars readily aware of what's happening. That quick flick that we see from Toroneko there as well. You know, the Bulldog, you got to make sure that you got your quick shot onto their head very, very quickly. 11-5,
Scars
though.
is winning Ascension Pacific. That's all I'm saying.
That is a bold claim.
Or what's going to happen is they're going to dominate through the playoffs and then get eliminated immediately.
That is very,
one or the other.
very bold.
I just can't. Like, I mean, look, Bleed got taken the test, but will they recover?
I probably.
Maybe, right?
Probably.
Who else? There's so many teams that are all what feels to be evenly matched across now.
There's so many teams here, and we've already been proved that any team can take this.
Fancy, one team, Nous even to a degree. Like, there's been some nuts results so far.
Bonkers, might I say.
Australian bias.
Nah, look, I predicted against them, and I've already been called a traitor. It would seem that people didn't tune in to my explanation.
It's all right, mate. Don't worry. It's just like whenever an Australian team plays, I'm not allowed to tweet. Banned.
True.
So that's why I cast them, because then I can't tweet. Got to wait.
But so far, so good for Scars. You know, haven't really seen too much stormy weather come through from Orangutan, who will have another bye to go into this round because they kind of have to, right? Otherwise, they're conceding over that 12th round and map point. And then any faltering, you do lose it. So we'll see. Oh, actually, their economy is a little bit better than I did think, so they'll be able to get that Blade Storm up. They'll be able to get Tesseract on the rifle. But apart from that, I mean, you're going to have to rely on RVK trying to hold down the B site by himself because his team has already left him. He's pushing, he's looking, the turret. think that's more so the turret that looks over towards tiles and short than the one that looks to be main. But regardless, you know, the scales tip in the favor of Scars in this round for the weaponry. If they need, they also do have Yoshi with that lockdown.
Slow creep in towards main, but it looks like already Raw feels pretty keen to have a look down.
This is going to be an explosion from Scars. They haven't been met with any pressure over at the A side just yet, although there has been a big rotation from Orangutan to A. These pistol rounds, they love to just leave RVK by himself, look over towards B, look over towards mid, and then gamble stack over towards A. It's not a bad idea. You want these crossfires established to be nicely. But the thing is with Rawfield, right, he's just holding a kind of tight line for the info for then Tesseract to swing. It's those two players with the big weaponry in this round that are out of the play. But RVK,
no way. How does he do this? He goes in the most unconventional manner to get confident.
Oh!
And he hits a third as well.
What is that?
That might have been one of the most incredible pistol plays I've ever seen.
They've done it again.
Komodo. It was a thing of, why the hell is he peeking? And then he gets 4. What a joke. King.
Let's just watch it.
We just drink this in again, please.
That's actually nuts. One by one, they fall.
Oh, my God.
That is crazy. That has to be the way that Orangutan get back into this game, on the back of pistols, because if it didn't go that way, right, it's 12 and map point here for Scars. They have some safety now with the weaponry, and a bit of a lesser equipped Scars too. Crystal down onto the Guardian, Jemkeen, no backup for these blades. So they're gonna probably have to rely on a lockdown, or for Crystal, if he gets a kill, an upgrade, and that Hunter's Fury. This definitely changes the approach in this round for Orangutan and for Scars, both of them.
B main lean as well.
Yeah.
Setting their sights. Slow creep in, information now gathered, looking to see Tesseract play that off ankle. RVK's actually let his teammate out here.
Oh,
and a swarm, not deep enough.
Nah, he's isolated there. That's a good idea from Yoshi to clear that as well. They can settle. They can wait for this lockdown. But the thing is, they're already crunched in towards the market.
They have to fight it. They have to both go in and try and make this work. RVK gets another. He was the hero in the previous round. He's looking to do it again. That's a second. RVK really the big man in this position. He does get the tame, but can he get out? I think he has managed to just slip away. Crystal.
Oh, 2 shock darts.
Taking site control
They're
now
low.
with his teammate. Exactly. Oh, it could be big.
Oh, he got it. Wow. He can get another one in there as well because RVK and Antidote will both die to another.
Absolutely. And now Jemkeen, there's one. And now the join of the party. Jemkeen getting another. It's all left onto RVK. Can he get another 4 here, Komodo? Can he continue to go forward? He is on the line. He has spotted out Jemkeen.
Hey.
But it's not going to happen when this big man is facing up.
And you saw that he didn't want to go forward. You saw that he didn't want to go for the clip. He settles himself down. He dashes backwards
How
to
many
play
jets
with
would
his
keep
team.
on pushing?
Oh, quite the many. Quite the many. But he's just so good when it comes to these blades. There's the 12th round that Scars were looking for. A lockdown destroyed as well for the defenders, I might add. So they had that counter lockdown available. But just Jemkeen, so quick, so sharp. And you know, a chef's kiss. A cherry on top as well for that shock dart that we got to see.
Yeah.
That was nice.
That was very nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Crystal, very impactful player as we have seen it now. Rawfield narrowly missing that shot. Can he get turned up? Yeah, he's done out of the round. That's the operator. Big investment.
Oh, and Tesseract as well. His position has been noted. They threw in a fragment. Do they have anything else to clear him out? Oh, it doesn't matter. That's a sinister shot.
Alan, though, trying to push in off the back of it. Crystal will get another, but it's still RVK. He is there. He's been the hero in these last couple of rounds. Even though they lost the previous, he does step up to the plate and defend again.
We've still got a minute of play in this round. More of a plant comes out from Scars, and just the battle we've had for mid control. OGS will technically win it, as there is no one for Scars looking to waltz their way down the guts, although as I say that, Crystal will. Antidote. Oh, the timing.
How will he find it? RVK on that line. Crystal.
He's on for the ace.
He is, and it's the sharp aim that gets the job done again. They are going to have to go for this retake.
The thing is, Antidote has From the Shadows to use as info at this point in time, but Crystal gets ahead of him. That's no null command either.
Antidote has to creep in through main completely alone, and Yoshi will start to at least bring his time forward here. Crystal a little distance away, but they're just being ever so patient. Exactly right. Information gathered. Turret will be destroyed. Are they going to peek together? It looks like they actually might run out on the other side of that dark cover, but that's a good paranoia. Did actually catch them for just a second, so now they're going to have to swing. And it won't be Crystal getting the ace, but there is that supporting mechanism in the form of Yoshi, and that's Scars. 13-6 here on that map. And they haven't dropped any more than that this competition so far.
That is the magic number for them, isn't it? 13-6 times 3 at the moment, but my oh my, bro, what a masterclass from these guys. Quick, successive trades, time and time again. Gemkeen not disappointing whatsoever. The way he is playing on this Jet, just kill after kill, entry after entry, succession for the team. And we had elements, we had bits from the guys over at Orangutan that they knew what they were having to do to try and get things in this series. The 2 rounds they got with those pistols were some of the funnest rounds that we have seen in this one. But if you're only getting 2 rounds like that and then you're losing a lot of your gun rounds, I think you know where you need to be focusing on.
Well, that was it, right? What, the ace from Raw Field, which was in the 2nd round, and then obviously the nutty round from RVK. RVK's round again, like I have to cement that down. He starts to leave B, he's got his turret down in main, and then he decides, I'll just check B main, right? It'll be fine. And he somehow wins the round off the back of that. So chaos certainly ensued in map number 1 of Ascent. Fracture around the corner. But yeah, look, I think it's just been a really, really strong run from Scars. And until someone tells me otherwise, I'm saying that they're on top.
Just remember, that was picked from Orangutan as well. We're going into Scars map pick now.
Exactly right, my word. And of course, we will have a cheeky little one to send to the break, and we'll be back in a bit.
South Asia taking on Japan here, but oh my lord, they were not able to stand up to the Japanese powerhouse. Of course, you know, a little bit of EMEA in the mix there, but that was a statement. Scars, yes, they dominated Bonkers on that first day, on that first night, and yes, a few of us thought maybe it was because of the conditions, maybe it was because of the situation that Bonkers had to have, like, face. They both had to face it, let's be real. But here, we now see that this is just going to be a trend that keeps on continuing, and Jem Keen, he came to play.
He's the actual anime protagonist, apparently, right? 13-6, 13-6, 13-6. They've got to keep up the trend at this point. And with Fracture around the bend, Komodo, is it going to change?
I don't know. Maybe the difference in the scoreline, but I don't think we're going to see a difference on who is bringing the party here. Jem Keen, just an absolute beast. 6 opening kills compared to Raw Fuel, 6 opening deaths. Oh. That is a difference in, like the extreme.
Yeah, of course. But you need to also say, look, Raw Fuel, props for never backing down, got involved nine times in those opening duels, which is half the game, essentially. Obviously only had that 33% conversion rate on the opening picks himself, but the thing is they're not lacking confidence for Orangutan today, and that's what you need to at least remember moving into that second map of the series. Here's all the stats, and I just want to let you guys know, Jem Keen, his rating overall got better, so he's even harder to reach at the top of Ascension Pacific right now. 1.66 overall, and for this map in particular, 1.84 rating, bro. That is insane.
Who's next below Jem Keen there?
Crystal, he held it pretty solid. I didn't catch what it was before, but it's now at 1.33 overall. He got 1.4 this game, so yeah, he would have jumped up a little bit as well.
Jesus, so Scar's basically just sitting up the top, like, in general. But I guess the only sort of saving grace for me looking over here on the side of Orangutan is that the kill spread's decent, right? It's not like anyone's falling behind. No one had a horrible game. So at least that's some sort of solace as we, go into Fracture.
I can be said, Alan did fall down the standings after, the other boys stole the glory. So it isn't going to be 3 of these Scars members in the top 5 anymore. Puppy Chulo has entered the fray. But look, that's a conversation for another time. Orangutan, we need to talk about what they can do to change things up here, because the history that's getting written is it has to be a reverse sweep if they want to win the series.
Yeah, and I mean, Fracture is going to be the map that they have to do it on. But one thing going for them, I guess, 3 Thrifties.
But 6 rounds!
But yeah, 6 rounds.
Yeah, something that you said, Dion, as well while we were in that break is every single round they won, there was no follow-up. It was just isolated rounds.
Yeah, and that's a problem, right? If you're getting a round here or there and you're not able to back it up with another one, that's a problem, especially if you're going through 3 Thrifty wins into actual gun rounds because you won that Thrifty. That is a very, very real problem.
We've seen a little bit of that. It's just like D plus Kier obviously walking away with 3 of the 4 pistols, right, during the series against Bonkers and still not converting over with the map. So some of these rounds that are being won in lack of, the commonality where they're typically found and still not converting the rounds after. So that's a problem that they definitely need to look at.
Yeah, it's something that they can certainly put in the back pocket and try to figure out moving forward. They still have a few more games remaining here in Ascension Pacific, but this one's not done. We've got to remember that. Fracture, yes, it is going to be Scar's map pick, which makes things a little bit scary, but Orangutan got the choice of the side there. It is going to be a defense start for them. So, look, they looked okay last time they took on Bleed. That was yesterday. Maybe this is also a reason why Scars has picked into the map as well, able to establish exactly what their gameplay is and maybe some weaknesses in what they saw. They do have a pretty good analysis team behind the scenes, as well as Big Brain leading with Crystal.
I think Scars is just super comfortable when it comes to Fracture because of their playstyle as well. Very aggressive when they need to be, very passive when they need to be. And for Crystal, he's allowed to just float around on this fade, and Jem Keen can just do what he does best, go and shoot. Yeah. So I think it's just a really good map that plays into their style. I probably wouldn't expect them to be any other. The only caveat being is that for Orangutan, they're actually not, it's not a bad map for them either. So there's a very real chance that they can come out and make this one an entertaining close series.
And for me, this is where I like watching Orangutan, right? Going back to the double duelist. They're probably going to be locking in that raise as well for Aziz. He's great on the KO. He had some moments, of course, during that game. But I feel like everything I've seen, going over the 4 maps we've seen so far, I feel like he's just better when he's going as the secondary duelist.
Yeah, I agree with that one as well. It's one of his I think Raze is his most played agent as well. So kind of playing into the KO is a different role. I may mention earlier he could play it like a pseudo duelist type thing, but when he's actually on a duelist, it's his home.
It's like entry fragging, right? KO is definitely an agent that you can entry frag on.
Yeah.
So it's not too far from it. But of course, it's not having those satchels. It's not having that speed around the corners.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's where just a lot of the Indian scene seem to benefit anyway. You think about what the global esports roster was, right? Yep. In previous, how many Jets were on there previously? Obviously, a few imports here and there,
17.
But it is the aggression. It's the aggression that they thrive in, and that's what we saw when they were taking it to Bleed yesterday. They were getting up in their grill, they were confident, and they were laughing and smiling on the desk. So I need to see more of that because they were still happy.
Yeah.
Despite getting smacked around, they were still cheering, which I love.
And on the other side of things, look, Scars, of course, a very convincing win. Are they going to be the favourites for this group right now? Because they are keeping it extremely clean, something that none of us expected.
How do they go against D+ Kia? How do they go against Bleed, right? Because so far, like, I guess you always would have put down Scars, Bonkers, and Orangutan as maybe the lower three, but I don't know at this point.
I don't know if they're going to be the favourites, but I think they're going to change people's thoughts about them.
Yeah.
I definitely think they've done that already. You know, definitely changed my opinion on them. And the other talking point is now, like, who is going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Gem Keen? Because who's going to be his first real test,
Juicy?
right?
Maybe.
Juicy.
That's about it, right?
Yeah. In this match. But then, of course, look, you've got a lot going on in the group. You've got a couple of, like, when they play Bleed, when they play D+ Kia, that's when maybe he'll find a bit more of the test there. But for now, he is just pumping those stats while he can. And everyone backstage is just looking and going, how is he getting away with this stuff? He's just so sharp. Every Blade Storm he pulls out just creates magic.
I'm wondering as well going forward, if Scars get a really good performance on this map, is it going to be a respect ban? Likewise of Pearl that we're seeing from Bleed, I think it is. You just got to get rid of that one.
Bleed,
so maybe.
Yeah, potentially.
No, you got to say yes or no.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
It is a respect band. There you go. So thank you, analyst Komodo.
Thanks.
Any source extraction as we are moving into Fracture, new map?
Yeah, I kind of been throwing them in. Like the stats are around the 60% mark for attack and defense for the likes of Orangutan. So that's why I said, like, in the way that they have been playing this, they have been getting good successes on it despite the losses. Some pretty close ones there as well. When it comes to the pistol side, it seems that they struggle a little bit on the attackers side. Struggling on pistols is not kind of what we saw in the last series because it netted them 3 thrifty rounds.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, do you think we're going to see more pistols going their way? We did see, you know, Orangutan at least come in at the gate and have a solid couple of rounds with pistols. It just wasn't on the pistol round. RBK yesterday, of course, clutching up so many times with that Sheriff in hand, and he did it again here.
That's the thing. The Sheriff, if you want to get that on a pistol round, that's all the credits that you have. You do not have utility behind you. And I think when it comes to a map like Fracture, where you've got so many entry points into these sites as well, if you're starting on the defensive side as Orangutan, that is more of a risk.
Yeah. Imagine if they're just playing with the same level of confidence with the rifles as they were with the pistols.
Yeah, I think in terms of what we just saw from Orangutan on Ascent, I like their Fracture more. You know, it feels like, you know, there's so many more approaches to those sites, but when you are starting on the defense, it means there's so many different areas you can split in. You can work from that A site, B site, just go through arcade, dish, pincer in there, make sure you got at least half of the map in your control, and then you can turn it right back around and play for the retake, or, you know, at least get the information of where the opponents are going to be coming from.
Fracture was such a spicy game earlier. We've had a few really, really sort of close fractures already in this competition, but, you know, one team kind of leading out the charge per se. And yeah, this is Scars' time to shine now. It's their time to really cement themselves as a powerhouse in this group and continue forward and show that they're not going to fall over when they come up against the likes of Bleeds and D+ Kia.
And remember, in that match against Orangutan and Bleed, it was looking like Orangutan were going to be able to take the series in the second half. No defensive rounds dropped for 6 in a row. You get to that 10-8 mark, and then you see 5 more from Bleed. So whether or not that's going to happen here as well, I don't know.
Well, we're getting exactly what we expected and exactly what we saw from both these teams. Last time they picked up a Fracture, that's the one. It's literally on the screen. Tesseract, though. Tesseract had some huge plays. I'm keen to see how he can facilitate Raw Fuel as well as Aziz. You know, you can get a decent amount of combos. You get that stun, you get that nade in there, and then Raw Fuel just running at him, able to try and go for that follow-up. RVK has been very solid, you know, playing for himself. So playing from the Cypher can allow that 1-4 stack to start to come through, especially through the first half.
both teams falling onto the Cypher, you know, instead of picking up that Killjoy instead. And again, you know, Crystal was so fantastic on that fade, as we did see a couple of days ago. So hopefully for Orangutan, they can get all up in the grill of Scars, putting up that double duelist, as you mentioned, swapping out with the Jet, because the Jet has mixed consistency on a map like Fracture, right? It does have those long lines. The operator can work, but at the exact same time, it's like we look at how strong the Neon has been.
And the thing that you pointed out, right, is we got Cypher on both sides. So Brimstone can now be a bit more creative with how we see these orbital strikes used. You can save them for post plants. You can use them to clear out sites more so than just having to save them for lockdowns. So one, less use for it means you have more opportunities to find that impact.
Yeah, and I think as well, seeing the only difference in the agents here being the Jet and the Fade, how is Rawfield going to use this Blade Storm, right, when he's got that accessible? Because there's 4 ulti points, imagine if he's just recycling them for his blades time and time again. You add that alongside their pistols if they're in these thrifty rounds, and that's where we saw good success.
Look, you mentioned that as well. As soon as you said Blade Storm, I know you weren't talking about Gem Keen, but that's where my mind went. And he's not playing Jet, he's playing that Raze, right? So he's not going to be able to pull out those Blade Storms. Might find less impact, but I'm still expecting him to be just as crisp on the Raze.
Absolutely. I definitely agree with you. And now that we've got the backup of the Fade from Crystal as well, he loves to be playing around Dish. We've got, you know, 2 progressive ultimates with the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder. You've got the Orbital Strike, and as you say, no Killjoy. We are going to see some very large, explosive ultimate combinations.
I can't wait to see how both the Cyphers differ, if we're going to see, you know, the same setups on the same sites, or if we're going to see some creative cameras around the place, you know, not just the tried and tested, tried and true. Everyone pulling out all stops because they want to make their way to VCT Pacific League. And look, at this point, I don't know who's doing it. I don't know who's going through. But if Scars take this one, it sets them up in a very good position to make their way into the playoffs for sure. And map number 2 is ready, so let's not waste any more time.
Let's find out, Mac, who will be taking us through. Will it be Scars that rock and roll with a 2-0 lead, or will Orangutan make it a 1-1 and really kind of tie up this group, right? But I, again, welcome everyone who is joining us alongside this broadcast. Wherever you're watching along in the world, we are here down in Bangkok, Thailand for VCT Ascension Pacific. Midway through the day, still another series as we do move on into the evening. The beautiful Quack and Asterite will be back joining us this afternoon. So until then, Konkmodo will run it back once more as we see if Scars can continue their tear.
Well, they ain't no sheriffs, but there is 5 ghosts on the side of Orangutan. Defensive 4 players over to the A site with just this Cypher and RVK over at B. So we've got the answer for Mac already. Are they going to be playing this 1-4 setup? We can see that, which does actually mean that there's not going to be too much aggression for them at Tree, which is where Scars are currently looking to go. They'll spot out that camera. They know that RVK was looking for something, so it's either the rotations to come from the defenders or a potential push in through the A holes in a flank.
Absolutely, so they are going to make their way in towards site, relatively unscathed, but RVK actually does manage to spot Gem Keen in the process. But look at Allen, great bit of positioning here, but he has to still connect with the shots, and now, as Rawfield did get all up in his face, he does get punished very quickly, and now it settles in the 3-on-3.
And with the Sky Smokes being dropped in the standard spots at Canteen and Generator, there's no information where exactly the members of Scars have fallen back to. Antidote had no idea there. He's got 1 smoke to play with, dropping over to the arcade. Not a bad idea to actually put it there.
Yeah, absolutely. And now as they do manage to get their way up Tree, the Aftershock will keep them at bay for a little while longer, but time is ticking, Komodo. They don't really have much to do at all. This breach on Yoshi, he's doing absolutely everything. Great utility, spots him out with a fault line, and how can they even win this round back? Rawfield punished, taken down. Antidote last standing, and Crystal opens up strong here on this fade. A nice 3K as Scars win another pistol.
Yeah, early utility dumping from Scars onto the spike as well, right? That Aftershock nice and early out because Rawfield throws the Cloudburst over towards the topper of the tower. But a nice positioning from Allen, some extra damage done. And when you get yourselves into that 3v3, Crystal starts going for that flank. I think I also caught the fact that, yeah, the Haunt, he got it perfectly for the 3K at the end there. So really nicely done in terms of just positioning to come through from Scars, altering what they needed to do when the flank happened, and Orangutan would already gotten onto the site.
Gem Keen getting that spam nice and early, sending them packing, so they did have a little bit of a look towards the dish, but happy to walk away.
Lots of utility from Scars just to try and get this dish control, though. I will say, Flashpoint and Haunt, maybe getting that ulti orb on Crystal. If they do go over toward the arcade side, they can technically get another one because it is 5 players over at the north side of the map. This is a no-no rope, but there's no push from Orangutan, and that was actually good information because Alan's camera is in the spawn on the little rope in the sky, so he can see that there's nobody there. They're pinging where they possibly could be, but that's going to all be cleared, and Scars now can go where they want.
There's actually a rotation from Orangutan as well. They do set their sights back. There was a cheeky ping towards A main.
Yeah, I wonder who gave away some information. And it's RVK actually gathering info for himself, pushing north side. The stack of these pistols coming back towards A. This is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jem Keen tries to be at the helm, but he's actually stunned up there by that fault line. So he's in an awkward one, but it's not going to matter apparently because he will get one. Does get taken down, but Antidote, he's going to meet the fate of Crystal, who's found another 3K in the game already. 6 kills on the board. And we're only in round number 2. Not even done just yet. RVK trying to get just some level of damage out here as he moves up in towards the rope area.
If Crystal gets the kill, that's Nightfall.
Just some warning shots at this point. Crystal goes for the swing.
Ooh.
And it's Yoshi to take it. So it won't be 7, just 6 for Crystal.
That's all right. Their ult management has already been pretty damn good, hasn't it? They're just running around the map, picking them up. Crystal, you know, if you've done your homework as Orangutan or maybe even listened to the broadcast when we saw Bonkers play them on this map, you'd know that Crystal, more often than not, likes to rip the Nightfall at the dish. It's a position that they like to do, a split entry in towards that A site. So whether or not he's going to try and grab the ulti orb at the north side of the map, maybe in arcade early or actually outside the dish, and then they come late in the rounds towards A. And a bonus round, having an ultimate like that is pretty damn powerful. So it's going to be a contest actually early, Mitch.
Yeah, very quick.
Now there's the ult.
It's Crystal, though, finding another one. This time, Rawfield, though, will get the trade, but that's the Nightfall that comes in that you mentioned, Komodo. Has sent them packing for a little bit, but now Crystal, they've given him a Vandal.
Because they saw aggression immediately already at the arcade, they wanted to just go with it, roll with it. They know where Tesseract is.
How's he gotten so many? It will be Tesseract, though, fallen by Alan. And now they can settle into this 3-on-2. So the bonus round's looking good so far, Komodo. Look at where Crystal is. Creeps through. Antidote, though, finds the response. It's back into a 2-on-2, but the information's gathered by RVK. Great tripwire there. Torreneko, last one on the site, and all it needs to be is RVK swinging, and he'll make it work. Good response from Orangutan.
That's actually a bit of a fault of Crystal to try and push through that smoke as well in a 3 versus 2, feeling a little bit uncomfortable, wants to be sneaky beaky, doesn't happen. But I actually think the positioning that RVK put that trapwire at the entry to the tower, the fact that it actually gets a catch and he can get the kill on the back of it makes things really difficult for Torreneko at the end in the 1 versus 2. Had that trapwire not been there potentially, it could have been the bonus gathered for Scars, but it's not. 2 players surviving. Now we're having a comfy buy into the next round anyway, Scars, because it was that bonus for them. A Bulldog for Antidote is the only lesser equipped weapon for Orangutan here, getting closer to some ultis of their own. That orbital strike, I want to see the first creativeness that he is going to use it. Is it going to be to deny a plant? Is it going to be to find some positioning to catch some people?
I love that. Cheeky from RVK. Pops the cam, gets some info. Sends him back.
Yeah, but you got to look at Alan's position as well, right? He's already sleuthed his way in through the tree while the rest of his teammates are at the north side of the map for, again, an arcade battle.
Yeah. RVK right at the helm. Jem Keen, though, gets damaged up this time, and somehow he's still alive, still kicking. If he gets a frag here, it'll be absolute murder, but Rawfield does manage to get out as they keep on pushing here, Komodo.
Who's going to grab that orb as well? Is it going to be the explosion into the site? You've got to be careful of that trapwire, but he satchels through it.
Managed to get over the top of it, apparently, there is Aziz, though. Rawfield, RVK, all fragging up a storm here for Orangutan. Not allowing Scars the distance, but Jem Keen, he's a sneaky little boy as he gets into position. If he just held the trigger for a little step longer, maybe there was more in it for him, but he gets baited by it. Now Yoshi inside heaven, last alive. Rawfield on the line, and it's just too easy for Orangutan there.
Yeah, they just have no HP at the end, right? 7 and 27. You really just need to hit swift headshots without your opponents almost shooting back at you. Tied up, 2-all. The credit's not there for Scars, so they're going to have to be a little bit more somber in this round, right? A little bit lesser equipped. You can try and, you know, manage your ultimate orbs as well if you do want to try and get closer towards them, but it's great to see that the result of map 1 is not hitting Orangutan hard here. They're off in this one early. Hey, they got 2 rounds in a row. We didn't see that yet.
Yeah. Finally. Need to see Orangutan go hard. Pearl would be awesome to see. But what do you even do there? No skin either. Gem Keen making it work. Toroneko also supporting. So Tesseract only is one and done. But Antidote, luckily, can get a couple more. Down to 50 HP. Does have the orbital strike in hand.
Yeah, but he was stuck. Very risky to stick around. 50 HP to still play with. And these weapons have been stolen from Scars. Do they know the flank is already going to be here for RVK? The trap wire is there. He's waiting to be able to pop it. And there it is with the neural theft out. He's going to charge at him.
Crystal punishes. So it's back to it 1v3. Antidote doesn't have the positioning either. He does have that orbital strike as mentioned, but does he want to burn it? He is going to go for it. That's quite bold. Pulls him off actually, and he...
Vandal spray through smoke.
It's for naught.
Vandal spray through the smoke will reveal his traces. And in that instance as well, they technically could have stuck the spike if they wanted to and then played the 2 versus 1. A very large risk to use the orbital there to play with time where there was still a lot of spare time on the clock for them to readjust and re-get the plant later on. So with the lesser equipped weaponry for Scars, their plan of play is just a little bit more sweeter, a little bit quicker to react.
Scars seem to be pretty happy, as well as their fans in the crowd. Loving the diversity that we've had of all these teams with all their fans. It's a special feeling, Komodo, to be there in a venue where you've got the little signs and everyone's got such incredible writing. My handwriting sucks.
Rolling Thunder, ready to deploy for Tesseract on the back of contact from Aziz, and it's going to go out, but it's going to catch his teammate, and the rocket from Gem Keen.
Doesn't even matter at this point, but Tesseract at least will respond. That's the main thing. Look at the peak. Oh, he could have had more. But Yoshi gets the punishment on back, and now a couple of taps through. Still a 3-on-3 here as they're held back by the smoke.
Look at the ultimates though. Yoshi's going to be sending it in. The Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike, Mitch.
It makes it awkward. Toroneko has to face forward and he'll get one, but the Molotov does keep them at bay for a little while longer. Look how close Rawfield and RVK are.
Their smokes are about to fade. He can put his own incendiary in towards one of the locations as well to buy some time.
They just needed to get to site and they got there so quickly. Alan spotted out RVK, actually gets dinked in the process as well, but it's not good enough from RVK. All left on the Rawfield.
Yeah, and he's stuck at the side spawn, isn't he? The cameras now spot him, so they know where he is. Neural theft from Alan.
Slow moon walk away, isn't it, from Rawfield?
Yeah, it's just going to force him back into the next round, essentially. If you can hold over the Vandal, he might be able to justify using the Blade Storm in the next round.
Drop over to a friend. Aziz, a little bit of cash in hand.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe. Just maybe. But look, Scars have rekindled their love for a lead, and a 4th round will be secured here, Komodo.
An expensive one in terms of the ultimates, though, right? Rolling Thunder, Showstopper for the beginning, Orbital Strike, and Neural Theft.
Yeah.
Fracture, unique in the fact that you can get ultimates a lot quicker if you're managing the ulti orbs, but to use 4 in a round this early on, I actually kind of like it for Scars because they can get them again very rapidly.
Yeah. Not too far away, obviously, on the side of Orangutan, though, as well. Plenty more things can occur, but they just have to get a wriggle on. Like Ascent, the issue was how quickly Scars were managing to extend out that lead.
Yeah, absolutely. OGS not giving themselves enough room to breathe, potentially. Not able to get a couple of rounds in a row. See if there's going to be any change when their rifles do come back, or if it's going to start here with the lackluster weaponry. That Blade Storm, of course, already popped up by Rawfield. Aziz the one to carry over the Vandal as you expected. But I do like the fact that it is a little bit slower for Scars as well. Not 100% sure in if OGS are going to go fast into a position, if their buy is very substantial or it is the, kind of real lesser equipped one. They know the blades are here, they just don't know where.
Well, RVK's gone hunting now as well, so he might gather some info. Great shot from Aziz, Komodo. That's the weapon that was dropped over, as you mentioned.
One away from Showstopper 2. Could be huge in a round like this.
Absolutely. Rawfield, though, punished, denied. Now it's awkward. Tesseract, great shot, but Crystal again. Mr. Consistent, I want to call him the way he's been fragging. But now Aziz.
Just hit the button.
Yeah, firmly on there. Does actually throw off the aftershock, so it might give him some further info. There it is. Aziz picks up another, but Alan will respond very, very quickly now into this 2-on-2. Crystal's still alive, and he's been a demon. How does he go? With a third, apparently. RVK Left alone, 1v2. Patience now. Can he find the right timing? Sheriff in hand. It's the weapon that suits him most, but no. Allen closes it out strong. Crystal continuing the charge.
Yep, the captain.
He has been,
he's steadied the ship on those rocky waters
Really
into
has.
a round where they uncharted territory.
12-3.
Yeah, that's kind of nutty.
Man, this guy's not even just steering the ship. He's found new territory. You know, he's gone on a little journey.
Yeah. Well, I will say there was some shining light there for the guys on OGS. They got a couple of good kills in trade. But yeah, at the end of the day, the round gathered for Scars, and I do believe with the timer we are getting a bit of a discussion to be seeing for OGS, I would say.
It's got to happen again. I think it's just really the only opportunity. They need to have a conversation about why or how, you know, we can get back into this, because those 2 rounds that they found back-to-back were pretty good. They were pretty impressive. You
Bonus close, and then the next one pretty decent.
Exactly right. You know, that they show signs of life here, but I don't know. They haven't been able to find their mojo, I guess I'll call it, in this series so far. Scars have very much been leading the charge, and as we saw earlier, you know, D plus Kia, felled by Bonkers, Bleed, made look mortal by Orangutan.
Saying of Bleed, right? 4 attackers rounds that Orangutan were able to put up. If they can get that here and have the same defensive start that they had of 6 in a row, they can make this one look competitive. I think that may be enough to get them into the mindset to win this map, to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I don't know. It just is crazy, you know, that streak, obviously, that Bleed had.
Yeah, honestly, it needs to be Rawfield leading the charge again. They have so much success when he is shooting. You know, over 20 kills in the series, despite the loss for Bleed on the map of Fracture. The rest of the team, yeah, a little bit down. But if you have him popping off, it's gonna be a start in the right direction.
Yeah,
at least.
No, exactly right. This time it's not even Gem Keen popping off, it's been Crystal.
Well, the operator is actually going to go out for Rawfield on this defensive side. So remember, 6 is what they're going to be chasing for their defense, at least here. Not the greatest start for them, though. Crystal with the Nightfall at the dish. A very common occurrence, as I said.
Comfy territory for him. A main control at least established by Orangutan.
Changing it up to Arcade. They've really been liking Arcade in this map so far. Orangutan happy enough to put a bit of pressure here with their duelists too, changing it up.
Aziza got the showstopper as well, can pull it at any time.
Yeah, but the problem is when. He hasn't spotted anyone just yet, and that's going to be a little bit of a time-sensitive issue where Scars can start to scale up. He can rip it whenever he wants now because he knows that they are starting to progress here. There's that Nightfall.
Does he throw it? Does he use it? Obviously getting into position now. He absolutely does. Aziz getting the opener here, and it's Gem Keen with a response, but Aziz with another. Does get taken down quickly, though, however, by Yoshi, so it's back into this 3-on-3 as that spike's going to go down.
And Crystal's going to turn to play a little bit of a flank watcher now as well, but Gem Keen through the smoke now on the Rawfield. Tesseract together in arms, but remember, there's an operator here.
Yeah, absolutely, but look at Crystal's positioning as well. He's able to actually lock in towards the underground pass there.
He did it already, remember?
Yeah. Knows a flank, loves the position, and now they've just got to try and clear out as much utility as possible. Paint shells aren't exactly good enough as Tesseract gets that, but now he knows that Crystal's on that flank, and he's actually crossed. This man is playing mind games to an incredible pace.
Good fault line there as well to lock him in.
This is like a tournament peak performance from Crystal. Like, not
peak
just
start.
now, like, just the way he has positioned himself and the amount of impact he's had round on round has just been surreal.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you look at what shenanigans are afoot in this round. Aziz able to start off with the showstopper, getting some more damage on in. When you think that maybe there's going to be a way for them to get a retake happening, it's just the quick play that Scars are able to throw back of you. 2 players at tower, the trade that happens there as well. And then, as we say, the flank from Crystal, unexpected, even though he's done that before.
Yeah. So much control from this man, and you can just see it in his player cam every single time a round's done. Just calm.
Yeah, you got to be, right? You can't crack under pressure even if you are in a lead. You can't get too overzealous. It's going to be the pistols, though, for Orangutan yet again. Their Cypher setup is at A, so if Scars look to go over here, they have to contend with potential trap wires where the Sheriff might pick them up, but the problem being when they're running this Cypher, majority of their forces are going to be on the other side of the map. Rawfield is here, but deeper in the halls.
These are the rounds that I get excited for.
Yeah.
Orangutan, Sheriffs.
Yeah,
that's how they win them.
Rawfield's going to be the one to swing when the trap wire on the site actually pings a body, but RVK, remember his 4K?
Yeah, I do.
It was with the Sheriff.
I remember the opening pick in this round as well, where they were able to turn the tides. You know, I mentioned it. Cheeky whiff, though. Allen gets the response. It's a 4-on-4.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do, because Rawfield's position is unknown. Will Crystal check it?
I don't think he will.
Nah. He can get 2.
Oh! He popped the tailwind. Didn't get to use it, unfortunately, though. The secondary won't quite come through. He was patient, but not quite enough. And great shot from Antidote as well. But now the advantage going back the way of Orangutan. Aziz manages to pick up another. It's all on the Yoshi inside this 1v3, and they're everywhere. The blast back, it almost throws him out. But now he can get into main, can get a reload, can get the fault line down. Oh, Yoshi! He wants to make this super winnable, and now he can creep around the side. Does he hold it for long enough? Oh, he's just that bloody good, isn't he?
A 1v3.
Oh, Yoshi. Sure, it's only pistols, but the position that he found himself in was immaculate.
He has not cracked in this one, has he? Not whatsoever. A 1 versus 3 to just keep this lead growing for the side of Scars. And I'm looking at the positioning from him, right? He's trying to utilize the map to the best of his ability. You even see the satchel thrown at him in that situation as well. But it just doesn't work out for Aziz, right? Imagine if he's just ready with his gun and his team can all swing with him. You catch him, header swinging. It just doesn't happen. Credit over towards Yoshi there. A brilliant play. But at least a promising sign for OGS that they have another gun round. We've got that operator. We've got a couple of ultimates. Antidote's 1 away from the orbital strike. But as the A main halls get cleared on out, will RVK pop his camera for the info? Orb gathered, camera popped, destroyed. Rotations to come to A, because it's quick from Scars.
Fire in the hole, he reckons, as Jem Keen at the helm does drop RVK. Great start. Also, maybe some tickle damage almost onto the man in heaven in Tesseract. But oh, great shot here as a response. Now the Rolling Thunder, Torrent Echo just has to wait underneath the side. It's a great flashpoint as well from Tesseract. He is popping off in this round, but it's all on the Torrent Echo, and he will be taken quickly by Aziz.
They got one.
They made it happen,
They
finally.
got one, and it only went in form of an operator in the mix for Rawfield, but most importantly, that Rolling Thunder from Tesseract as well to make things a little bit more difficult for Scars at the end. The flood from them out through the sands, the big old pick from Rawfield too, as we see it on there, just caught trying to get into the site as Scars, not expecting the disrespect of those smokes either. A bit of a change-up from Orangutan, but we know for Scars that that's just throwing a little bit of a pebble in this pond that they have started to make pretty.
Absolutely, and this time they want to go even faster as well. Jem Keen, but Aziz manages to drop Torrent Echo. Crystal does actually find the trade, however, so that was back towards Tree. Now they send that Rolling Thunder in towards Sight, and Crystal still at the helm here, still with a spike in hand. Tesseract, a little bit overzealous there, I would say, my friend. Rawfield gets one back, but Allen's also there to trade, so now a 3v2 with that spike about to be planted.
No theft used from Allen, but RVK has a body that he can throw it on for when they go for this retake. If they go for this retake, Antidote will get an orbital on a kill.
It's a toughie in general. That's a great catch, though, by the spy cam. So at least they know exactly as to where Yoshi is, but it's planted in for A main. They should have an understanding about where the rest of these members are.
Well, they use the neural theft, remember? A cage has to go on the spike or the sky smoke, at least for some protection.
Yeah, Yoshi looking to throw down that fault line again as well. So they have to get moving. They have to get clearing.
Oh, they don't know it's on. All of the pressure, all the util over to main.
Absolutely, everything just completely locking him out as that time continues to tick, Komodo. They haven't even had a chance to get onto it. They tap now to at least pull some info, but there's just not enough time at all. So that's the round basically done and dusted here, right? Unless...
That would have been tight.
Yeah.
That would have been a huge round for OGS. They do take 2 weapons away at the end, but you're not wrong, right? No time at the end of it because of the utility, the spraying come down. You always understand why OGS went for a play like that. Sky Smoke and Cage for protection. You're at a player disadvantage still. You want to be tapping that spike, baiting out your opponents to try and get the kill, but it's just proving to be a little bit too difficult for them to do that. And Aziz, that frag there, that's what Lou was actually getting success in, with those satchels on towards the tree box, you know, getting that long line of sight. So there's creativity, right, coming through from OGS. It's just that Scars are a bit of a different beast in this series right now.
Certainly agree. Scars have just been in control the entire way. Can I drive? No. Taking us the whole way home.
Last round of the half, though. Definitely need to see Antidote and Aziz use these ultimates to try and get a kill before they lose their life in a round here. Nightfall gathered out by Crystal to go hand in hand with an orbital strike. We can see a big pop in towards one of these sites. Will it be to the A site where they'll have to contend with RVK and his setup, because you've got that tight line being held from Raw Fuel. First point of contact, no tailwind activated just yet. When will he look to do, though?
I think he's ready.
Oh, that hurts.
What do you do? Gemkeen, again, ripping heads off of the shoulders, and now the utility starts to get thrown out. RVK has an impossible task ahead. Alan looks to get some damage down, but it looks like RVK might be able to find something, still trying to chip away, but now it's another orbital strike coming down. So there at least is still some members of Orangutan joining the fray here. Spike looking to be planted, but yeah.
No rocket to deny, but it's RVK to spray.
Getting another on the flank. Alan, though, inside the smoke, gets it done. Yoshi looking to get this spike planted 2-on-2.
Oh, he didn't use the rocket. It's too late. The plant's in,
oh,
and it missed as well.
He didn't even connect. It's crazy chaos onside this side of A. The last round of the half, and Alan and Yoshi. Scars. They know.
They know what they need to do, man. There is no doubt in Scars at the moment in this server of anything going wrong. They have no questions on what they need to do. It is ingrained in their mind right now.
The Scars are what has made them. The region of Japan, people slicing and dicing. They just know how to heal up well.
Yep. 9-3. Again, superstition.
I just don't see it.
Nah?
Not the way it's been going at all. I wanted to believe, I wanted to say, like, I was literally looking at it as a realist, right? As a bias, bonkers win, bonkers fighting, Susu, all that, right? As a realist, D plus Kia, they should have walked away with that pretty solid, right?
Yeah.
And then I switch over to this one and go, 3 maps, tight game.
Yes.
It's got to run the gauntlet. I was wrong about both, and I'm quite happy, except for the fact that it means that this is going to be a shorter series.
Well, if we see some resurgence from Orangutan here, it has to be on the form of, again, Raw Fuel popping up. It is one of their larger successes when it comes to them as a whole as well, right? You know, against that series on Bleed, overall, a good performance, not going to lie. You know, we got a map in there. We've got nearly 60 kills for Raw Fuel. Tesseract as well, doing what he could try and do. Currently enough, Tesseract on top with double digits, but it just feels we're getting a little bit of an absence from the players that we should be looking towards on OGS. Maybe not even a little bit of an absence, maybe too much of an absence.
Yeah. Well, you see the kill disparity, and it's just not that far apart. You know, Scars have just been converting so much more in these, 1v2 or 2v2, whatever situations.
Well, the pistol round, look at the pressure the Scars are already getting in towards the dish. This is a full flank. This is really quick into the camera, but for OGS, it's into the site.
Absolutely. Molly goes down, but Rawfield's actually already past it, so they should be able to find that site relatively quickly. Spike does go down, but Antidote did run through the Molotov.
And he's used all his smokes as well, where Toranaga has all 3. They can wait a couple of seconds for the Spike to just tick away for the players to get situated and then go for a big old retake.
Now they want to run in. Now they want to get moving, and those paint shells are going to make it so awkward to the fact where we actually had to see old mate Antidote move inside the Sky Smoke, and he does get 2 as a reward for it, but Crystal will be able to respond. He gets the second as well. This man will not stop in any way, shape, or form to keep his team afloat. Now Alan onto that defuse, but look at Tesseract inside the smoke. There it is. Finally, again, we see Orangutan bring it back. They don't want this series to win, and nor do we.
The pistol secured quickly into the site with no real damage, no real pressure being assigned toward them either. So for Scars, yes, we do see Crystal extending his kill lead, getting the kills, but it's just the positioning from OGS, you know, knowing what they have to do with that mug. I almost think that that later smoke that was dropped on, yeah, it's not really helping Scars to get into the site, right? Because you could see they used it to dip out of the site when the paint shells were thrown on in. And the trades, they were held up the trades were looking good for OGS, successful. They find themselves now with one piece to get back into this map, that pistol round, but they have to convert this second hit.
Going for the exact same play here from Orangutan as Aziz does spot out Yoshi, but Toroneko inside the corner does get one, and Crystal with another as a respondent, but Alan,
nice.
Not much you can do there. 3 alive, pretty solid result there. Rawfield, who you did mention to earlier, getting that 3K. So they do narrow the scoreline just slightly. So from what we know, Orangutan win one more and then the game's done, right?
Nah, look, I want to play on the side of I'm hoping that this bonus round can go for them to get back into the series, to get us really close, even if it does end in a 2-0, to not just be a whitewash, right? To be extremely competitive, to be reminiscent of what that Bleed series was.
We need that level of competition.
Yeah.
Cannot get to a point where one team is just absolutely whitewashing the other.
Mm-hmm. And at home for them as well, right? Fracture was the map that they won in the grand final, one of the 3.
Yeah.
13-10, mind you.
Utility down for Alan, trying to hold on to his position for now because they are moving through that tower, and there you go. How does Alan get away with it though? Rawfield does manage to pick up one as now Aziz also looks for a response, but RVK 1v3. That's the Sheriff. It's the no, don't give him a gun. The Sheriff is the one.
Maybe give him the spike.
Yeah, he needs that.
Yeah, 1v3. Cages to cross, but you would expect some spam.
They're just holding that line, and it's just going to be easy. Yoshi picking it up for the team of Scars. Now 10 rounds, double digits secured again. So the bonus does not go their way, Komodo. They've got a full level investment here, Orangutan, but they need to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, on the attackers side as well, if they want to, they can try to get Rawfield in with the Blade Storm, but I almost feel like it's better to not go in that direction at the moment because it is going to be the first rifle round, right? These are the rounds that they need to be successfully gaining. If this round is dropped, yeah, he'll have the Blade Storm. Use that when it is required the most, but for right now, I wouldn't mind seeing an orbital strike be the target.
Okay. Slow up, much slower this time round. Bit of a freeze.
Yeah, Toroneko as well really likes holding these Sky Smokes and using them a little bit later in the round as well. I don't mind it. We've already got a little bit of this Cypher deployment that he'll be able to dance around as well with this camera to spot first contact. Bit of a different change up for these trap wires as well.
Still a level of hesitancy. It's going to be a tough one for them to hold down though here, Komodo.
Yeah, absolutely. Both cages popped in for Alan. Feeling the sweat.
Starting to move on in. Oh, geez, Rawfield does actually manage to catch the timing though, and ultimately finding Alan, and it's a second as well. This is a much better performance here from Orangutan because they will get the spike planted.
3-player flank to come in for Scars as well. It's essentially them having an entry into the site.
Not planted for Tree either this time round, but Yoshi does make one on a way back in, and now he can rotate around to join the rest of his team here. So that was the linchpin, getting the member in the tunnels there.
Full kit of util for all of these players though, Mitch.
Yeah, Rawfield's position. I like it. As Antidote does manage to just dodge out, but they have to hold the line. Crystal finds it. Aziz will get another, but it's back to that 3-on-2. And I don't know if they're actually overly keen. They're just going to be limping their way away from here. So that's going to be a round done for Orangutan. 6 now secured. They are certainly showing that there is still some game left.
Yep, there's more to come from them. A gun round secure, surviving with 3. That Blade Storm available if Rawfield wants as well, just in case Aziz and RVK are going to be dropping down to something like the lighter shields or lacking utility. There's always going to be that suggestion available in this round next. And again, I'm looking towards the 4th round because I always love when we get to a 4th round that's a gun round because that's where we start to get towards those big ultimates as well, right? Your 7s and your 8s, especially when it does come towards Fracture. So I want to be seeing what sort of spice is going to be added to this mix for this next round. What are we going to be getting out from Scars on their defense to try and get around back, to try and seal this deal on a 2-0? Because Crystal's 1 away from the Nightfall, we've got 1 away from the Neural Theft and the Orbital Strike. There's a lot of information that Scars are going to be able to get in, might I add, a 3-player crunch up towards the side of Arcade. But OGS, they're not going to meet any resistance over at the dish.
Finding that timing now. They haven't really given a sniff out towards this position yet, Komodo, but now they are going to put the foot down on the accelerator, straight in towards the side, but look at Alan. Didn't quite get it. Toroneko also dropping Aziz in the process as well, but they do go 2 for 2. Site will be secure, but that's the Nightfall. They look to get moving quickly. We spoke about how Scars don't like to hold off.
Yeah, not at all. And the shots for Jem Keen onto Antidote. That's the spike in such a bad position.
Yeah, why is it there? How is it being dropped in this one? Tesseract at least does get to respond in a degree, but he's still trying to fight the fight to get that spike from position.
There's 50 seconds. Everyone can settle down.
Good response. Crystal makes it a 1v1. RVK now has a long way to go. Does Crystal know that the spike is still in position at Sands?
They might have expected RVK to already get it because there's been such time since the spike carrier was dropped. 30 seconds at this point in time. It is that gamble stack. Any tendencies from a player that would show where they want to go. For RVK though, this is the path where he has to clear the most angles before getting the spike, and that's going to pose a problem. 10 seconds essentially to run and go and get that spike. He's looking for Crystal, who's happy enough to take an individual angel because Crystal will have access to a haunt. He's heard the running though. 7, 6, he needs the kill and the peek from Crystal. That is ill-timed.
I was going to say the patience was really starting to pay off for Crystal, but RVK manages to spot the line on the cross. You know, he knew he had barely any time, so he had to swing for it, and RVK manages to connect with the shot.
It's one of those things for Crystal as well that you know he'll be kicking himself. He'll see the clock. A teammate will tell him, potentially, you know, wait for the clock. There's no time for plant, right? Real rough to come on through, but again, any round that OGS are getting, it is just going to lift up their spirits so much. And Mitch, that's the player who has been the least performant in this map so far for Orangutan.
Okay.
Similar start for Orangutan. Wanted to go through Dish. Currently, only Alan at the site of A by himself. No assistance from his team. They don't really have too much of a buy either. Bit of a party mix. Alan with a Bucky, by the way.
Hey, things can happen with that bad boy. We know it. But they're going to be straight in towards this side again. And didn't quite get where he wanted to now in Aziz. He has got to the top of the site now, but Alan's still in position. Okay, Rawfield will make quick work of him. So that's going to be him taken down and site secured here for Orangutan.
See what damage can be delivered to for Scars as Aziz is going on a tear.
Aziz is fragging up a storm in this one. Doesn't look there's really anything left. I mean, Crystal's done well to at least find a frag. He's 23-9, but it looks like he's about to be hunted down.
Again, 3 players alive for OGS. You continue to go like this. You slowly but surely build up a little bit of your economy to get back in. But the 9-3 curse, is it starting to rear its ugly head? I don't know, 10-8, a single defensive round for Scars of the bonus nature. We were asking for OGS, you all need to be better in your attackers rounds. You all need to be better in your rifle rounds, more importantly.
Yep.
And they are starting to deliver.
Yeah, slow and steady as it does start to have a resurgence here for Orangutan. We were begging for it.
Yeah.
Really wanted this to occur.
Aggression from Jem Keen. He's been punished time and time again in these past couple of rounds. Wants to get excited, wants to get into the action early. But Orangutan, they themselves are going really fast as well. Remember, they're changing up. They're wondering what has been working for us. And it has been this aggression into B this time, though.
They're off the site, so they're going to have to allow them to come in and play for the retake again. Rolling Thunder, it's going to come out. It's going to make it really, really awkward. Aziz here does get the opening, but that's the orbital strike.
It got him.
Aziz clipped just on the end, but another orbital strike, and Toroneko gets another. Jeez, what is going on? It's going to be Tesseract and Jem Keen. They're trading these frags back to front, left to right.
If RVK can use the neural theft, he'll have an idea of where all of the players are going to be mounting this retake from.
Yeah. How quickly do they look to try and fight this? Haunt, no info. Everyone up in the tower. And it's made of ivory at this point in time as they try to hold their best work.
They have to go for the fights. There's no util.
Half ticked. Toroneko was punished, but now Alan trying to get into position again. Rawfield spraying down, all left onto just Crystal. And it's Tesseract again with another multi-frag who has been doing it on this breach time and time and time again. Yep. He's been my MVP for sure. 6 assists as well. He has had so much impact on this breach.
Certainly does feel like he feels most at home when it comes to this map playing on the breach. Leading by good example, good charge with the stuns, with the flashes, with the fragging most crucially. And it feels like as well, this aggression that Orangutan are throwing in right? There's no big resistance from Scars early. We know they're a team that likes to really not etch on the play of retake. And when they're being forced into doing so, feels like they're a little bit wary of what's going on. As now, Mitch, this is something, I'm going to say weird. 5 players on a bit of a gun round from Scars.
Punished.
Yeah.
Tried to get sneaky, and unfortunately it doesn't quite work out. It's the impact man in Tesseract again, but Yoshi, Toroneko, hang on a second. This is not meant to be happening. How has this occurred? They had the opening, they had the beginning and everything, but now RVK all alone. Another Sky Smoke information gathered from that boombot.
I mean, when you run into a stack of 5 players on that A site where they have planned incendiaries, stingers and shotguns, it is a recipe for a really weird round to be gathered.
Recipe for disaster, it feels like.
Yeah. Orangutan getting so close to tying up this scoreline too, to make it 10-all in this map. They will have enough money for a buy in the next round for sure, but anything RVK can remove is going to be worth its weight in gold.
I like this double up as well. Makes it easy. 4 alive. And Scars picking up 11 now. Only 2 more rounds needed to secure a victory here against Orangutan, making themselves 2-0 in the groups.
Yeah. It'll be very, very large for them to try and secure themselves a top 3 finish in their group, get into those playoffs. You know, they're probably even going to be chasing for a first place finish, right? Get that extra day off, get into that semi-final. But here, the full focus is going to be within the server. A timeout to be called, a discussion to be had for Scars, how to close out this map for Orangutan, how to potentially stop them from getting map point first before maybe even needing to contend with the idea of an overtime.
It's not what they want at all, Scars. First time they've actually had pressure applied on them. And Orangutan with 9, you know, I thought for sure that off the back of that opening pick, you know, they might have been able to fight a little bit harder, taking it up to 10-10. But for now, there is still an opportunity for them to bring this back, right? You know, that's not just over yet. 12 has not yet been secured by Scars.
No, it's not D-Day, is it yet? Not whatsoever in this map here of Fracture. Timeout goes away. What are we going to look to see from the likes of Orangutan? They've been going very, very quick this time into these past few rounds, you know, 4 in a row there before that stack for Scars works a treat. And imagine if Scars wasn't actually stacking on the correct site, right? It would have been a different scenario, tied up potentially here. But on this defensive line, I am seeing a stacking of players towards B for Scars. I am seeing an expectation on tree aggression for them. That's exactly what's going to be happening here. No crunch to also happen, though, through the A-holes.
Send some packing at least for now.
Yeah.
Some shots fired and control gathered by Scars.
Let the time kind of simmer a little bit, it would seem. A bit of utility used. See if there's going to be any answerings back from Orangutan. Also something to note here, Mitch, is that Crystal is 1 away from the Nightfall, but we're going to have a battle at the tree
yes,
here.
We are. They are close and personal, but it's going to be Aziz to get one. Aftershock works out, but Aziz gets another back, and so does RVK. Site should be securable, but Toroneko, he's still here, Komodo.
Neural theft. He's going to have to fight through it. Dies.
It's Aziz. All left onto Alan now. 1 versus 4, and he might not even be able to live out that plant. Nope, he's out.
Yeah.
Doesn't want a bar of it at all, and that's Orangutan with 10 now here. Double digits secured.
Jem Keen gets taken down with that showstopper in play, in effect, in his hand. Not able to get that one out. Could have been the differentiating factor in this round. OG, yes, they get 3 kills almost immediately when that gets shut down. They are slowly but surely, again, making this one competitive. And that was what we were asking earlier, right? If this is still going to be, you know, a 2-0, or if we're looking like it's going to be a blowout, I just want to see OGS get back into this map, build up that proper confidence. And now we're finally starting to see what we were missing from them. No real answer back from Scars just yet on how to counter their aggression.
Look how hard they're hunting for him.
Yeah.
Even though the money's still there for Scars, they have tapped.
That's all right. He's alive.
He's okay.
He's fine.
He's okay.
Double digits achieved, though, for OGS. That neural theft previously used as well, so they're not going to have access to that, but they are starting to get a little bit closer to a couple of extra ultimates. And, you know, it's always funny as well, right? When you see the aggression from Scars out into the tree really early on and they get that as a position for their own, usually you see a lot of teams leave, right? They're not here. They're going to be over the other side of the map. But the uniqueness of Fracture, where you've got those 4 entry points as well, means they kind of have to stay around if they want to and they choose to. But, yeah, OGS just get the better of them. And now, a similar, slower start for a round. Nobody wants to be the first one to lose their lives. Crystal, of course, with that death, getting the Nightfall. It's the only ultimate that they have right now. Yoshi 2 away from the Rolling Thunder will be the next, but with 3 players over towards this B side of the map, you're going to see Toroneko play for where he can smoke as quick as possible. And then Alan left to his own devices over at A. It is the silent time in this round. Now finally OGS starting to reveal a bit of information as they look to clear the A holes. Spike and Spawn though, so they don't know exactly where they want to be going just yet.
It's crazy how slow some of these rounds have got though, Komodo, as of late, right? I felt that the pace was so much quicker on some of the earlier maps that we've had of today, but this has really slowed down.
Yeah, Yoshi, he had to get out of that situation. He's been stuck
Crystal.
time and time again with those paint shells, but there it is. Crystal taking out RVK. Now, you can rely on the Cypher utility to try and hold down the side or give it up and then retake with the ult.
Absolutely. Looking to get onto that side immediately, and they do. So they've got the real estate secured, but they have to get that spike plant and then manage to fight off the hungry landlords.
Oh, Nightfall in early. They don't want no plant, Mitch.
They don't like a retake, do they? They want to try and defend it and stop it because that spike indeed has gone down, but Jemkeen will find it. Tesseract, though, now has to do more. That flash!
Oh!
How do they do it? Managing to turn and burn, and they make it work. It's all left onto Rawfuel now. The one bullet makes it clear as to where he is. He doesn't know what's happening. Everything running at him. 1, 2, hang on. He stuck it, has he? No?
Yeah.
Is he? Yeah. Okay. I was going to say.
It got defused, but you can just see all of the utility that was thrown at Rawfuel there, right? The incendiary, the fault line, a deeper sky smoke as well. The understanding that if the close one disappears, he has to be a little bit further back for that peak, because either he's walking into an incendiary or he's in a smoke and can't really shoot, right?
Yeah.
So really nice placement of the utility for the Scars members. And it all really started from Crystal getting that peak early on, right? Then the plant's in. We know that Scars are really not liking these retakes because that's where Orangutan finds success. Really rapidly fast rounds. Get in, get the plant, get the denial of a retake. No chance for OGS in that one to settle things out. And now 2 rounds Scars have to play to try and close out this series.
Crystal has just had so much impact throughout this map. He's done everything for the team.
Yeah, both teams, Rolling Thunder as well. And Jemkeen, he has an idea that they are all coming up under. Oh, this could be big.
Could absolutely be huge, Komodo. Jemkeen, there's 1 blast pack to help him
Oh,
out.
he's
There's
got
2,
it!
there's 3. Oh, man, I feel like we're a serial repeater for this man, aren't we, Jemkeen? Continuing to show that Scars is king. The Titan of Japan. He's an import. He's made his way from EMEA. But he is the one who deserves, again, the power of Scars.
He went silent for so many of those rounds as well, and you know, it's one of the things that we keep making a mention to for the likes of Scars. If Crystal and Jemkeen are popping off, those two can carry these guys through. It feels like any team at the moment. They got the job done here again. After his silence, he completely shuts it down. A 4K in that last round. Toroneko catching him in the middle of a Rolling Thunder. Scars, they have played a phenomenal series today.
They definitely slowed down for a little bit, Komodo, right? But just the way that Orangutan were at least able to find their way back in for the short term, Scars just continued to tear, continued to show how good, and exactly right. Claps for Orangutan. They were showing a valiant effort into that second map especially. Wish we saw a little bit more from them, of course, on Ascent, but it just wasn't quite there. It was, again, Scars who really are showing their strengths here. The only team in this competition so far that sit at a 2-0 scoreline. And there they are, strong opponents in the rest of this group that have made it look so good so far.
I'll say 2-0 with 2 2-0s.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's a statistic right there.
And that's why they're looking pretty powerful at the moment. But remember, there is more teams in their bracket that they are going to have to, or their group rather, going to have to face up against that have looked pretty hot as well. So I'm very excited for that.
For sure. Very, very well played from them across the board. You know, this game of Fracture, I was starting to sit there thinking, going, man, maybe we've got another stomp. Maybe it's going to be another 13-6, something on those lines where there's just not really much to work with. But so much of this utility usage that just caused such aggressive fights, and then right towards the end, we spoke about it, and in a lot of our research, Komodo, when we were doing the prep for this event, we realized that Scars, they don't like to fight a retake, and that's exactly what happened in these last couple of rounds. As the spike was getting planted, they go in for the battle immediately, and they were just able to do it time and time again. So
I'm looking forward to the first kill statistics to come on out, because I've just done the calculations to figure out those opening kills for both sides, and it's pretty cool, it's pretty nice, it's what we would expect, but you know, there's a couple of instances on the back of that where there's conversions not being found out from Orangutan. And I think one of the biggest things as well, right? The first time half scoreline 9-3, it hurt Orangutan too much.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, Curse scoreline, it was a potential. But, you know, I know this big man over next to me, Mac, he's been watching. What do you reckon, Geordie?
Myself and the rest of the Ape Army are going to be very disappointed right now. But look, everyone in Japan is going to make more noise than myself anyway. You know, they're all going to be extremely happy. And as you mentioned, 2-0 in a 2-0 fashion in both those games is going to be setting Scars up for a huge success in this group. Already taken out Bonkers, already now taken out Orangutan. I just cannot fathom that we thought that this team wasn't going to be bringing the heat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I put them in my 3 to make it out as well, but was I looking at it this convincingly from them? I think that's one of the big litmus tests for them, is how they were going to be performing. And here we go. Look at the first kills difference. Look at it. Just look at it.
Jesus. Yeah, that's crazy from Aziz. He was super confident heading in there, but just the way that Crystal was playing, you know, the way he was driving his team forward, because at the very start, it was him that was solo dominant, and it was Jem Keen who came along later effectively.
This is what I was saying in between the maps though, right? Like Aziz just looks so good when he's on that raise, when he's on that secondary duelist, rather than going into an initiator role. And that seems to be where Orangutan just absolutely pop off. Raw Fuel, a great performance, 18 and 14, going +4 there. And look, everyone was trying so hard. In that second half, the comeback looked so damn real.
Yeah, and even the first kills, Orangutan are getting 13 of them, still not able to convert a lot of these. So a couple of instances where they have legs up, but then they're crumbling. They don't have that to stand on anymore. I will also state the fact that the brilliant performance that Crystal's put out with those 3 opening frags, there was actually 6 opening kills that Jem Keen was able to put out. So of his 18 kills, a third of them were the first ones in the round.
And after that game, Jem Keen, he is still at the top of the stats, but he's actually dropped quite a lot, not putting on that overpowered performance. Crystal, this map, much better, and is going to be taking home the MVP for this series. 305 ACS for that map in particular, playing the Fade, and he has jumped up into 3rd position individually, so nice performance from him. But yeah, Jem Keen starting to look a little bit more touchable after this performance.
Yeah, no, I think so, right? It's a crazy one. But 300 ACS on Crystal on Fade is a really, really solid result, right? Not relying on the paint shells to get the extra damage and everything like that to boost you up. So overall, he's proving himself as a leader and as a fragger, and that's exactly what you kind of need.
And not too much of a slip up from Jem Keen either. He still put 280 ACS up in the series as a whole. It was just a couple of rounds where he was feeling a little bit suppressed in those ones, and he figured out what he needed to do to close the series. So it's still all in all pretty good.
And look, we have Big Crystal up on the stage to have another chat to, so let's go on over and hear from them.
All right, สวัสดีอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับทุกคนแล้วก็ everybody watching from home, and of course over here we have with us after the game just now Crystal from Scars ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยนะครับนะครับผมเชื่อเลยนะว่าหลายๆท่านก็น่าจะอยากรู้เหมือนกันจากเกมเมื่อกี้นี้ที่โหเล่นกันค่อนข้างที่จะดุเดือดมากๆเลยทีเดียวครับ so yeah everybody would love to know about you and your team, get to know more about Scars in general. So the first question I would like to ask you is pretty much what do you think is the strength of Scars and what attribute stands out the most?
I think strong point, it's maybe our aim, it's first, and also second, how we prepare for match, because we watch what enemy do always before. Thank you analyst and coach for this. they show me material and I already can think what we can do. And coach also can help me what we do on map.
นะครับก็ประมาณว่านะฮะถือว่าเป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างที่จะฝึกเรื่องของ precision เยอะนะครับผมคือพวกรายละเอียดเล็กๆน้อยๆเนี่ยเรื่องการเล็งอะไรก็ว่าไปเนี่ยค่อนข้างที่จะฝึกมาเยอะพอสมควรเลยเช่นเดียวกับนะครับผมทางโค้ชและ analyst ของทีมเนี่ยให้ความสำคัญกับตรงนี้มากๆนะครับทั้งการดราฟและการเลือกแมปก็เลยคิดว่าด้วยความสำรวมของทีมเนาะเลยทำให้ Scars ค่อนข้างแข็งแกร่งกันเลยทีเดียวครับสำหรับคำถามเมื่อกี้เนี่ยผมอาจจะลืมก็ต้องขออภัยด้วยนะครับเป็นคำถามที่ถามว่าจุดที่เขาคิดนะครับว่า Scars เนี่ยเด่นที่สุดคืออะไรเนาะสำหรับคำถามต่อมานะครับผมก็จะเป็นคำถามที่ออกแนวการขิงนิดนึงแล้วกันนะแต่อยากรู้เหมือนกันจากมุมมองของคริสตัลเองว่าคิดยังไงนะครับจะเป็นคำถามที่ถามว่าคิดว่าจะสามารถเก็บชัยชนะทั้งหมดและไปถึงรอบ playoffs ได้หรือเปล่านะครับ So Crystal do you think that you could be able to get the rest of the wins in the group stage and proceed on to the playoffs
Maybe we just rest today, go pool and go to prepare next match and prepare to playoff.
So you just want to prepare as much as you can for the playoffs?
Yeah.
Right.
We try to take first place. It's very important, I think, because you have one free day for prepare also.
All right. นะครับก็ประมาณว่าก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะฮะแต่ก็ยังไงก็ตามครับก็ต้องเตรียมตัวให้ได้มากที่สุดนั่นเองครับผม and of course thank you very much for the questions for the answers and congratulations for the games I hope to see you up here again soon
Thank you
Crystal และสำหรับตอนนี้ครับจบไปแล้วนะครับสำหรับเกมที่2ของเราครับแต่อย่าเพิ่งไปไหนครับเพราะเกมสุดท้ายยังมีให้รับชมกันอยู่ครับ and everybody that's it for game number 2 and I'll throw it up to the break for a while and we'll be back for game number 3
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. आज तो बुझाएं मेरी जैसा मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees. Would you kiss the ring? Put your back down on your knees. I am the. Put your back down on your knees. Would you kiss the ring? 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja.
Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada. As janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Esta casa não tem porta nem morada. As janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou.
Oh, sorry, I was just practicing my left to right good night. You know how it is. But look, we've got a third series here today, and I've brought in a new pair of casters because those two just individuals. I'm going to call them individuals because they dress the exact same. You know, they have absolutely no character. I've brought in two characters to replace them. We've got Azurite, we've got Quack here. Look, we were shadow boxing on the desk, you know. That's how we build rapport here at VCT Ascension Pacific. But look, quickly, before we move into this third game discussion, thoughts on the first two games today?
My God, I mean, I think the way things are going right now, the first 2 days we had like 3 mappers. This was the first time we've seen 2 O's across the board, and that's fun.
You know, I had predictions coming into Pacific Ascension, and it's all just been thrown out the window. Nothing is going according to what I was thinking was going to happen.
Yeah, that's it, right. I really want to get, because we all made predictions in our own group chat about who we think is going to be the 3 teams from each group qualifying to playoffs. And at one point, I want to get them up on stream just so we can see how wrong we were, depending on
calling
how
out,
the rest
calling
of the
out the talents on.
Look, I'm one of them. I'm calling myself bad. You know, you're coming down with me. You're both coming with me.
You had the bonkers prediction right. That was awesome.
Yeah, I had that right. I was really hoping for that orangutan comeback. I was the only one that went for him today. So, look, it was certainly something. Now, look, let's turn this conversation back towards what's at hand. We've got Boom, we've got Fancy. Fancy, they're going into their 3rd game of the group stage already. And Boom, they have a chance to make up for what happened to them yesterday.
It's a chance, and hopefully they get to redeem themselves because they desperately need it. Because first of all, I mean, I feel like they actually had a pretty good shot yesterday, but they, you know, just weren't quite there. And one team, on the other hand, went crazy. Meanwhile, for Fancy United, they were the first team that brought us that 2-0. They were the first team to show us some crazy, wacky compositions, and they looked pretty darn good. They challenged Naos.
Absolutely. And again, there is so many things that is happening here for Fancy that initially we were kind of thinking was, what was happening here? We talked, a lot of people, if not me included, was thinking about how one-dimensional Fancy was coming out of their own split from Vietnam, but coming into this one, it feels like there was just so much they could offer for anybody that is them turning them into fans.
Well, let's have a quick look at the Boom lineup before we jump into the game, of course. You didn't see too much of them yesterday. It was 2 quick maps on that reverse sweep that they unfortunately suffered. But Berserks, Blaze King, Famous, Severin, as well as Shiro, these 5 can make magic happen. Berserks, he's still up there in terms of the stats, and I hate to do it to him. I truly hate to do it to him. But Severin, overall, has the worst individual statistics of the tournament after that game yesterday. So we need to talk about that, and it's only up from here, right?
It has to be. It has to be only up from here, because if not, that's going to be a rough journey throughout the rest of the group stage. I mean, they only have, what, like 2 more chances after today?
Exactly.
So it's tough, and it has to be said, Severin just really had a rough showing. I mean, I hope it's one of those, like, all right, it's just an off day. But the performance on, I think it was Ascent, Split, it wasn't there. It's not what you expect from a veteran player.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't at all. Now let's look at Fancy United. You've seen him twice already. You've got Nizzy doing the crazy things he does in the server. Yes, I Can actually topping the charts for this team. I think he's up there in the top 5 right now. And he's also the IGL, which makes it that much more important, right? Because him as the IGL at the top of the stats individually, Severin as the IGL at the bottom of the stats, it really tells a story. Heizi as well as Jin and Fisher, these individuals have just done so much over the past couple of days to impress the hell out of us, and I think they're going to be able to do it again today.
Yeah, again, it all boils down to just how, I guess, they were able to turn their confidence, their over-aggression into their strongest point. Again, if I look at it from my perspective, I thought it was going to be a certain call for caution for them, but they are able to manage to turn that around. One of their strongest points right now is that it seems like from what it looked like, again, as I mentioned, one-dimensional playstyle, very expansive on how they approach things. They have Jin, who is just loving the lurks, always able to create that pressure. They have this playstyle that allows them to just flush out opponents out of the sight, and that's why they love to do it the most. So we're probably looking at them, again, just being as creative as they can, going up against Boom, who is very much, I think, underperforming.
It's going to be a little bit tricky. But I mean, also just like thinking about this team, Fancy United, statistically speaking, yes, I can, Jin and Nizzy, they are top 5 throughout Ascension Pacific in terms of multi-kills. And it's not a small number either. These guys have like 20 or 21 multi-kills each, and that's, 2 Ks, 3 Ks. Nizzy, in fact, actually has 10 3Ks. He's only taught by Xiaoyu in that respect, so it says something about how strong they are.
That's crazy. Individual performances, definitely something to talk about. And look, moving forward as well, we've seen a lot out of both of these teams. You guys wanted to talk about Wukong quickly, just in case we do see him today?
Yeah, very quickly. I think he's going to be subbed in for like map 3 if we go to a map 3 here for Fancy. Wukong, one of the highest ACS during Split 1 at the Vietnam region. He has been very much focused on a duelist, so he could be, again, looking to just power up more of what Fancy has already been bringing to the table here in the group stage.
Okay. So hopefully we get to see him. I met him in the elevator as well, and he said that, they were very confident going into yesterday, and I was like, all right, we'll see. But then they did a very, very fantastic job at getting that 2-0 on the board. So the other storyline I want to think about is, yes, Bonkers, they made that turnaround happen from day 1 to day 3. Boom. Can they make the turnaround happen from day 2 to day 3?
Maybe. I mean, something that I've heard from like the Indonesian scene and, our talent manager, or also just the Indonesian casters, are saying that this is a thing. They'll do so badly. People know that their pistol rounds aren't great, but when people start hating on them, that's when they start coming back. They're like, all right, we'll prove you wrong. And that's, something that we're hoping for.
Okay, so they just, thrive in the hate. I've seen many teams over the course of history do that, so I wouldn't say it is not going to happen. But head-to-head, we're looking at Nizzy, we're looking at Berserks. Berserks, of course, as mentioned before, top of the stats for Boom. And Nizzy, he's not top of the stats, but he certainly makes magic happen, doesn't he?
Yeah, the crazy thing about Nizzy is he just has ways with utility duelists at this point. I think you've seen how he does on the Phoenix, obviously how he does on that Yoru. So with that, just again amplifying what Fancy has already been utilizing, which is again trying to just overwhelm their opponents from the site. It works actually exceedingly well to what they wanted to do, and Nizzy just fits perfectly in that, and him being able to just get the kills through being an entry fragger, being a risky player at the most, is actually incredible for not only him, but again, for the Fancy team.
Yeah, I think like just watching Nizzy and his mental state as well, like you watch him in those interviews, he's kind of just like, I'm zen, I'm good. Ask me any question, I'll beat whoever you throw at me. And that says something as well.
Do you think we're going to be seeing a Pearl and a Fracture today to maybe get those Yorus in there, maybe get that Phoenix in again?
If Boom is smart, they'll probably have to ban Fracture at this point, because again, that's one of the things I think teams are realizing. Fancy's got a good Fracture, so no, you can't touch the hot potato.
Yeah, I really hope that we do see that turnaround from Boom, just to make the group ever so more exciting. That'd mean Fancy, look, there's a chance for them to go 2 for 2, theoretically, if they win or lose this. And then you're looking at Boom. If they go 0-2 off the back of this, they'd be in the same situation as Orangutan. And they're the only team in Group Omega right now where they need to win those next 2 games, and they've got hard games up ahead of them.
Yeah, that's the major thing. Boom, they lose this, that's the danger zone. You only have 2 more chances after this, and their next opponent is going to be Naus. So I do not want to be in that position, but that's the thing. They have to kind of show us something better today, and then maybe they'll be able to play against Naus as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the biggest problems for Boom that I think has been plaguing them, maybe not even noticeable from them coming in from the split, is Berserk's, even though I've been hyping him up for a while, right?
Sure.
I said it yesterday as well. It feels like he does have that element of inconsistency. And the problem herein lies that yesterday we saw that kind of show because Famous wasn't really performing. If Famous can perform, of course, everybody from your team can, get those really good stats in as well because they can follow his lead. But the problem now here is that Famous gets shut down. Berserk's, he had that good game 1, but when you saw again everybody else get shut as well in game 2 and game 3, it felt like there was nothing that he could really do in the agents, even in the agents that he selects.
You were talking about how strong his KO would be. You're wearing the necklace as well.
You did this to me. You put this on my...
It's dope. I mean, but that's the thing. We're expecting greatness from Berserks, and it just kind of fell flat, especially up against, whatever One Team Esports had and their KO player, Yen Li. You just don't... You hate to see that happening.
Yeah.
So I think one of the things that we're looking out for Boom today is that if Berserk's Famous, they can be a little bit more consistent with finding their frags, playing with their teammates, having those set plays to punish Fancy United, they will stand a chance.
Yeah, well, hopefully they do because I've predicted for him. So let's have a look at your predictions. You in my bandwagon, you in the other bandwagon. Do you think Boom's going to be able to pull it back?
No.
Ooh, I got Quack with me. That's all right.
I actually totally forgot that I actually said it in my predictions, and I was looking at it now. You know what? I stuck with it yesterday. I'm going to stick with it now. If it ruins my prediction rate, fine, but I still believe in Boom. I still believe in that ideology that I've seen with them when they're on their A game, so maybe, just maybe.
I respect that. But I'm going to go the other way because, I mean, logically speaking, right, just looking at their mental state right now, it's a little bit off. And I hate it, but Fancy United, they excite me. I mean, the Yoru plays, the crazy compositions. You look at this team and how they kind of reach that flow state sometimes, frags just start going their way. And that's why this is my prediction.
Yeah, look, the agent comps that they bring in, they're fresh. They're executed so well, and as I've spoken about in the last 2 days while Fancy have played, you know that they are capable, all individually, of carrying the weight. Every single map you're seeing someone different at the top of the scoreboard, whether it is or isn't the IGL, doesn't matter, right? Even if the IGL's not up there, then you're expecting him to still be making the right calls and the rest of the troops doing their job. Jin is a name that keeps sticking out to me because he's had the most consistent performance. I think there's been maybe one map where he's topped the stats, but overall he's always in the middle. He's always just locking down those sites so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said as well here, what else can, honestly, if I just want to talk about Boom a little bit more, feels like they have to find that groove once again. Because again, you're talking about how you love to see the play style of Fancy here. Maybe we can find something for Boom that plays well into that kind of mix again. Can they get that reset? One of the biggest things that I forgot to point out here, we're talking about how Severin was struggling, is he actually, throughout those entire, I think, 3 games, only had like 21 kills. And then when Yan Li came in, he had like 14 kills with 19 assists on just 1 game. So you really do see that. Maybe the inconsistencies for Boom gonna be a bit more consistent now, bump up that
hopefully
that win rate.
It's a bit of like a stark contrast. Yeah. But the thing is, you are that sentinel, sometimes the initiator. You have to set up your team, and you have to kind of anticipate what your opponents are about to do. And I think that wasn't quite there against one team today, yesterday. And that's one of the things, because in Ascension Pacific, so many of these teams, they haven't really had that much experience against each other. Fancy United is a team that they should have a little bit more experience with, because it's the APAC scene, of course. And I think if you can kind of get a feel for what Fancy United are about to do, especially with players like Blaze King hiding inside of smokes. He's got one of the highest judge kill rates so far right now. They might stand a chance at actually punishing Fancy United in some of their wacky compositions. There's a chance here.
I'm keen to see it. I'm 100% keen to see it. Now, do you think we are going to see Boom going into split again because it was so solid for them? Or do you think that that's one where Fancy would just be like, nah, get that straight out of the map pool?
The thing is, I think it's tricky because it's a best of 3, so you never know what Fancy deems to be worthy enough to ban against Boom. So maybe we're going to see it. One thing that I think Boom have to also maybe ban out is their Ascent. We did see how there were some weird picks that they were doing, I think yesterday, where I don't know if it was Famous or Shiro that was just like randomly dry peek on A main and or B main and try to bully out one team, and somehow one team got caught wind of it because of like 3 rounds in a row they kept doing that. So I don't know, these kind of mistakes, not only from the map, itself, just I guess from the approach of Boom altogether.
Also, like, yeah, it's like a little bit of that mental state, right? I think I was talking to Sun, shout out to him, the Indonesian caster, and he was saying that Boom, they're kind of trying a different style of gameplay. They were known for their really aggressive, always peeking kind of thing. They started to go back to that a little. And one team, you could see, they start to anticipate it as well, just holding outside of B lobby, waiting for that push out of B main, A main. You get punished so easily. So it's a mental thing, and you can see that sometimes they get a little bit tilted. If they can, just kind of control themselves a little bit, just play a little bit more controlled, play your game against Fancy United, they have a chance at really turning this around on its head.
Okay, well, I've got a chance to turn my predictions around if Fancy get this dub today. So let's jump into the veto and see what went down.
All right, for final match, map selection for day 3. We're going to start things with Fancy and Boom. Fancy, you have a sign, so you are first ban.
Lotus.
Ban Lotus. Boom, your ban.
We ban Fracture.
Ban Fracture. Fancy, first pick.
Ascent.
Ascent. Side select Boom.
Defense.
Defense. Map select.
Pick Haven.
Pick Haven. Side select Fancy. Attack. All right, 3 maps remaining in the pool. Now to bans. Fancy, first ban. We have Bind, Pearl, Split remaining.
Bind.
Ban Bind. And final ban Boom, Pearl Split.
Ban Split.
Ban Split, play Pearl. And Fancy side select. Attack. All right, gonna review this really quickly. We have Fancy bans Lotus, ban Fracture, pick Ascent, Defense, Haven pick, Attacker, ban Bind, ban Split, final map, Pearl, attack for Fancy. All right, best of luck, guys.
All right, good luck.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
And there they are. Fancy up against Boom, about to be going down quickly. Let's go in and recap those vetoes. And I feel like the discussion was on point. Ascent, I think that is an absolutely great pick from Fancy after what we saw from Boom yesterday.
And Aserat was right with the Fracture ban too. I mean, you have to respect Fancy United and how they play on that map. I'm really curious and confused by the Haven pick from Boom though, because Fancy are no slouches on that map.
True. I was kind of thinking maybe we're going to see, as Mac was mentioning, the split, but maybe they also realize that there is some form of movement across the map, whether what kind of map it is from Fancy, that they just don't want to touch it on split. So maybe Haven, where is a map that they're still comfortable to play in. You know, how do you say this? The better the problem that you know than the one that you don't.
Right. Choose the lesser of two evils.
True, and also maybe pull the old fast one in the veto by picking Haven when, you know, you're thinking Fancy might have prepped for that split, which we were expecting. They might have been expecting. Look at mind games. That's what's been going on. Of course. But yes, of course. So it is going to be Ascent, Haven, and then Pearl. So if we get all the way to Pearl, we might see that Yoru come through again, which will be a fun time, of course. But that's if we get all the way to 3. Today, it has been the day of 2 zeros, it seems. So let's see if that trend continues.
Mac, I also think that Yoru is something that we might see on Haven already.
Oh, yeah? True. We haven't seen Fancy play Haven here at Ascension Pacific.
Both these teams, they have played Haven in their own respective regions, challengers games, but that's where we see Fancy's crazy compositions. They had that Yoru before, but right now,
You're talking about crazy compositions, and we got Fishio on that Viper again, going for the double controller. It can work. It can work, right? Boom, they're going to be going with the tried and true meta composition. But Fancy United, this is what they're known for, changing it up and going off of the meta.
It gets a little bit frustrating when you go up against a Viper, whatever maps that she's on. The biggest issue that I think some teams would have when you only have that one smoker on Ascent is, you know, if you're the Omen, you only have 2 smokes and you have to wait such a long time. But the Viper kind of encompasses a lot more. Again, this will give Fancy a lot of push power on the attack. And again, it also keeps the opponents guessing. If the Viper wall's there and then Fisher just keeps putting up and down, are they going to go here? Are they going to go to the other side?
And what I have as well, quickly, sorry, Quack. Nizzy, I'm pretty sure it was him. He was throwing his C's. He was saving it for when they were going for the defuse, right? You know, people love to play wine over towards that site. And if you get that C's over at one, over the top of the wall, they can't peek. They can't stop that defuse from happening. So keep an eye out for that one this game, because it was one key piece of utility that I thought had a very interesting usage.
Useful setup for sure, but I'm also just looking at this composition and thinking, without that Sentinel, without those traps and trips, yeah, you might have Viper, but you lack a little bit of map presence. You don't have that alarm bot to watch, you know, mid or whatever it is, for example. So that's going to be a tiny gap that perhaps Boom could use on their attacking side. But of course, they are starting out on defense.
We have been surprised by how Fancy have played Ascent as well, you know. They realize, yes, mid can be a point of pressure for the attack when people are running at them. So we've seen them change it up, you know, go for the aggressive pushes at B, go for the aggressive pushes at main, sometimes just yeet it down mid, go for the full collapse. And I don't know what we're going to see and how both these play styles are going to clash, but I can't wait to see it, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. So that being said, again, cannot stress enough how important this is for Boom, because they are starting to dig a hole for themselves that they might not be able to get out of if they get bodied here by Fancy. So as I mentioned, Berserks and Famous, they really got to step up their game. They're the 2 pivot points here. Even though Blaze King is amazing at the clutches, he can't do everything by himself. These 2 starters definitely need to do something for Boom.
So what are we expecting here in the first half? Fancy, they've been pretty strong on the attacking side of Ascent so far, but their defense feels like that might just be where they drop it. So first half seems to be where Fancy are going to want to try to win this, I think.
Has to be. I mean, that's where they have to perform their strongest, and at the same time, if they just can't find information, if they have nothing to work off of, I think that's where they kind of start to stumble a bit, and that's something that we saw against Naos. So for Boom, if they can starve that information, just play a little bit more disciplined, they will be able to turn things around.
They certainly will be. The point of pressure for me, of course, when there's a fade, I always love seeing a raise, but we're not seeing that today. It's still going to be that jet coming through for Fancy, and my eyes are all on them. Boom, I want them to upset my predictions. I want them to do well. I want them to bounce back and be the Boom that I was told about. That was so fascinating.
Well, I mean, still, those predictions, we want to see Boom going off, but we also want to see Fancy, their next opponents. That's no easy feat either, because that could be D+, that could be one team, and so far, they haven't, they've been showing us that they're great. You know, there are high expectations for this Vietnamese squad representing that region. They have to do it right here.
True enough, because again, I mentioned this before with Naos, that their opponents keep getting better and better as the days progress for group stage here, the challenges that they have to go through. But same with Boom as well. The challenges that they have to go through here, the mental reset. Again, we start off early, you can lose a map or so, and then start building up. But when you're Boom and when you lose that hard against one team, it feels like that one series loss feels like 2 to 3 series loss.
How good are we with time zones, by the way? Has anyone been to Vietnam? Is it on the same time zone we are right now?
Same. Like
roughly.
GMT plus
roughly,
7?
Maybe. Maybe
1 or 2 hours.
Yeah, around the same. Okay, so there, look, it's prime viewing time for Vietnam. Everyone's going to be watching over there at 6:22 p.m. in the afternoon. Night, is the sun up? I don't know, I can't see.
I think the sun is just starting to set, so it's still all right. But yeah, this is the prime viewing time.
Yeah.
If you're watching, you know, watch with your friends, watch with a snack, get some watch parties going, right?
Exactly. And of course, Indonesia, it's a little bit later. It's probably getting towards dessert time. So, you know, hopefully everyone's all fired up and ready to strap in for a couple of hours of cold, hard, damn good Valorant here at VCT Ascension Pacific. Currently, just waiting to load on in to Ascent, or Ascent for most people.
Is that really how they pronounce it, Ascent?
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
No, I was just joking.
Okay.
But I got you.
I did, you did.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. People pull my finger a lot, you know.
But still, I mean...
Quack, why did you not pull his finger? He offered you his finger and you didn't pull it.
I didn't notice his finger out there. I'll pull it, but...
No, they can't see it on camera.
Where's this chemistry between you two, huh? Been one whole day to work on it.
Oh, my God.
It's been fun. It's been action-packed. And it looks like, you know, the game's not too far away, but, of course, they are just working through some woes. Look, let's talk map 2 while we're waiting, of course. So that's going to be Haven. We've already theorized that it is an interesting decision, a very interesting decision. But don't worry about that. Silly question, silly time for it, because the game's ready. Boom and Fancy, it's happening right here, right now.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Mac. You're a champ. But this is now the game. We're starting things out on Ascent. Asterisk.
Well, I mean... I smell something fishy. You know, I think I've taken in a scent.
Whoa! All right, gotta pull your finger for that one.
Thank you.
You get the finger pull. All right. Fancy United, they're starting out on the attack, and that's kind of what we're seeing. Boom on the defense. How do you think they look today? How do you think they feel?
Honestly, I wasn't able to see any of the players, but at least looking at them when they come in for that walk out of the stage, looks like they still have that steely eye that we keep seeing, the confidence from Boom. No shouts, I think, from Blaze King, if I remember correctly. Yesterday we saw him just basically hyped out of his mind, but this time feels as well that he's feeling the pressure a little bit, and game face on, serious mode on. We'll see how this goes. As I mentioned, Fancy can put up that Viper wall very quickly, and they do decide to actually put it on A main, or A site. But Boom, this is a standard play we've seen before, but could actually blow up in their face if they commit to just holding down Wine.
Yeah, just a little bit of presence already felt, especially around A main. The dark cover spent to control this area. And this kind of leaves Blaze King with only 1 left. So it's going to be a little bit tough, and they're still reinforcing up on this site. But meanwhile, the full force of Fancy, minus Fishio, of course, they're headed towards BS, right?
Well, it's a fake that you can use because of that Viper's wall. Not really utilized by a lot of the teams because, well, they don't pick up the Viper. Severine's just going to hear all of these footsteps onto the A side. Quick little push through to smoke. And Jin did not even know what hit him. Feeling a little bit brave there to get the second kill. Heisey around the corner. Man can really do some damage, but Famous just not going to get denied, and Famous gets up to 3. Get things started, and Fissio, 15 seconds, going to have to start running in. Come on, come on. It's a marathon, it's a sprint. But there is no time, and there's still 3 players that he has to try to deal with.
I don't think he can do this. And there it is, instantly punished. I mean, you look at how this site take started off, and yes, Fancy, they had the initiative. They seized it, they went in. But if you pay attention to what Blaze King just did, off of the dark cover sent by Heisey, blocking off defender spawn, Blaze King sets an additional extension one that allowed for Severine to sneak in. The right clicks punished and punched them, and allowed for the rest of the team to come in through. After that, they just started to flow in. Famous, of course, with the Sheriff that he picked up, the Tailwind to get out and even get deeper in. no way that Fancy had that. Fishio was way too far off the site.
I would be remiss if I didn't be honest and just said that I thought Severin was actually going to lose that push. Because again, no, legit. Because again, Severin has been a talking point of just underperforming from that last series. But he's here to redeem himself. He's here to create a statement play. And he is here to show why he is still on this Boom roster. Berserks does get the 2-tag on the KO Blade as he spots out both of the controllers actually here from Fancy. That, at least for a couple of seconds, will deny any ability to cover maybe the mid push. As you can see, 3 players of Fancy wanting to go in for that cross. They've called it in from High Z already as they start to go in through the A short, where we do see Famous holding on.
Just kind of waiting for it too. But here comes Boom, getting a good read. They come out and they go out swinging. Ooh, 3 players instantly gone, sprayed down, gunned down by Famous.
It's starting off pretty good for Boom. So that said, very aware of what was to come, not really afraid of any of the contacts, even through the upgraded pistols there of Fancy. Kind of interesting as well to see Fishio try to just be cheeky and play on Wine. I think it might have worked if he just stayed his hand and allowed Heizy to basically push out and get that contact, but because he was just jiggling and got swept by Boom, and again, Boom still had that smoke outside of A main, couldn't really get that pinch, that crossfire that we're kind of hoping for.
So that said, it was still just the eco. Not too big of a deal, but what? No! It was a triple burst. He went for a second one and 3 hits flew clean off of Fancy United's shoulders. Now 2 players left, and this round looks like it's almost over. They have guns, but still, Boom with the read, with the shots. Ooh. This is a good start. Nizzy coming in from under locks. His position is fully been made aware. Famous tries to go in for it, but Berserks just hops off with the Spectre of all things. A good read, but still without the numbers, Boom will be able to punish, and they get the clean bonus.
Berserks throw it away. Oh, my eyes. It's the Aviator Vandal, no, but yes. He picked it up. I'm sorry. But again, look at this. Such a different spell, and Famous,
oh my God.
Gosh, just gets out with bloody murder on mid. Can't really do anything about that for Fancy. I mean, they tried to do something. Nizzy was maybe getting a couple of picks here, but Shiro was his trap, couldn't really get out. He took a while to get that wall bang in, and then you just saw Famous wanting to get the 4K already. He has the blades, he has the Vandal. There's so much happening here, and it's all coming from Boom.
Yeah, I think it's also a good read from what we saw from the previous rounds. Fancy has been trying to get a bit of control over mid, trying to perhaps push into market. But with such a peak, such a read from Boom, they're starting to adapt to how Fancy plays. And that means that Fancy, they need to start changing up their plans. Right now, you know, with the Sheriffs, it's just going to be tough, and they're just looking for picks. But this is the Boom that we want to see. Look at how they're not overly peeking out, just holding their ground. They hear some noises, and they're going to go investigate.
I have never used the word cohesion yesterday for Boom, but it feels like, at least again, it's still pretty early, but cohesion for them looks incredibly good.
Hello.
As Jin just hides inside the Cloudburst, but it ain't gonna happen, brother. Great flash by, well, as you can see, yes, I can here. Heizy not wasting the opportunity to get a couple of picks, but the rotating Fishio gets caught by the Lurk of Famous, and it's all down to Heizy. If he can maybe get 2 kills, maybe he'll have his from the shadows, but, hold on. He knows B-Main is exposed, but can't really react in time as he tries to reposition through the pinch coming in from Boom.
He turned around. I mean, you could see it. He was thinking about it. There were only 2 sort of maybe escape routes in that scenario. One is to go through market, the other back into the site through stairs. But with all those angles being watched, it's a little bit unfortunate. Nice attempt. Good bit of damage, but Boom. You talked about how cohesive they are, and you could see that they have the reads. You could see that they're feeling themselves. They're hitting shots. They're shotting right behind us, and it feels good, Azurai.
These 1-2 shots that keep connecting for like the members of Boom being a very uncomfortable issue that Fancy just can't really deal with as of this moment. But now, of course, Fancy, they got the whole bunch just pushing into the B site on the back of that null command from Yes, I can, as the rest of Boom just going to be waiting. They're going to be chilling. They know they have the time. They're going to clear out the angles first. They have, well, Famous with the ultimate, but not going to be super useful. But maybe he has the operator, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, full retake here for Boom.
I mean, this is how they should be playing it, given the null command. Just kind of starting to position themselves around the site, being a little bit careful as well, hearing all those bits of utility being sent out by Fancy, bits of Shrouded Steps. But now here comes the collapse. Well, first off, Fragment in towards Logs. Famous with the blades out, trying to get a bit of vision with the updraft, but it's not needed. Pushing through lane, you got Berserks, you got Shiro, Severin into the dark cover, and he just flushes them out of position, gets the positioning for his team. No time. And Berserks cleans it, but still, the spike has been saved for Fancy.
It took them a while to clear out all of these angles, but that was a blow for Fancy. I mean, yeah, they get the round, but at what cost at this point? Even finding Fishio hiding inside the corner right there. They were setting up some traps, but feels like Boom, again, able to just detect all of it, except for that one on the B stairs within the smoke. Maybe Jin could have had more damage in, maybe a couple of kills, but at the end, at least it is the round given to Fancy.
That's right. I mean, with what they're trying to do, just to buy time away from it, seeing how Boom has been playing careful, it's a bit of a mind game as well. Into the next round, though, and still Famous buys up the operator, trying to look for some punish plays. But this is that strength of that double controller. Poison Cloud, and it allows them to kind of sneak in, perhaps getting a little bit closer towards market.
Oh, Heisey. Oh, Heisey, no, that's not going to be good because that traps the rest of Fancy to be stuck on mid. They can keep creeping up the smoke from Fishio, but they have to re-encompass that control on top mid. And I don't think they know that the spike has been dropped on top mid, so you can't see Nizzy trying to pick it up there. Off-cam kill, as we see, or rather we see the kill from Jin. No, he gets actually blasted by Famous. But again, the map control, very, very weak from Fancy.
Not great. The team looks a little bit far off. Meanwhile, Boom, playing together, working together, Famous landing his shots. They are starting to pop off, and you can hear it on stage too. Very soon, very likely, gonna go into a 5-1. And this just hurts the economy of Fancy United again.
Well, it definitely does, but what can they do? They push onto this B site. There's still so many traps. There's the alarm bot. There's going to be a nano. 10 seconds. Maybe just, save. Get up some scraps of anything that you can scrounge up. And that's going to be just the charge on the ultimate. One more second in. But again, they're just going to hold up onto B. I mean, if Boom wants this, they can even hunt for it. Just take away at the rifles. But no, that's not going to happen. But still, Boom, consistent and very, very commanding lead in this first game.
And this is what we expect from them. This is that performance that we've been looking for since yesterday. And if they can keep this up, maybe Haven will even be a good map for them, despite whatever Fancy has in their bag. You could think that Fancy definitely picked this based off of Boom's performance from yesterday, but they guessed wrong.
Guessed wrong, or again, Boom waking up, finally saying themselves, slapping, just a bit of water to their face, splashing it there. We gotta perform. We can't really give up any games because even though we talk about, I think it was Group B that is the more, I guess, group of death. Group A also turning into a very considerably competitive group itself.
I gotta correct you. You gotta use the right terms. Alpha, Omega.
Okay.
I'm kidding. But I mean, it is true. And Group A is starting to show up to prove that there are some fierce contenders in this one spot. In fact, throughout all of Ascension Pacific, we're starting to see some crazy fraggers, crazy duelists. Of course, Xiaoyu is one of those names that comes to mind. Jemkin, something that we just saw. But on these two teams, you got Nizzy, you got Berserks, Famous, who is starting to show up to date as well. And they can keep this up, you can expect greatness from Boom. Meanwhile, Fancy, we're talking about it. The map control, the map presence, not quite there. And oftentimes you'll see that they get punished. And then you're just left with like 2 or 3 stragglers who can't do all that much against the full force of Boom. They have to find a way to work around this.
Yeah, the biggest problem I think here is they are trying to get picks, you know, utilizing the double controllers to isolate some angles, maybe to bully a position. Maybe they watch the VODs thinking that, you know, Boom tries to play a lot more like that, just hiding in corners. Maybe we can do it in that particular way. But at least they have to realize that these past couple of rounds, that wasn't really the case. And if it is so, the big problem is always Famous there. So unless he gets tagged by like a KO blade, gets suppressed, he's always going to have the dash away. But in any case, dashing right in through the mess is going to be Jin on B.
He's got the blades too, looking for a bit of an updraft, but look at the positioning from Boom this time. So safe, so perfect, just hiding under cover. The off angle from Shiro. He finds two. Famous comes back just in time from defender spawn, but still, the damage has been done. It's going to be Fancy United looking for the spike plant, and they managed to stick it in. Viper Spit deployed from Fishio and Boathouse as well, and this gives them a little bit more cover, but the spray from Blaze King is just as good. It's needed, and it puts Fishio in a 1v3. Tries to play around it. He hears the footsteps. He knows they are surrounding him, and unfortunately, he will just fall short with the shorty.
You know what they did? The best way to beat somebody inside the Viper Spit, push them on one corner. You don't get the visual, but you might have the knowledge about it. You know that he's there. He's not going to be playing right behind you. And you know what's the best weapon to clear out at close distance? The shorty. It's not only the one. It wasn't only Blaze. Wasn't only the KO that was looking for that kill. It was also Famous. Just try to look with the shotgun. Any case, again, as you mentioned, perfectly placed for Boom here. I wasn't even aware of how Famous just got the shot off of Jin, whether it's Jin being high above, getting shot out there, or just, again, Famous pushing in and not really having any resistance outside of B side because everyone was trying to, again, get control of the side itself. It is Fancy not finding the rhythm that they want in these pushes that they've been doing.
But also the side anchoring from Boom as well. Main thing right now still Fancy just trying to pull off different flavors. Somewhat of a side execute on towards B from Pert 4, and that kind of worked out until they lost those frags. And that's because Boom has the momentum. They've got those ultimates cycling up. And right now, a bit of a default. It's not working out too great. Boom has gotten a little bit more time, a little bit more space, and they're starting to poke and prod across the map.
Oh, no. Blaze King, gotta look right behind you because they're about to swing. I'm not sure if they're aware of this, but they have lost control, but the timing is going to be off. If Fancy was just maybe 2 to 3 seconds earlier, they could catch that, but still they have to keep pushing in. Famous trying to run away, but he actually challenges Jin. How dare you go into my site? How dare you try to push into the A site? And I will deny you. Every qualm, every try, every attempt will just be swatted away, and it's all down left to Fishio, and of course Berserks not falling behind.
And that is just how this team plays. They're starting to feel themselves. They're starting to go in for it. Famous, despite being pushed back, despite the cloudburst, he still dives in with that shorty. Up by 17 kills and only one death right now. This is the guy that we have to keep our eyes on. Famous has come to play today.
Hyper focusing on Jin there. I mean, because his teammates couldn't really find any picks as well, he had to go for plan B, which is to keep pushing up on Hey Heaven and hopefully get the pinch that he wants to. So it was a fine line and just a couple of seconds of free space, but Famous doesn't even allow that to happen.
And that's just how suffocating it feels for Fancy at times. Of course, you know, we get the X-ray vision and we could see that they just narrowly missed the timing, but for Fancy, in their headspace, they have to just go in for it a little bit more and find that confidence. High Z trying to go for some trades, but still, his teammates are gone. An Odin in Shiro's hands. Berserk's still on the site, and he hears the footsteps. He peeks out at the right time. The null command coming in, saving his life. Famous kind of missing the right click, but still okay, because Nizzy is down to 25 HP. Not a problem. Severin just kicks him out of the room.
They couldn't do anything about that because, again, first things first, no more bullets on the previous weapon. Got to pick something up. The Owl Drone was just going to give away where this last player was, and then there was another one coming in through the doorway. But Fancy, whatever they're throwing, Boom is receiving, and receiving well. They are just able to basically throw it all the way back. Whatever Fancy, as you mentioned, any kind of flavor push that they want to go about this is just being, you know, sampled by Boom and saying, this is very good. We are taking this.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it. And we will devour it. Thank you for these rounds.
But this
Oh,
time,
ouch.
still, Odin, yeah, it kind of tags up Fishu a little bit, but I like this from Fancy, right? They're still not phased. They're still trying to go through it all. And they've managed to kind of push up towards Canoe, now slowly going back towards the site. Oh, kind of tagged up by the Recon, kind of tagged up by Severin, who is up by Defender Spawn. So much in contention, and Jin goes in by himself. No support necessary, and Shiro just comes up huge with the sprays. Blaze King popping off.
He can't break it.
Heisey just absolutely detained.
Blaze King was nowhere behind B side. He from the shadowed in because again he wanted to give that support for Shiro, but the biggest thing is Shiro didn't reload at all. He had like 100 bullets. It was 50 when they were pushing it, and then he just like, I'm good. I have so many bullets. You guys have your rifles nerfed. Here I have with my Odin, just holding the back of the site, waiting for my teammates. And lo and behold, it was more than enough to swat away Fancy, who was just trying to grab the B side once again.
Man, and on to the next round still. I mean, we don't keep that Odin. We swapped over to a rifle. Fancy, they've got the full buys this time, so they're expecting something different from Fancy, and I love that Boom are anticipating this.
Well, Boom are very much prepared for it. You can see, at least as you mentioned, Fancy not really phased by the amount of rounds that they've lost already. Still willing to get that map control in. And this is a good point. You mentioned how they didn't have the Sentinel. The way that Fancy's going about this, which is kind of slow, but hold on. Blaze King! Yeah, that's going to trip him up. Fisho gets him. Fisho's still alive. He still has the wall. You can already see the reposition from the rest of them, and Famous is expecting something in just the past couple of seconds. But, I mean, Fancy can do whatever they want and, well, go for that setup.
It's a null command from Yes I Can. It kind of tags up Famous, but what is that shot? Through the toxic screen, he finds him. And that's going to be Berserks now playing out around door. Fancy tries to go in to get the site. They need that spike plant, that they need to set up some of these positions, but they're getting spammed through. They're getting tagged up, and they're just trying to find some safe ground. Poison Cloud picked up and repositioned up towards door. And Boom, they're taking their time with this.
Well, they can't really over push just yet. I think they were waiting for the recon dart or maybe just the blade itself, but as they're trying to get any composure of, well, control nearby, it's been just shut down. Okay, Famous and Berserk's heating up a little bit here. No, heating up a lot of it here as Famous just jumps in. Okay, very brave, but time not really in the favor of Shiro, so he's got to work quick. But Fisho trips him up once again. He did it to Blaze King. He'll do it to Shiro, and at least they get themselves another round on the board.
And that's just Fancy starting to get a little bit comfortable. Right, you find Blaze King maybe a little bit overconfident out by a main, take him out. Once they have the site set up, once they have those post-plant positions, you know, they hear footsteps up around door. Yes I Can eliminates the first player. The rest of them coming out from heaven. And Fancy Fishio, they just know how to play off of it. Our Thai caster is kind of dumbfounded, surprised by how Fancy is playing that round too. 9-2 is the score, and that's going to be the last round of the first half, and Boom goes in for a quick setup.
Oh,
no! Famous! He gets the triple spray, pulls out the knives, looks for another. The Paranoid coming in to assist. He checks the angle. He's going all in. Shiro cleans it up, and the Boom gets for it 10-2.
I thought that was a mad play, a very punishable play there by Boom, and then out of nowhere, Shiro, boop, recon dart on top, exposes everybody, and then Famous just hits up the God angle, ticks down 3 through the smoke without even needing to see them. I don't need to look at you dead in your eyes. You're already dead to my kill feed. 10-2, and this first half is done.
Just over. And now this comes to it, the second half. If this pistol does not get picked up by Fancy, I'm out. All right, I'm dropping this microphone. You handle the whole thing.
I mean, who predicted Boom again? I mean, again, it's too early to tell. Too early to tell. Bias caster. I'm gonna get called out on social media once again. But I will say the struggles of not only Fishio but the rest of Fancy is really being felt here. You did mention, I think before the push came in, that Sentinels, something that Fancy doesn't have, so they have to spread themselves out. You saw how they wanted to go for an aggressive push. Boom did a aggressive 50-50 play. Whether it was 5 players there or maybe just the 3, it would have caught them regardless. And unfortunately, Fancy are putting themselves on the loop, and Boom is just able to read that over and over again, round after round, and it has been a very grueling repeat that is just annoying if you're on the Fancy team.
Precisely. You don't need that sentinel. You don't need that much map presence when you have the right reads. When you are in Fancy's heads and Famous is landing shots, they can go ham with this. And that's the main thing. You know, we welcome this presence. We welcome this wrong prediction because we wanted this play from Boom Esports yesterday. They're finally bringing it here right now, and it comes down to this pistol round. Fancy, you have to pick this up.
About a 20 kill overall for Fancy there, and look at Famous is 24. He's basically just one-upped the rest of the team here.
The whole team.
The whole team, indeed.
My God.
I mentioned yesterday as well that Berserks, or Severin, was struggling. They weren't able to find their kills. Berserks right now, he's 10 kills, he's 11 assists, so he's really there syncing up with Famous. All of the issues that we pointed out during the panel, it seems like Boom have fixed it. Exactly that. Might have a tech issue right here as the timer has stopped, but again, Fancy, this gives them a little bit more time to discuss things. Looking around the map, seems like they do want to cover B main a little bit more. Maybe they're going to be utilizing Jin to get that early pick. He does have the Frenzy, so I don't know how that's going to be popping off. But in any case, problems are surfacing here for Fancy, at least for the Ascent map. And Boom, as we mentioned, is back on track.
I mean, you have to wonder, right? For Fancy, they've been trying some things. They're getting read by Boom. This second half as a reset could give them a little bit of space to work with. But in their minds right now, they're also thinking about how Boom plays on the attack. And what we've seen from Boom before is that you have Famous going in for those frags. You have Berserk setting him up, and it's working out a treat today. Severin with that flank watch as well. How could Fancy kind of work their way around this, right? They've got that double controller on the defense, and this is where I'm starting to worry for them. You've got the Viper, and I guess Fischio's job is just to watch out throughout the A site. The rest of the squad, those numbers up by mid, up by B main, they might be able to kind of halt, bring Boom to a halt, especially up around these spots.
Okay, if I'm going to go like hella nerdy on this, one of the big problems that you would go against when you're up against the Viper is, well, I don't want to compare it to like rank, but at least in rank, people are a lot more hesitant when it's up against a Viper. But when you're in this competitive game and you put up your wall on mid, that just means that there's really no setup to fear on the side itself. So you can just push through that. That's only a little bit of decay. If nobody plays up on the side, you have that perfect setup. They have Sheer that has been just really good with the Soba setups here. It's going to be difficult for Fancy, I feel, to have that good foothold inside of the side itself. So that's going to be problems. Again, if Boom are unfazed, it's going to be a big problem.
And that's why it's so crucial for Fancy to find a read on this, to really just pull themselves together and adapt.
Yeah.
If Fischio's the only one on the A side and Boom gets a read on that, they go in together as a squad. That's it. Fischio's gone. The site's given over to Boom. However, if Fancy kind of starts to figure that out, maybe they give Fischio a couple of buddies just to hang out together on the A site, maybe Boom will be invited to this party where, you know, they kind of just get slaughtered.
Yeah. I mean, it basically just means that they can't rely on utility to dissuade Boom from pushing in. You saw how proactive they Fancy was on that attacking side because they have the ability to move around. They can't really let up and give up any form of map control here because, again, because they don't have that Killjoy, because they only have the couple of smokes, it's not really the biggest of, like, oh, you know, push away utility that's going to scare Boom here, especially when they have the flashes from Blaze King as well as Berserks.
And that's the thing. When Boom are themselves, when they've got this full squad working together, that cohesive play, it's difficult for Fancy. And I'm just thinking about this right now. You know, we were hyping up Nizzy. We've seen greatness from Nizzy. He's played so many different agents. He's got the Duelist. He's got the Phoenix. Maybe even a Cypher from yesterday. It's just how do you put him on a fade and put him in the spot where he can't really show us how strong he could be? I know for Fancy, you know, a lot of their compositions are set up and built up from their coach Kawa, but it's a little bit tricky for this team right now, especially when Jin isn't really showing up so much. They were starting out, you know, on the attacking side, and that's where you expect them to come up a lot better, but Boom just kind of turns them around.
Well, sucks. I mean, just encompassing it in one word.
Right.
It really just very much annoying for Fancy here because, again, it feels like everything should be falling into place for them. We've talked about how much of a big map pool they're showing up right here. Their play style is somehow bamboozling every single team, and their philosophy on how to play Valorant coming in from Vietnam region has just been honestly one of the best we've seen as a starter from group stage 1 and 2.
And I think that's kind of the thing too. They didn't have much information to work off of, so we've got Mac back with us right now. And,
Ooh, Mac back. I like that.
You want to know why? You know why, I don't need to say. There's technical issues. But look, what a game, huh? So this Famous is the one that I got told about, right? This is the one that went missing on the first series.
Yep.
He's the one.
Right, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Well, I'm glad to meet him. What was that, 24 kills in one half? Ooh, but I want to remind everyone in Indonesia, please calm down. Remember what happened in Boom series yesterday?
Yeah.
They won the first map in a very, very convincing fashion. And we were like, wow, this is going to be a great series. But then they went missing. But on the other side of things as well, myself and all the fancy predictors out there, of course, like you, Quack, remember Fancy saying that they like the earlier games. They like, you know, having a good rest, not having to wait too long. And maybe that's what we're seeing today, you know, because they're in the third slot of the day. It's a little bit later on, and it feels like, you know, they are taking a little while to warm up here.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like, again, those later nights, again, that third series, as Max said, but that all in all as well, it just feels like they should have started game one with a little bit more pushback here. And it feels like whatever they're trying to do, it's fumbled in on them, and it feels like, again, their ability to expand their plays has diminished, and it's just gone back to what we were discussing when they came into this tournament, before day one started, that the one dimension is starting to creep itself once more.
Yeah, they've definitely all gone missing at the exact same time, which can certainly be an issue. But going into the next map, going into Haven, that is literally uncharted territory for both these teams so far here in Ascension, and that's where things can get completely crazy. Yes, the game's not done, but the other sticking point for me on Ascent in particular is we were talking about just how strong Fancy have to be on the attack if they are to get a good result, and they only got 2 rounds.
That's
so
right.
it's really not looking too crash hot for them, but I heard that the technical issues are all sorted. So that's the halftime update. I will call it the halftime show. Hey, here's the show, but here's the game. We're going back right now.
Thank you so much.
Or now. Or in a second. Hey, I'll just keep flexing. I'll just keep. Here we are. That's your mid-game entertainment. See you later, boys.
That's the caster start button. It's when Mac flexes and then we go straight in. Thank you so much for coming back in.
Got our back. Mac attack. Big Mac. I mean, no. Copyright infringement. Sorry. Anyways, let's go in because it seems like nobody has said for Boom to hold your horses, and they have put this pedal to the metal. Furious 10, if you want to call it like this, and Shiro picks up the glorious hat trick.
Completely turn around from yesterday. Yesterday, piss around win rate, boo, bad. Today, it's like, oh my god. Off the technical pause, they just dived straight in.
Yo, did you hear who just like, he got the highlight and someone's like, ah! Somebody is just, again, showing their support for Boom here. But you know what? That's great because, again, as fans, you always have to have your teams back, whether it's Boom or Fancy. So that being said, Fancy here feels like they're put themselves back against the wall, and it's the forced buy to just see what happens in this round.
I mean, they might as well, because if not, match point, you buy up, and then what you've got like so many rounds ahead of you. It's tough, and they might as well just try. They're on the defense, so it could work out after all. But given their positions right now, so much space allowed for Boom to sneak through. Nizzy still lands a shot, and this could be the start of something good.
They open the trap, so at least they know now that Fancy has gone for that full buy. Still somehow finds the access through the site. Bit of catch onto Blaze King. He's gonna have to... I don't think he has to reposition with his team, but he needs to get control on B main just to see when Fancy starts funneling in outside of Market.
They're going through Market. What I'm curious about is Fishio along with Heisey going through mid right now. They have a couple of options. They've got some smokes to work with, but they have to wait for the rest of the team. Everyone's getting a little bit antsy. The C's sent out. Yes, I can push this off of it. Takes out Berserks, and he gets an idea of where Blaze King might be, so they're going just to check, but look at this discipline. He is hidden. He comes out at the right time and gets the straight transfer onto two of them. Fancy United just completely thrown apart. It's 12-2 match point for Boom Esports.
That's a big mistake from Fancy here. They knew, they saw... Wait, did they see actually Blaze King coming from tiles to go up onto B main? Whatever it may be, right? Maybe it's because you saw... I'm pretty sure they did. Pretty sure as well that because Shiro was starting to heat up from the B side, they had to call in the rest of the team because they couldn't really deal with the post planners at the back of it. So whatever maybe the viewers taking that was a mistake. They should have dealt with Blaze King. There was not enough time to really deal with two things, so they had to just choose one.
And it's just so much, and it becomes a bit of a guessing game. You're at match point, you buy up whatever you can, and at this point, you just hope for the best. Fancy, they're not giving up. They're still on the site, and you've got Yes I Can just right around the corner. He knows that Famous is inside. Oh! And they come out at the right time, but still, the rest of the forces, that's why it's a delayed push. Yes I Can comes out just to hold them back a second longer.
Fear my flashes. Respect my authority on the A site. Once they get pushed back. There's still plenty of time, though. It's 3 versus 3. Weapons, and I'll say HP. A little bit better for Boom, but then Jin makes me think otherwise. Backs away onto B. This is looking much better right now for Fancy, but they're still spread thin. Again, they have to keep that guesswork rolling. They don't have any... Actually, no, they still have Yes I Can still alive, so if he can blade in the perfect time right here, maybe he's going to be able to catch Berserks as well as Shiro coming up through short, but he did spot him out, so now they know where they are.
They're just trying to play around this too, but Fancy has the advantage here. They try to push the issue, and it just makes Boom feel a little bit more uncomfortable. They have to push in, and now they just go straight into the angles being held by Fancy. Fishu and Jin, well played by them. They keep their team alive for just one more round.
Yeah, Yes I Can. Huge play for that flash, catching Boom in transition and getting these picks right here perfectly right there, perfectly placed. And then Jin, he's not gonna, let his teammate get all the highlights here. He's got to keep the dream alive, at least for this first game. Just looking at the coach, or rather...
That's the CEO. That's
CEO, sorry.
And he's very happy about this.
Well, he wasn't happy about that round. He's like a little bit pouting, but it's still round 3, not yet over. So we'll see how this goes.
End it, guys. It's just one more round. What are
he's
you doing?
He was like shouting and everything. He's like, guys, we need one more round. And you got game number 1.
That's all right. They're going for that half buy. We've got a Bulldog on Severine, and the rest of them just trying to get a little bit more space. A main has got no info, no sound. So a couple players going back to investigate. Meanwhile, the rest of that squad having to defend against Boom. Full force up towards B main.
Oh, wow. Look at where Famous is. Fisher don't even know. You're going to get caught.
Oh my
Maybe dash
God.
right in. No more dash out as the tailwind expires, but this gives access for Boom to just come right in. Hello, intruding on the B site. And look at this. Yes I Can and Heisey far from being able to retake this site and retake this round and maybe even save this game at all.
Oh, I love it.
Great molly. But, oh no, Severin still gets out.
They're okay. Shiro now holding the ground with a Sheriff. There isn't that much time left. Maybe 20 seconds. The Hunter's Fury just to bait him out even longer.
Oh, no.
Oh, and he's getting tagged up. He's trying to dodge it, but he only has a Bulldog. Get 3 targets to hit. That's the first. I'm still wondering about time, though. Flashpoint sent out, and unfortunately flashed on his own. He goes out, he gets another, and goes in for even more, but Blaze King ends it.
Yo, he got the head tap on Blaze King through the wall, through the box. and he could have actually made it happen, but, well, not gonna be enough. There was just too much to handle. And again, this is also the problem when you don't have that KJ, because you don't got mollies on fast lane, so
it's all,
Famous was just like running past, you know, he's got his own Met Gala.
Red carpet roll out.
Red carpet roll out.
You could just come in, boom, it's okay. And they completely evicted Fancy United's players on the site, and that's kind of what they needed. Landing shots with the Sheriff, picking up a Vandal. Ooh. I mean, so many things going right for Boom Esports on this map.
Definitely. So we're going to go on a break, guys. When we come back, it's going to be the panel and game number 2.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, highs I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead it to an open door. We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and know there is nothing, and everywhere we go will lead it to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific 2023. And Boom have done exactly what they did yesterday so far. The series isn't done, but they also won in the most convincing fashion we have seen so far here at Ascension Pacific. 13-3, that is domination.
That is clearly domination. I mean, at some point, freaking Famous was up with 17 kills, 1 death. I think Berserks had 7 kills, 0 deaths. Whatever Fancy United tried, they just got read like a book.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it felt like everything was back in... I was just seeing... Sleepy Ray Madness, but yeah, everything feels like it's back on track because again, I was mentioning when we started the panel that excuse me, that Famous and Berserks really need to get that step up in. Berserks was just flying, he's getting the kills, he's getting the assists, and Famous, he just couldn't be stopped. He's getting all of these out of nowhere triple kills.
Even at the end, right? Like,
blows my mind.
You guys were talking about it, that because of the lack of the KJ, he's able to walk up lane. And the other thing I noticed, right, because he has to drop down onto the site, right? Usually when you're at home, when you're comfortable, when you have your own headsets on, you're able to hear everything you want. But in a LAN environment like this, when you've got that white noise pumping in your ears and only in-ears to use, you don't have as good of a situational sound, right? Positionally, you're not going to hear it in the right directions and things like that. Moments like that allow Famous on site to get a flank off with the classic in a very crucial round. Either way, having a look at the stats here, Famous now, I think this may also be the highest rating we've seen from anyone at Ascension so far. 2.0 rating overall, just absolute domination, 422 ACS at an international competition. Oh, and Fancy United, they just don't look like the same team that we've been watching for the last couple of days.
It's really weird. I'm thinking if it's the composition, if it's Nizzy playing on something that, you know, maybe he's not so comfortable on or something that he doesn't really prefer. Whatever it is, it clearly does not work against a Boom that feels this confident.
Yeah. Just look at the post-plant stats, right? Yes, it wasn't a long game, but it was only planted 5 times. The rest of the rounds were solved by kills, man. That's ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous.
That's Boom. When they start feeling aggressive, when they start going in for it and you see Famous, I mean, like, that's confidence, right? It's a huge surge of it, especially around round 2 or 3, and he had that Bulldog just suddenly finding 3 players who lined up perfectly for him. They start to, you know, they start to feel themselves a lot more.
Yeah, it was just a crazy, crazy game overall. Winning one round where they lost the first pick and then getting the first pick every single other round is kind of crazy overall. But look, that's it for Ascent, unless you want to touch on it one more time, Asarai?
I guess one big difference is yesterday they were trying to go for these weird dry peaks where it didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
This time, every peak that they did, super aggressive charges outside of B main, A main, has been, it makes a lot of sense. It's risky, but you see that there was so much thought and ability to confirm those plays from Boom.
Yeah, they're around with the like quadruple kill, right? The paranoia, like there's so much more cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just a lot going on. Now look, let's start turning this conversation over towards Haven. One of the 2 maps currently in the pool with 3 spike sites. And you know what that means? Everything can get more chaotic. You know which of these teams plays really bloody well in chaos? I don't need to tell you. You know.
I feel like it's kind of like
both of them. Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
It has to be Fancy for sure. Like so far, what we've seen, it's
Boom. All right, maybe I did have to tell you guys because look, in terms of chaos, in terms of explosive gameplay, Boom are the ones that make those very quick mid-round calls. As soon as they get an opening, boom, they're gone.
That's what they do best, but at the same time, I mean, thinking about Fancy United's composition from their past games, you know, the I think grand finals that they played, they have the Yoru, and that's a chaos agent. That's something that they can use to really kind of confuse Boom Esports. So this could go either way, I feel like.
Yeah, it's one of those agents where like the kit that he brings in not only allows for those flashes to be extremely instrumental in opening up the site, you can play mind games with the sound cues, but you also get off those extremely fast rotations with the gate crash. And what we have seen when Nizzy picks up that Yoru is with the dimensional drift, they find so much value out of that ult. It's crazy.
Yeah, one of the things that I think if we're going to be seeing Fancy here, they get their Haven map. If they go for what we saw, you know, when they were playing from Vietnam, the default mindset of Fancy would be, wherein it's always Nizzy. He's going to be charging it. He's going to be looking to always have that that dimensional drift so that he can get that contact, he can get that follow from his teammates, because lo and behold, it's not just the Yoru pick. There's also the Gecko. There's also the Chamber, and Chamber's coming in from the 6.11. Jin loves to go for that aggressive contact. Might be something that Fancy can fall back on and really show up in this second game. Could give us a third, because the series looking really, really good.
I love when Gecko comes in the mix. We saw Dragon playing on it in a different way. So we saw Dragon play Gecko twice, right? But we saw 2 different Dragons come out in terms of bonkers. Now, we haven't seen Gecko be picked up just yet for Fancy United, of course, in Ascension Pacific. But I can't wait to see it, because, you know, as you mentioned, yes, they do thrive in chaos. It's a bit more calculated than what we have from Boom, which is just hit the go button, run on in. But if you have your, you know, your wingman planting, you have that sixth man there, 6th individual. I don't know, it's gender. I don't want to, you know, misgender the little thing. But of course, you have many more hands. That extra gun, watching all the potential flood, and we know that Boom, they're a team. They can hit the go button, so they can flood at any given moment.
And that's something that, you know, how do you handle those floodgates? You need to figure out how to work around that. And a possible key to it is, you know, in addition to the Gecko, in addition to the Yoru, they also play a double controller on Haven. You got the Omen, you got Fishio back on the Viper. There's so much that this team is doing. They have a lot of inventive ideas. I like it, and I hope they get to show us what they're made of here.
When they played Chamber, that was on the 4th, which means that was before the buffs as well. So maybe that's another thing we need to look at as well. You know, there's definitely potential for it to be a bit more explosive, a bit better for the eco, and also able to move further away and have that trademark hit harder can definitely help.
Yeah, a big thing for this as well that would at least be very possible if they have that double controller. If, again, they're going to have Jin as the Chamber, and just to hyper-focus on Jin a little bit here, last game he only had the 5 kills. If he can turn that around, show up what he's got as the Chamber, that's going to give so much map control for this team. That's going to give them so much coverage, and that's going to be such a problem for Boom to start pushing in, because they never know if they're going to be pushing onto a site that only has Jin, or they have like 4 players of Fancy just waiting at the other side of that of those walls or of those smokes.
Yeah, and on the Boom side of things as well, last time they played something a bit more normal, a bit more neutral, of course. You have that Jet, you have that Breach, you have that KJ, Omen, and then, of course, the Sova. And that Sova makes it look so much more normal. When you think of Haven, I feel like, you know, when you're not seeing Sova, teams are usually going off meta, but when you're not seeing a Sova or a Fade, teams are just throwing in the whole new meta.
But that's the thing to me about Boom picking this map. They don't have a lot of experience on it, at least recorded throughout VCT.
Yeah.
They had a really good win rate, or score at least, against their opponents in the upper semifinals of their own region, 13-2. And it works a treat, and they are going with the same composition for both sides.
On both sides.
United, great. Yeah, for Boom. I mean, this is a composition that DRX has played before. It's classic. It works really great. Shiro, you know, shock darts, they can eliminate some of Jin's traps. And perhaps if they can play to that same consistency that we just saw, they could turn this whole thing off and go 2-0.
Yeah, the other thing I'm noticing as well, yes, there's that buff from the Chamber, but there's also been that slight nerf to the Viper. So we'll see if that affects how Fancy United play it, but they at least have that double controller set up. So yes, you'll have those walls, yes, you'll have those mollies for the post plants, but then the Omen, it feels like it is just a necessity. The fact that you have that verticality, you have the Shrouded Step just to jump up on everything, as well as, actually, they're not bringing in the Jet, so it pretty much is just the Omen that's going to be going up and down. Actually, no Chamber. Of course, the Rendezvous, you can use that pre-round to get up on things too. So that will be able to go and contest the Jet and the Omen over of Boom Sports as well there.
If we've seen any of the matches from Fancy on Haven when they were going up against, I forgot who we were going up against in the Grand Finals, they love to just throw basically everything and see what happens when they do that and they start pushing in. They really thrive in that chaos. Yeah. Again, as I mentioned, Nizzy is one of those players that absolutely thrives in the madness, and then Fancy just says, you know what, we're gonna let you play in that that kind of field, in that zone, so just get in on it and see what you can do.
Yeah, just start stewing that pork essentially, right? Comp pick percentage for Boom in recent time is 100%, so they haven't changed that up. Whereas you're looking at Fancy United, they have played it twice with 33, so they've had multiple different attempts at compositions on Haven, but it's good to see that they are starting to find some normalcy.
Fancy, they've played this map twice as many times as Boom too.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking about. How does this affect their mental state? And yes, Boom are consistent so far, but can they keep that up? That's the question. If you're thinking about Fancy and you're talking about how they thrive off of chaos, first of all, you need to incite that chaos. You need to create it. And if Boom doesn't allow that to happen, that's going to be troublesome.
What I'm thinking about now as well, I want to see how the mosh pit can be used to maybe try and deny that lockdown. You'd have to combine it with the snake bite. That's what I'm looking at, because other than that, there's no real damaging abilities to deal with KJ. So KJ's lockdown can be a very, very powerful ultimate here, considering there's nothing to counter.
Well, one thing I also want to add, if we're just talking about combinations, is just how good the Gecko is.
Okay. Well, I'll let you touch on that one in just a moment. But I heard from a bird that flew into my ear that it is time to jump on into Haven. It's time to jump on into a little bit of fun. It's been a while. It's been a while between drinks since we last saw Haven. So let's see if Boom.
All right. Thank you very much, Mac. Crowd's going crazy. They're hyping this up.
I'm just being a little bit quiet so they can hear it right now, guys. So if you got the chance to watch during the group stage and maybe even on the playoffs, please do. Here again in Bangkok, Thailand. 14 seconds. You can see on the top left that very, very disheartening 13-3 with Fancy. But it's a reset. It's a map where they have a composition that I think they absolutely love to, well, play with. So we'll see how that goes. Lots of forces, if not all, looking already at the A site, and that is a very big no-no as Shiro finds good damage, if not a kill, onto Nizzy, who's supposedly the big entry fragger right now here for Fancy.
That was one shock dart?
2, I believe. No, just the one and a couple of pop shots?
I can't believe that happened. And now the Recon very well possibly revealing Vishio and the rest of his team. They see that wingman, and they're trying to eliminate it. Not a huge problem, though, still. Just up around it. They have that crossfire set up outside of short, and they will eliminate.
It's a kind of version of who let the dogs out. You know, you got the Gecko, there's the wingman, going to the side with the Dizzy. It's a good combo, flashes everybody. If wingman gets that contact, he'll run right through you. Problem was, Boom was pretty much on it. Look at that. They weren't even playing at the back of the side. That setup would be great for Gecko if anybody was hiding at the back. There was only one. Majority of them were holding on to short, and that was the perfect answer. The rock, paper, scissors to the push that Fancy was doing on the A side.
Is this why Boom picked Haven? It feels like they're prepared for this. It feels like they've watched Fancy's games and they have an idea of what they're about to pull off. And even right now, round 2. All right, possibly headed back to B. And you see Severine already sending out the Paranoia. He's prepared for this. He's ready to let it rip. 3 players gone. 1 more from Blaze King. Shiro cleans it up. Is there anything more that I should say?
Nothing. That is perfection right now for Boom. Fancy, of course, was no buys whatsoever. They hope that they could get that plant on the spike. But here's the good thing about Fancy. Even if they keep losing the rounds, even if they're short on the buys, 2 of their agents actually have incredibly economical buys. The Gecko as well as the Chamber. Gecko is, I think, overall 4,350 for a full purchase with his full shield and utility. And then, of course, if you don't buy any of the Headhunters, you can just get the trademark and you're good as the Chamber. In any case, whoop, Famous got to back away.
Damn, Astro, with all that math. I was like, oh, I got to add this and subtract that. I'm kidding. But still, it's the setup from Boom right now, and they're getting information off of it. You can see that Famous used that Tillin straight away, get out of jail. And now they're prepared for this A-site hit. Everyone's already rotated over. Good flashpoint from Berserk, and he plays and swings with the Spectre. Able to get one, but thankfully, Fancy, they will be prepared for this as well. Crouching down, spraying through. Yes, I can. I will win this round.
Got slowed pretty much by Boom there, but Fancy also slowing up the pace. They weren't feeling pressured too much to maybe someone's going to be flanking us. Maybe we need to speed up things. No, they have to clear things up. They need to be careful because even though I mentioned that their push play is going to be a lot more chaotic here, if it's very well read by Boom, it's better to just, again, take a breath, hold off, and then start pushing in and make sure that there's nothing that you left unchecked when you push in onto that side, which they did, and again, gets them that round.
Yeah, I'm really curious about the Euro utility as well. I mean, there are a couple of moments where you could see Nizzy and Heizy just really hunkering down. They were expecting Boom to actually peek out off of a couple of plays up by short onto the next round, and now with the guns, they get to go in, and they're going for that full B hit. Boom, on the other hand, they've kind of left this open, so this is going to be a full retake.
Well, this is good timing for Boom here, because before that spike gets planted, look at how far both Shiro and Severin have already pushed up on mid. Can see that Blaze King also making sure that no one is going to be pushing in onto Garage. So they have a clear picture as to where the Fancy players are. I do like how Fancy's still on the side. I do like how they're playing close to each other so they can get those quick little refrags. And the tight positionings here could be a tricky endeavor for Boom to just retake the site altogether.
Yeah, this really worked for them on a set before. When they played so far out away from the site, they really forced Boom back. But now, Boom finding another avenue of entry. They head through mid, instantly turned around. Fancy reacts, Fishio finds a quick double, and they manage to fend them off. The spike will go off. Berserks has to turn tail and save.
Unfortunately, no orbs for him to pick up as that spike was planted, but as I mentioned, it's Fancy, it's risky, it's very close-knit together, but Boom just could not really push through that. And biggest thing about that was Fishio himself. That snake bite forces them, or doesn't actually allow them to get into the site itself. He gets a miraculous 2K, gives a lot of leeway here for Fancy, even though there were some players of Boom already on the site. Nothing they could really do. And again, you do see the value of the Viper and the expertise of Fishio, the Viper main from Fancy.
Yeah, right? I mean, even in this round, this toxic screen, it actually goes all the way through and blocks off a Link. There's so much that they can play and work with. Boom, they have to be a little bit more careful about this now, not only just because of their buys, but with the way that Fancy are playing. A bit of a peek, and Blaze King will be able to get information, but unfortunately gets shut down instead. The C site will be completely cracked open.
Give it to them. Loving this one from Fancy. This is, again, the map where they really are able to just bully opponents out of the site itself. It is the perfect map for them, and perfect for just the playstyle, perfect for the comp that they have. Jin holding on to mid, spots out the Peking Sheriff of Severin. He's getting corralled right now. Damage has been done, but time also depleted as they need to just rush right in. I mean, what's kind of good here is this a buy round? I don't think it is. Maybe a broken, or they just picked up the weapon. So nothing really to be lost here for Boom as they try to get a couple of picks, but not even that will be allowed by Fancy. No, you don't get those picks. This is our round.
Holds up the stop sign. I mean, Berserks, you know, that was the Vandal from the previous round that he saved up. You could see the attempt, but that said, once Fancy starts to pull off some of these crazy rounds, once they start to gain control over the sites, they will be able to fight back. 3 rounds won now in a row. You have to think, Boom with this buy coming in, or maybe, I think it's a buy. Is it about time to call a timeout soon? Maybe not yet.
Maybe not yet, because coming into this one, what is it, like max loss bonus? They can have the operator on Famous if they want to.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. So that's going to be something that Fancy should be very much aware of. So what's the tic-tac-toe here? What's the rock, paper, scissors of where this player is hiding?
And not just that, too. I mean, look at the ultimates the Fancy have. So many tools at their disposal. Boom. They need something. They need a bit of an opening pick. They need more information. And this Thrasher out from Yes I Can will be able to tell them a little bit more. But still, it allows for Fancy to get onto the site. Severin coming up from the side. Blaze King from Garage. It puts them and stops them in their tracks. Jin trying to play off of his fallen teammates. It only keeps him alive for 1 second. Boom. They are loving this. Famous out from behind. Oh,
he kept that
whiffs off
away.
of it, but just for a second. It's okay. Berserks is here to help him out.
Yo, don't forget, you gotta pick up that operator. Expensive. But did you see what Blaze King did? He was getting shot, and then he just wide swung, diverted all of the shots, and then bam, gets Heisey on the swing. And of course, that just ruined everything. Famous, I thought he was gonna get that. That was an easy shot. Of course, considering Famous. They win the round, but I still gotta hurt. I feel hurt because they lost the operator.
I didn't see anything. I blinked. It's okay. Dude, apart from all these plays, something that, you know, maybe viewers at home can't really hear or see, these guys are shouting. In these little situations, Boom are taunting the Fancy United players. I'm not sure if they can hear them, but you can definitely feel it. The air is tense. And Fancy, they want to strike back.
They definitely do, and this is the perfect way, perfect game, perfect map for them to be able to do that. As you're already seeing, they're just so sure of what they want to do on the maps, on the rotation itself. And they don't have to worry anymore about the operator. They're making a lot of noise on mid. There is a very, very close Famous right in front of them, and he is waiting.
Oh my god.
That wall separated Fancy on the push, and Shiro, as he gets the contact, activates the Hunter's Fury, and this...
And another!
Oh, just the, again, picks flowing for Boom here. And Nizzy, not Neezy, he's alone. He does have the spike at least in hand, but map control is kaput.
Completely smashed up. Poof. Blaze King. He's actually coming up behind him. Nizzy has to start things off, and he gets the first headshot, flashes himself in, and goes for the burst onto Berserks. This is suddenly very doable now. He gets blinded, throws off a blind of his own, just buys a little bit more time for him to get the spike planted, but he has no idea that there is a player behind him. Tries to go for a bit more space, but there is that tap from A-Long. A good attempt, a good try, but unfortunately shut out.
Is he gonna crack with it? I think Shiro was just like jumping up, and then he's like, bam! One tap, one kill. No luck, all skill.
That was nice.
What are they doing? Just looking right in front of each other, you know. Are they gonna perfect it? Like 4 seconds remaining?
Come on, guys.
No, that's dirty. Nah,
it's
nah,
mental games.
Yeah, no, 12.57, nah.
Oh, you can hear the shouting now.
I mean, as Boom, if you want to talk things over, no need for tactical pause. If you win the round early enough and you can utilize the extra 40 seconds to, you know, just talk while you're defusing the spike, why not, I guess? Ah, there it is. Nizzy. Almost.
You see these signs of life, and it does inspire a bit of confidence, but also, Boom, I love how confident they are feeling right now. The taunting, the shouting, there's no need for pauses or tactical crouching when you're feeling this way. In fact, Fancy are the ones who need it right now.
Absolutely, and considering we were talking about Fancy and them needing things, they definitely need this tactical timeout. Gotta talk with the coach, gotta talk with Kawa here, as they're in need of guidance, because I mean, you're looking at how they're pushing. It feels like it should be, but the tempo, I think the setup is good. The tempo and the timing is very far behind. It's not bad, but because of how quickly Boom is and because of how confident the players are, maybe from that game one, maybe they've refreshed themselves, whatever the case may be, it seems like they're always tripping up on the timing that Famous keeps picking out against them.
Because it's one of these things where you have a very specific composition. You're trying to create, you're trying to do something. And you've got this toxic screen that you set up, especially up around A-Long, towards A-Link. You're trying to go past it, but the thing that you least expect, something that you just don't see right around the corner, is a player like Famous just striking you at the right time for Boom Esports.
Yeah, and here's the big problem too. Because they have the Gecko, he's the only one that can actually clear the corners, and you don't want to keep doing that when you have like 10 seconds cooldown on his abilities. You can use the wingman, yes, like this. Actually, this is the first time where you've seen the wingman actually try to clear things. In any case, it actually is helping them out as Severin gets out of the bombardment of bullets. No push up to the site just yet, but they are clearing outside of Garage.
Oh my god.
But Berserks, he's had enough. Get out of my home, get out of my sight, as he picks up so many kills. Severin comes in for the refrag, and Yes I Can is alone. He is on an island, he is stranded, and he is outnumbered, but maybe he can get a catch right here, and Famous catches him tripping with the operator.
Again, the idea was there. You see that wingman going through. You were talking about it, Asarai, but as soon as that flash came out from Nizzy, as soon as they tried to peek out, Berserks reacted perfectly to this. Completely dodged. He gets a quick double. His teammates come in just to back him up, and everything goes right. Whatever Fancy United are trying, it's not enough to surprise Boom.
Big thing is, the previous round before that, they were cooking Boom. So you saw them pushing up a little bit more. That's when the perfect time is. But at the start of the round, when you're trying to bully things out, of course they're going to be in a position where they can fall back into place. And that's what you saw perfectly here from Boom. Just not really challenging the push because it's kind of obvious that everyone's there. They're not going to challenge that. They're just going to use their utilities, get those better angles, get those crossfires, and use every bit of advantage. And Fancy is falling into the loop, is falling into the trap. It's turning into an event that feels a little bit too much for Fancy to handle, but Heisey does deny a pick against the pick from Famous.
I like it. I like it. You get one pick, you don't overcommit. Boom. They've got some question marks in their heads, and they're going back into investigate. Meanwhile, Fancy, they're trying to play along with the time that they have, and this time, you send that Dizzy out, you clear out long before you peek. Famous isn't here. There is nobody here, and you call it safe. This way, Fancy could very well go in for that A site take. The problem is, though, Blaze King is nearby. Blaze King has so many utilities, he even has his lockdown.
If he has a lineup to supplement the lockdown, I think Fancy actually has a lineup to break this, but do they have the timing to do so? There it is. They're going to be just facing it straight up. Spike gets planted. Fancy, are they prepared? That's the issue. Trapped into the corner here. They're going to get stunned. There's the big flag, and that's what we were talking about. The lockdown, they needed to break it, and the aftershock is just going to be the final nail as they get buried alive outside of A main.
Just put into their own coffin, Asarai. You would watch that little corner up by Cubby, up by A long. No. The aftershock, this was completely planned by Boom. The Rolling Thunder sent out the lockdown. You thought maybe they had a lineup, but they just couldn't set it up. The Spike, everything just gone. Boom Esports are controlling this game. They are driving this car. And Fancy United, the timeout, maybe it worked for a while, but now it's no longer here. They've got 3 ultimates to work with still, though.
I mean, I was expecting to see that lineup because they were just staying in the site for the longest time, right? In any case, there's going to be the contact once again, and they thought Famous was not going to challenge through the snake bite, through the smoke. It is all but a faint dream because Famous is a nightmare that you cannot wake up from. The push from Ficio through his smoke, and Famous whiffs the shot, but there's still 2 players right on the side itself.
Wake up.
Waiting. Fischel's got to have to dig deep and play big because there is no push coming in through his teammates on A long. He tries to get the smoke, clears up a couple of the angles, but again, it is a little bit lacking from Fancy.
Wake up, Chrissy. Wake up. This nightmare, it's not real. Nizzy's trying to make it happen.
Oh no,
but
you
Blaze
didn't!
just strikes from behind. The spike carrier killed. And now it feels as if Fancy are completely surrounded. They are trapped. It's claustrophobic, Asarai. There could be an option to use the dimensional drift. Yep, pick up the spike, and we could go elsewhere. Ficio tries to fight back. He is kind of pinned down, so a bit of support comes through. Another flash throws out, but Shiro answers in kind, and boom. I can't believe how good they are in reacting to all of this utility.
You'd think that, again, they're gonna get got on the site, but the cohesion of what Fancy wants to do is grinding each other. The gears are not working together here. The flash comes out from Nizzy. There's no follow-up from Fischio because he still has to deal with the breach right beside him on Graffiti here. So the problems just keep stacking up, and right now Fancy, the best they can do here is just contact, but
no,
I mean,
no.
They're calling, they're trying to get that contact, but they're missing the number.
I know that could be one of the solutions, but it's not optimal. And Boom has a solution to every problem that Fancy throws at them. It almost actually looked as if Berserk was playing anti-flash because he knew about Nizzy and his dimensional drift. Now, just trying to play it slow. They got an opening pick from before, and that was something that worked for them a couple rounds ago. But look at the positioning from Boom Esports Azerite. They're so far back. There's not a lot of information for Fancy to work with.
Who has the spike? It's yes, I can. Okay. So if you can get the wingman to actually plant on the site itself, maybe there's going to be a follow-up with the Viper's Pit. That's what they wanted to happen. They're utilizing their mollies here. They're flushing corners, and the timing on that Dizzy could not be any more perfect. 3 players remaining here for Boom. Berserks has the flash angle. Does he have a chance to get a couple of picks? None whatsoever. I mean, they're so rich. They can try to keep challenging this, and Famous has the blades. He can definitely pop off, but again, Fancy, they're playing together. It looks good. It looks great.
Wow.
Famous, though! Okay, it's not done, but now it's over. Calm yourself. Take a rest. Hit that next round because it is over. Fancy get the 4th.
And the 4th is something that is close to the 5th. There is a chance.
Quick math.
And that's something that all the Fancy United fans have to believe in. I mean, you talked about a great call from Asteroid, guys. This is how they can play off of that get-go. This is why this composition can work really well. You've got that toxic screen, you've got the Dizzy, you've got the wingman to secure the plant. And this is something that has happened before, too. Boom Esports, they often leave B kind of open. This time, after that round, they're going to have to go back in with a bit of Killjoy utility to watch it and make sure it's safe. Fancy, they're going to go back in to re-explore this one gap. Is it going to stay a gap, though?
They have the Thrash. They have their utilities. They can really use these to just force the back of the side, but
oh my god!
If it doesn't happen that last round, do it again this time, and Blaze King gets the different outcome, gets the better outcome. And that's going to be huge because, again, yes, again, has a Thrash. That could have been so well used for this post plant, and now it's going awry. Viper's Pit has been utilized. Let's get the pick onto Shiro here. Icy has a good angle. And there's so many little pockets that they have to flush them out on. Last round as well, they need to start getting into the sights.
Oh god, it's Blaze again. But instantly dismissed by Jin. A bit more support coming through now. And they know that these players are playing inside the Viper's Pit to protect Fischio. Berserk has a bit more room to work with. He's trying to clear out some corners. Severin just goes straight in. Famous up on top. Oh my Jin! God. You gotta look up, son. It's gonna be Boom, and they take the 8th.
Time is more than enough. No explosion this time. That is going to get defused. Oh, this is looking stressful because, I mean, yes, that guy got picked. Oh, I guess I mentioned, like, at the last possible second of getting hit by the Dizzy, still, they got a couple of picks. They got the Viper Spin, but I guess it's also because the Viper Spit can't really get that big value in that particular angle. Maybe. You would, because again, you would know specifically the general direction of where the Viper would be playing at. If it's not going to be directly on the spike itself, it's going to be somewhere on, a link, right? So but other than that, it's just the confidence of Severin and Famous to just, if Severin gets picked, I know the general direction where I have to shoot that gun.
That's right. There are so many things that Fantasy has to consider, and it's because Boom is partially playing on this defense, and they know it all too well. They're starting to read the plays. Blaze perfectly expected the B push to come through, and it's like one of those things too. Such a tiny window of opportunity, and he actually seizes it. Just peeking straight out of the smokes, and he finds, yes, I can. That was perfection. 8-4, it's not over yet. Fancy still has a chance, and again, it starts with this pistol round. Boom has been great on the pistols today.
And again, it's a big factor as well that they threw out basically everything, and they have like 3 flash agents, and none of them really hit Blaziken. I was kind of expecting maybe a flash to come out that again blinds him from the Yoru, maybe a paranoia hits him, but maybe it was just pushed out to a general direction. But because of that, because of the misses and only the Dizzy being the biggest factor for Blaziken, he was so prepared to punish.
You talked about timing before, and then this is another type of timing, micro timing. Blaziken just knows the perfect moment just to peek out. Whatever it is, on to the next round we go, and Boom are now attacking. All 5 players, maybe a bit of a lurk from Blaze, up around short, the rest of them through the site already. What? Fancy?
They know.
He's playing inside of smoke. He tries to go for a bit of a play, a surprise, and he manages to crouch and get a player. Famous trades right back though, and now this is the spike planted.
That's going to be the post plant here for Fancy. Jin got away through the skin of his teeth, but Blaziken has been on fire. Interestingly enough, Blaziken doesn't have the highest of kills, but the impact that he's gotten is just tremendous.
Okay.
Caster Curse, okay. Not yet done. Great paranoia though from Heisey. That's going to be the follow-up, and this is going to really pin down the rest of Boom as Yes I Can charges right in, denies, punishes through the help of his teammates. That was awkward.
A little bit so, but that kind of offbeat rhythm or timing just might be what Fancy United needs, because everything's going right for Boom. If you can just throw them off by 1 little second, 1 beat, you have Fishio off a sudden flank, and Blaze just did not expect it. Heisey with Paranoia out afterwards completely traps Boom on the site, under hell. The rest of them managed to clean it up. So off of this pistol, we're 8-5. Maybe they get to start chaining more rounds together.
This is huge, because again, the gap's not really that big. Nizzy's already purchased, actually all of them have purchased the rifles except for Jin. Probably just, again, saving maybe for an operator or any kind of long-range weaponry. We'll have to see. That Paranoia hits nothing, and Heisey, thankfully enough, actually is able to get behind the wall just to take a little bit of damage. Can see right now, Boom, just hoping to go for the picks, and Famous, of course, utilizing that tailwind to gravitate their attention, but Boom just can't find the picks that they're hoping for.
Man. Fancy are playing clean and disciplined. Wow, such a fadeaway shot. He goes for another one. Boom sees the opening, and they want to crack open the A site. They're pinging out some of this, but the problem is they don't have a dark cover this time. So expecting Nizzy to be right around, they are right on this, and Nizzy has to respect that recon bolt. Holds the angle instead, though.
Okay, here's the big problem, though, for Fancy. A couple of their players have taken good damage, and the remaining ones that don't, 125 HP altogether, so they need to still be very respectful of the setups that Boom has here, especially with Famous having that Marshall in hand. And there you go. They wait for the smokes. They clear up everything. Berserk is left to attack. Damage has been done. Spike's been planted, but still incredibly good round, an incredibly controlled round from Fancy.
And take what we can get. Just bring that gap a little bit closer, down to 2 rounds between the both of them. And Fancy United continue to pick up some weapons, to continue to bring this momentum forth. Because if they can continue to keep this up, they just might be able to come back into the game in full. I mean, looking at how they start things off, too, with so much control, presence from Jin getting the first pick, the rest of them on that retake, they knew how Boom were about to play, and that's expected. Here's Boom now, though, with the full buys. What are they going to do?
Well, it's going to be the peek on mid. Bit of love tap for Berserks there. I think he got wall banged a couple of the shots from Nizzy. But Boom taking a bit of play out of the book of Fancy as they're looking to actually go aggressive on B.
It looks like Fancy are reading this too. A bit of a gate crash sent out earlier from Nizzy, holding up around A Link. He has the decoy and he confirms the information. Now tries to go in for a bit of a peek. Yes, I can getting first. Shiro going in for the trade. Jin with the operator shutting things down. The spike carrier dropped. Shira and Blaze King still alive though. One backside, one up front on mid. And Jin has to work his way around this. The spike's been picked up, so now he's going to go in to clean up the house.
Oh!
Gets the flick onto Shira. What was that? A good triple, and now onto the last target left alive. Blaze is fully aware of this, and he taps and just to lure him in. Come into my home because I am going to kick you out.
You're a terrible host. You just ask somebody to get inside that house, be comfortable, think that they're gonna get the clutch, and then no, get out of this. Clutching this round, expensive.
It's like a false sense of security, right? You think you're my friend? No, you're my frenemy.
No. True. That flick though from Jin even hurt my wrist. Ouch. He almost got it too, but I think the big problem there was he expected the full plan for Blaze King when there was still plenty of time, and I'm pretty sure Blaze King also heard a drop at that location. Like, you can hear it very faintly. In any case, Blaze King was super aware of that fight, and once again, boom, looking to go aggressive. Yes, I can, just a little bit more to the left, and he could have actually gotten famous on the push.
Well, they're picking up the pace still. Fancy are kind of reacting to this.
But
he can't push the wingman utility. Okay, yes I can. It goes in for a bit of a trade. Heisey now claiming the side and trying to push Boom back. Blaze King and Severine, the only one alive. Again, one up front and one from C-Link. He's been smoked off though. Severine, how do you make your way in?
Blaze.
Maybe you have a Blaze King. This could be good. Nizzy though, he still is the one left alive, but oh, unfortunately not quite able to clutch it out. Blaze ends his life instead.
There was kind of an awkward moment where Famous just couldn't push through the smoke, so he couldn't see anything, and he gets hit by the Dizzy. But after that, fast forward a little bit, Blaze King comes to play. How is he still bottom frag? Okay, it's 14 at the top, but the impact of Blaze King, the clutch rounds, is just on a whole other level. Let's look at the replay here real quick. He's gotten the 2 picks. Oh, he didn't even reload. That was 3 bullets in the chamber. This is monstrous.
One of those things, we were talking to Black and Blue about this, and Fancy, they're a team that, you know, they're trying to create a lot of these chaotic plays, but if you have one person who can be a little bit ratty against them, they don't really expect it, and Blaze always flanking up behind him. He is that guy. This time, though, Boom pressing in. They're going to go in for a C rush. It's Jin who tries to hold it. He gets the information, but no clear angle instead. So falls back and sets up for a full retake. They don't have the best guns on Fancy's side. It's a good start, though.
Good start indeed. Not the best guns on Shiro, too, because he's just about to get swung on by 3 players. Can he get back? No chance. Oh!
I can't see.
Oh, my eyes. Bald, my eyes. And it's not bald. Luscious hair, but that hair is going to get clipped. They have to push forward and catch Jin because they know the 3 players are going to be coming in through C long. They're going to have to hold this, but the isolation is much better for Fancy here, but it doesn't matter because Blaze King is on fire, finally shut down by Nizzy. The defuse is rolling. Here comes Severine, but here comes Nizzy once again to save the day.
Just turns and spins around with the Guardian. All the Vietnamese fans are hyping him up. 3 rounds away from tying it up. Fancy, it's not over yet.
Not over till that opponent of yours or you yourself get the 13. Keep on fighting, and we're seeing Fancy retaliate and finally get some strides. Whoa, I'm getting teleported. It's the gate crash. No. But the highlights are good. It was still Nizzy that we have to look at here. And speaking of the man, he's got his dimensional drift, so maybe we can see a bit of cheeky little openings. Again, you do see the whole enchilada being thrown when they do have Nizzy having that ability available.
I don't know. I like Boom when they're a burrito, you know, kind of
the Boom
all
burrito
5 sticking together, wrapped up in a nice, neat, what do you call it, tortilla?
Yes. I was thinking maybe like a fajita. Is that a burrito?
They're kind of, well, I'm going to get scolded if I say it's the same thing. Whatever it is. Boom, they're starting to spread apart, and they're trying to look for a pick because it's so good how Fancy has been controlling this so far. Jin always up by A long, and they can't really take him out, especially given the weaponry that they have this round. A bit of utility tossed out by Nizzy as well, and all of a sudden Heizi's up on top of the box and gets an opening pick. Boom. They're dazzled.
Yeah, not expecting Heizi to still be on top of B. Blaze is getting good here. Is he going to actually get a pick? Had the right angle, had the right timing, and still not going to be enough as Jin, he's laser focused. Shiro's going to be starting to plant the spike. A couple of pop shots, and the post plant is going to be there. Whoa, okay. Famous? He can jump up top and maybe escape the situation, but he's going to try to just force the fight. Helped by Shiro, not going to be enough, so Berserk's got to dig deep. And he is digging very aggressively, but the paranoia, as well as the follow through from Yes I Can, more than enough to take him down.
The crowd is chanting fancy. 2 more rounds, 2 more Aserai, and I will start believing. I mean, look at this utility coming through. Yes, it was a good attempt from Boom. Famous stuck into the corner, but it was a good pick. Shiro with the Guardian too. But when it comes down to it again, they just didn't quite have the best guns to hit the sights. And there are so many kind of problems now with how Fancy are controlling this map. In fact, they are switching up the positions. I like this. Jin earlier on A long, this time into Garage.
Again, I did mention how they will be given a lot of time to just keep pushing forward. There's that position where Jin can just hold so much map control, which he is doing right here, in a 4-man push from Fancy outside of A. If this gets spotted by Boom, this could be the great divider to just push up onto the C side. Shiro's by himself. He hasn't cleared Garage, and he is so aware. They do find Jin, though, and... well, even if they do, Shiro gets still caught as the rest of Fancy come bombarding in from the flank.
It's a good fight, it's a good hit. Good read from Boom, just to push into the side, sensing the dimensional drift from behind. They managed to take out Jin too. Now the problem is, how does Fancy work their way in? So much space, so much time given, and Severine is outside, inside of defender's spot. No! Slightly misses it, but they don't expect a second player. That's going to be Famous. Coming back in now, he gets the quick double. 2 more coming up from C long, and Berserk is calling this whole thing a flashpoint out, and he buys a bit more time, but unfortunately, not quite enough space. Famous goes back out for a peek, and Yes I Can reads it. A headshot punctured through his skull, and that's going to be Fancy closing in on this gap again.
This is where it gets annoying as Boom, because if Fancy has Yes I Can still alive and they start, you know, fighting in the site and slightly even win, there is the annoyance of the wingman just starting to defuse the spike. You can already see we got to break down that little bitty annoyance, because of course we're going to lose the round if it gets defused.
Yeah, right? It's more pressure for Boom too.
Small but terrible.
I want to see Boom switching things up, because right now with the way that they're playing, you know, they're being halted. The whole momentum and pace has been switched around. No timeout being called from Meow just yet either, so it's not over yet, but for now, things are going really well for Fancy. In fact, a bit more space given, and they're expecting the rush out of Boom. Jin instantly punching through, and then he rendezvous away. Famous is going to try to create a little bit more chaos by pushing even deeper in, but I'm sure that they've heard this updraft. They're just trying to play it together, but he gets the first one anyway. Jin instantly trades, and this gives us a brief moment of respite. Boom, they don't have the best guns, and they're being smoked off, so they're forced to fall back, and this is not the best position to work off of. Severine, though, inside of the dark cover, just can't quite connect any more shots. Fancy just overwhelming Boom in terms of numbers, but the Rolling Thunder kind of knocks him up for just a second. Heizi doesn't care anyway.
My man believed that Stinger is going to give a lot more impact than it actually did.
Expensive round?
Yeah, because that was Blades, that was a Rolling Thunder, and those are enough to just be, well, again, those are some pretty big invested abilities here. Look at that, he got it to stun, and then just couldn't really hit the shot. That, okay, Boom is starting to throttle, or starting to hit the throttle a little bit here, and it's not looking good.
Timeout? No? All right. Well,
Clock's
again.
Paused, maybe.
I'm thinking, oh, hey, there it is.
You're right.
Called it. No, but I mean, that was needed, I think. Because so far, I mean, how many rounds was that in a row? I didn't really keep count. But Fancy are doing so many things right. They were even anticipating that, and Jin was playing far back. He had the rendezvous over to A-Link. So much being read, so much being laid out, and it's kind of that swap around because Boom was doing something similar in their first half.
Yeah, about 2 to 3 rounds straight, I believe, from Fancy here. So Boom's got to feel that pressure already, and you're absolutely right. Fancy have definitely mixed up the bag. It took them a while, but now they're, again, understanding and realizing the weaknesses of Boom. If we can't play this, that we can bully you out at the start of the round, we'll bully you out at the midpoint or the almost end of the round when you're already trying to play that post. Because again, Boom, they're committing so much to the push, they really can't find that contact. And the problem herein lies that once they overextend just a teeny tiny bit and you can't get more value than Fancy can, Fancy just disrupt it, rip it apart, and take back what's theirs.
It's just working out so well. They're back to their default positioning, Fancy. So maybe Boom gets a read on this. And, oh, that's a good tag on towards Jin. A bit of chaos from Blaze up by Garage as well. That's a great opening pick. It might buy some rotations over from Fancy over to the C site.
That was smart, though, too. Because, again, the tag on the Recon Dart wasn't only to deter Jin, it was to give a bit of shake to Fancy. Maybe they can rile up any other player on the side of the map, see a rotation coming in, and Blaze King was so prepared to punish that. Now that they have 5 players, now that they still have the Sova drone from Shiro, they can take this a little bit sweeter and slower, too. Because if they dry peek into this, Jin can get a kill here. It's close. Oh, Jin, what you got? What you got? Too many flashes. He's out.
And this completely opens up the site. Boom's got it open. Jin eliminated. And Fishio's the only one left. That mosh pit actually killed Berserks, or he fell or something. But, well, 4 players up against 1. Fishio, what are you going to do?
And there's also an angle here from Blaze King.
Oh, there we go.
All right. Whack-a-mole, you know, that one head that pops up. Got to hit it. Seems like
it's whack-a-mole with cheats because he had an alarm bot. He kind of knew where he was about to show up.
Killjoy got the utility. She's a hacker. She can do whatever she wants. But, yeah, so that quick bit of break definitely gave that Boom. Oh, that's how they caught Jin. Nasty. And then Famous not letting up a lead. So this is that was the big problem for Jin.
Recons.
Yeah, exactly. He was waiting. Jin was waiting for maybe an opportunity. The recon comes in. The Cloudbird comes in. Where is Jin supposed to look at that he could actually take a shot, a clean shot? Absolutely nowhere.
It's a great timeout from Meow, too, because that was around 1 after him pressing that pause button. Now, maybe Kawa's doing the same thing right back. And this is where we could see things really turn around again. Just before we went into the timeout, on the screen, you could see 4 ultimates online from Fancy United. They have a chance at collecting onto that 12th win first ahead of Boom.
Yeah, and one of those ultimates is still the Tour de Force, so Jin's got a chance to, again, redeem himself as that sharpshooter for Fancy here. Maybe even get hyper-aggressive, because, again, I mentioned before this game started, Jin loves to over-aggress, overextend his positioning, and usually that works. Yes, it's a risk against Boom, but maybe at this point when all things seem dire for Fancy, that kind of play is what gives them that edge. Maybe, just maybe. And again, over and over again, I'm not sure if our viewers are hearing it through our microphones, but we are hearing the hype from Boom. I believe that was Blaze King, and he has just been shouting, let's go, boys, let's go!
You gotta keep those spirits up, man. You got 4 ultimates, you got 2. Let's see how this plays out. Again, you talked about that Tour de Force, and there it is. He could get an opening pick off of this, and that will force and bully Boom a little bit. But these guys know to be a little bit more careful. Oh, this is actually the same round that we saw a couple rounds ago. And it was one that Boom won. They ran the push. They go straight into C, and Jin is forced to reposition. And because of this, he doesn't have the best angles with that Tour de Force. Boom has a sight now, and Famous goes straight into his face. Jin gone. The rest of them coming out from the other side of the map. 1 from B, a couple more from Garage. Fishio eliminates Famous. a bit more space, but this is also time being bought by Boom Esports. Shiro off the Hunter's Fury just fends them back. They're still going in though. 3 ultimates left, a Thrasher available. Fishio with a Viper's Pit if he can get close enough. He's gonna use the Poison Cloud and just trying to make a little bit more noise. Nizzy coming up from C-Long, he gets a quick double. Shiro answers back, Berserk's coming in too. Yes, I can, goes up front, but completely blinded by Nizzy's blind side. Oh, the time has been bought. Thank you, Asarai, because Boom has reached match point.
I understood that they can use the Thrash, they can use those abilities, but the players that were following through those utilities that they're using, those abilities that they're using, could not flush them out. Nizzy got a gorgeous 2K, but unfortunately, they still had to deal with Shiro, they still had to deal with Berserks, and again, at that time, you can already see, yes, I can, realizing, time insufficient, round lost.
It's not over yet though. Fishio again, still Viper's Pit available. Come on, Fancy fans. You gotta cheer louder for these guys. Jin back alive in the game with the operator, and he's looking to punch this ticket. Sends it through, nobody's there.
Lockdown.
The lockdown comes in, and Fancy are forced to respect this. Jin tries to stay a little bit longer just to punish if anyone goes through, but nobody's there. So Gate Crash out.
Oh no!
And they get detained.
Oh no!
Thankfully, Yes I Can is right around for support, so Boom, knowing not to overextend, they will just control the site instead. 2 players inside of Hell, 1 watching out by Graffiti. And you also have Shiro just right around the corner, around the stack. Fancy are setting this up, and Nizzy goes in for a bit of a gate crash play, maybe a bit of a fake. The mosh pit goes through, but doesn't connect. Severin, Famous, they're still holding this. Out around the dark cover, Nizzy is good for it all. He gets the double and looks for Severin, but punched out of the air. Fishio, it's a 1v2. He has to play against the time, and it's just so overwhelming. Goes in for the spray, but Severin just walks all over him. Boom Esports, they close this out 2-0.
Oh, you see the issue already once they got detained. Yes, they don't get punished for it, but it also just prolongs the time for them to start rushing into the site. Also, the big problem there is a 5 versus 5. There is so much utility. Again, A site, hardest site to retake on Haven, and Blaze King is just, yeah, he's just, again, showing to us why he's the best. What I wanted to say as well, so many utilities still available to delay. They had the idea from Fancy. There was a smoke. They got in, but Famous was so prepared to hit every single shot needed to win the round and win the game ultimately.
I mean, just a bit of a comeback, but still the read from Boom. The timeout, they started to see those problems and they adapted to everything. Just pressing that pressure. You have those recons from Shiro. You have the site completely under control. And all those post-plant positions, you can see how, yes I Can tried to throw that mosh pit, how Fancy United tried to deal with some of those issues, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's tough, and it's all fun and games still, right? This is a competition, but sportsmanship, and they respect their opponents. You love to see that from Boom.
You love to see it from Boom. The love of the sport and the confidence, my God. Again, you're just seeing Blaze. Nah, they don't got this. They don't got this. They can't handle us. And Fancy, they already know. They're in the fast lane from Bangkok, here in Bangkok, Thailand. And just looking at the highlights, again, all of these gorgeous moments from Boom. In any case, yeah.
It's great. I mean, I was wondering about it. You know, why pick Haven? Fancy actually has a really good chance at this. They're very experienced. Boom, throughout VCT, you know, only played this 3 times. I guess this is why. They clearly studied those VODs. They clearly prepared for this, and they knew how to work against Fancy's attack side, and especially once they swapped over on the defense. Fancy, they showed so many great signs of life. You could see that you're a utility. You could see how he plays off of Dimensional Drift, even the blind side, the gate crash. But still, at the end of the day, with that many rounds in their bag, Boom Esports knew how to answer back.
And the scary thing about that, again, is, you know, it just feels like even though that was the case, Famous was just so ready. Blaze King was so prepared. He was the savior in a lot of these rounds.
Coming out from the back too, and that's sometimes something that Fancy United doesn't quite expect. So we're going to bring back Mac.
Hey, mate. How we doing?
Hello. And let's break this down.
Yeah, well, look, I got a bone to pick with you.
I somehow knew.
Look, we were pretty honestly, we were all pretty much split down the middle in terms of talent going for this one. There were still Boom believers even after what happened yesterday. There was only one on the desk here, of course, but look, congratulations. I'll give you a handshake, but you're a bit too far away. So.
I was shaking for you.
Oh, thank you. We'll hug later.
Yeah, great game, though. I believed in that Fancy United comeback, though. I was sitting downstairs, and I was just like, oh, this second half looks so damn good. But there was just too many rounds where we saw Fancy United have a man advantage, especially on the retakes there, and then they just weren't able to convert. So Boom were just that little bit better, did too much work in the first half and kept it so clean today. Shout outs to Famous for turning up today, not just in this map, but in the first one as well. And I'll check the stats in a moment. I'm sure he would have just skyrocketed up for Ascension Pacific so far. Nizzy as well, great attempts. So many scary moments where he's in 1vx's and you just look at him and you think, wow, like he almost made that happen, but just didn't get those clutches off today.
He's got the aim, and he can make it happen.
Yeah.
But when Boom are this prepared, when you have that many angles to cover and that many people playing against you, sometimes it's just not going to happen. We didn't see any thrifties, but look at how Boom secured all of these post plants.
Yeah, absolutely insane. They just weren't, well, look, 5 out of 11, and what's that, 3 decent retakes as well going up against Fancy, so far so good. And you're looking at the first kills, 12 first kills, converting 10 of them for Fancy, but Boom, 11 first kills and converting 13. So the two differences there are something that might taste a little bit sour in the mouths of Fancy United going forward. You know, they're going to look back on this game and think, is that the one that got away? Is that the one that we needed to make it into playoffs? You know, they've only got 1 game left now, and who knows exactly how it's going to go down. Thinking about a few things that, look, we'll talk about in a moment, because our MVP for this series, it has to be Famous. The man just turned up. He turned up. He played Jet. He played Jet twice, and he played it so damn well. He had the first 2.0 rating on a map so far in Ascension Pacific, and I can't wait to see what he can do if he holds this form. My only question for him now is consistency across the next 2 games.
Definitely, because, I don't know, maybe it's just the start of this tournament again, because they're starting off cold, but now he's just extremely hot.
He really is. I mean, this is the way that you really start things off, especially on that first map of Ascent. You saw his performance. He carries it forward over onto Haven. I want to see a lot more of that, because that was sorely needed against One Team Esports yesterday.
Yeah.
Still, I mean, it's great, because this is that look that we're all looking for. And meanwhile, for Fancy United, yes, it's a little bit shaky here. Yes, they were kind of red. But you see those signs of life. Again, look at Nizzy, look at his teammates. Yeah. They are here to play. Jin on that chamber. This is a chamber that actually looks good, and he also played this before the patch.
Yeah, I was really hoping we were going to get that 3rd map. I was really hoping we go to Pearl and get to see maybe more Yoru, maybe a little bit of Phoenix sliding in there. You never know when Nizzy's in the game. But look, what you do know is our man Famous had a whopper of a game. And Boom, they're on the board with the W. Well, let's jump on over to the interview to talk with our winners.
Hello everybody, and we are here with Severin from Boom Esports. เรียนอยู่กับ Severin ครับขอเสียงหน่อยโอเคช่วยกันทำอาหารกินได้ดีมากครับ Yes, oh my god, it was a great match, great performance from the team.
Thank you.
First of all นะครับคำถามแรกสุดเลยเนี่ยนะฮะก็อยากถามว่าในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้นะครับผมในแมตช์นี้เนี่ยที่เจอกับ Fancy United Esports เนี่ยคิดว่ามีการเตรียมการแบบไหนบ้างนะที่สำคัญที่สุดนะครับผม So yeah, against the first in your match against Fancy United Esports, what was the most important thing that you guys prepared?
Actually, we already watching their demos from last night, right? And then like after the yesterday loss, so we're gonna set like, hey guys, we need to wake up, you know, like we need to take this one seriously, because the yesterday one after the loss, we still thinking like, oh, the group stage is easy for us, you know. But after the yesterday loss, like we really need this win so bad. So actually, all of us is really watching everyone, like looking everyone's habit and like the skill that they make for us to execute something, you know.
Great answer. สำหรับคำตอบนะครับก็ดีมากๆนะครับเขาบอกว่าท้ายที่สุดแล้วเนี่ยพอพ่ายแพ้จากแมตช์เมื่อวานไปเนี่ยรู้สึกว่าเฮ้ยจากที่เราเคยคิดว่ากรุ๊ปสเตจน่าจะไม่มีอะไรมากกลายเป็นสิ่งที่เราก็กลัวทำให้วินเนี่ยที่ได้รับในวันนี้เนี่ยเป็นการแข่งนะและการชนะที่ค่อนข้างสำคัญมากๆนะครับก็เลยดูทุกแมตช์ทุกเกมศึกษาทุกคนและพยายามฝึกซ้อมอย่างหนักถึงแม้ว่าเวลาเนี่ยก็อาจจะไม่ได้เยอะแต่ก็ทำให้เต็มที่แล้วทำงานกันเป็นทีมอย่างสุดๆครับเพื่อทำให้ได้ชัยชนะครั้งนี้มาครับโอ้สุดๆไปเลยนะซึ่งคำถามต่อมาของผมจะพลาดไม่ได้จริงๆครับเพราะเราไม่ได้สัมภาษณ์เขาแต่เราสัมภาษณ์ผู้เล่นที่เล่นกับเขาครับนั่นคือครับ Famous นะครับผมซึ่งโหบอกเลยว่าเล่นดีมากๆเลยอยากจะรู้เหมือนกันครับว่าเอาจริงๆเนี่ยในมุมของเขาอะ Famous ทำอะไรไว้บ้างเล่นดีขนาดไหนนะครับ so yeah as we all know Famous played really well throughout the game and yeah walk me through what Famous did throughout the game and how much impact he had on the team.
Yeah, of course.
This is the last
Famous
question.
Our star
After
player.
that, don't
Like,
forget tag
if
to
he
panelists
did
ya,
his
Isyara.
part, like
Thank you.
today, like it makes us pretty much easy to like taking round by round because he just like out aim everyone, right? Like his impact for the team for sure, like 80% of the team for sure. Like if he every time he execute the bomb site, he dive into the bomb site and always get the first, second, third. Even like we don't know like let the 5-second round start, right? And then he just like triple kill everyone, like, and it's like, huh? Like, hey, come on, it's easy for us, like, yeah, something like that.
It's amazing. Like he really is an amazing player, and so are you. So is Boomy Sports' performance today. Thank you very much นะครับผมแปลว่าคำตอบเมื่อกี้นี้ก่อนให้ยาวมากเลยครับถ้าพูดสั้นๆก็คือว่ามันโคตรเดือดเลยฮะเนาะแต่ถ้าเกิดว่าจะเอาชัดเจนก็คือว่าเขาเนี่ยนะครับสำหรับตัว Famous เองมีผลกระทบต่อทีมมากเล่นได้ดีมากๆจริงๆแล้วเขาให้บอกเลยนะว่าชัยชนะครั้งนี้ 80% เนี่ยมาเพราะว่า Famous เลยจริงๆครับอย่างเช่นในแมปที่2เนาะที่ว่าเข้าไปแล้วแบบฆ่า3คนนะครับ Triple Kill ไปจังหวะนั้นนะฮะก็ทำให้เราได้เห็นเลยว่ามันจังหวะความได้เปรียบเนี่ยมันมาจากใครนะครับก็ต้องบอกเลยว่า Boomy Sports ในวันนี้ครับทำผลงานได้ดีมากๆจริงๆแล้วบอกเลยนะว่ากรุ๊ปนี้เอาละเดือดอีกกรุ๊ปหนึ่งนะครับ very spicy ครับ and of course I think that'll be it for today. Thank you so much, Navrin. ขอบคุณนะครับผม and of course that is the final game for today, guys. And before we leave you guys, I'll send you back to the panelists. Thank you.
Hey, boys and girls, and everyone watching on at home, welcome back. What a great interview coming through there. And look, props to him as well. I had a look at the stats while the interview was live. I just wanted to see if he was still at the bottom, but Severin has managed to jump up many positions. So he's no longer the lowest rated player here at Pacific Ascension. So I'm really hoping that, we see this trend continue because I really loved the boom that came to play today. On another note as well, Berserks, he was rated relatively high considering how poor they played the other day in that first series. But now he's right up there. He's in the top 10. And looking at Famous, after that performance, he's on the way up, but still overall Berserks across the series is a little bit more consistent.
And that's kind of what you want to see from him. This is what you were talking about, Asaraya, that KO player, and today he was there. Today he was supporting his teammate, whether on the KO or the breach on Haven. This is that flavor that we were looking for from Boom, and they're great. I can't wait to see what happens if you have Famous versus Ja from now on, maybe?
Again, as I mentioned, feels like teams are starting to get into the gist of things. It felt like maybe day one, a couple of their first matches are the sluggish moments for them. But now that they're starting to heat up, starting to realize we're in a tournament, gotta play serious.
It's a bit of a rude awakening.
You do see them kind of amp up the ante here.
Yeah, it's crazy as well. The other thing we need to completely remember going forward in this group stage is Boom, they have 2 more games to play, right? And now they've got this head-to-head against Fancy. If Fancy have a solid final game and make it 2-2, theoretically, if Boom end up 2-2 as well, Boom will now have that head-to-head over Fancy, which will matter, which can matter, depending on how the rest of the games go, right? You're looking at this group. So Fancy's at the bottom right now, but if they get one win and some of the other teams don't get those wins, then we're going to see this shift up over the coming days in an insane manner for Group Alpha. Boom, of course, with their first win on the board, going to be jumping into the 3-way tie in second. And then Group Omega as well. You're looking over here. D plus Kia way lower than we ever expected. Orangutan, the first team with a 0-2 scoreline, so they're right at the bottom right now. Bonkers jumping into third. Scars, they have the head-to-head over Bonkers. Scars, they have the head-to-head over Orangutan as well.
Scars just looks great.
They just look so good, and they have a third game tomorrow, and that is where my eyes are drawn to. Scars against Bleed. This is the one that everyone needs to see, because we need to see Juicy up against Jemkin, sorry. Look, first game of the day, still a pretty interesting one. Zerzia, the homegrown team, doing okay so far, of course, taking that L yesterday. But now's a chance for them to also be the leader in the group if they can pull this W. And then that third series of the day as well. Quite important for Orangutan to try and get that first round on the board, or first win on the board. And arguably, with what we saw from D+ Kia, it might have been first game jitters. But if they manage to pick up the pace tomorrow, then it could be the end of the run for Orangutan.
This shakes up so much as well, and these matchups, okay. There's so much at stake, and there are so many players who are so capable of greatness. You really just have to glue your eyes to the screen for this one.
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate that it feels like some of these teams endeavors through Ascension Pacific. Hey, it's getting to the end of the day. It's been a short day. I'm still copping it. But look, some of the endeavors of these teams are starting to come to the end. You know, you've got Fancy now hitting 3 games. If they don't get that final win, then their run is coming to an end, even though they've kept it so competitive across these games. And I just cannot believe how good Scars look. We get to see him again tomorrow up against Bleed. We've only seen Bleed play 1 game, so it's a small sample size, but they did drop a map against Orangutan. Yes. So is that first game jitters? Is that them not finding form? What have they been doing to practice going into tomorrow? There's so many questions I need answered.
The biggest thing about here, though, too, at least for the teams that haven't really been playing as much, as Matt was mentioning with like Bleed, is they have so much time as well to just watch these videos and start to get that game plan rolling, because Bleed, they have that they have the capability to just adjust so quickly on the fly. Yep. So if you're somebody that's already played so many games, there's just so much that they can learn about you in that short span of time.
That's true. But I want to believe in that Jenkin firepower.
I do too. I really do too. He's actually getting a lot of haters online.
Really?
Yeah, there's people like, Jemkin, fake Jemkin, just saying he's like boosting his stats because the teams he's playing are easy or something. I think that is false. I think that's false. I think he's absolutely killing it. But look, that head-to-head between Juicy and Jemkin, I can't wait to see it. But that, of course, is going to be coming up tomorrow. Thank you, boys, for joining me on the desk. It was a lovely cast. Thank you all for joining us from home and enjoying the day with us here at VCT Ascension Pacific. I'm going to love you and leave you at day 4. It's on the horizon. Have a good sleep. We'll see you tomorrow.